Your Highnesses, Your Excellency,
أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة،
for the national anthem.
Before the age of silicon and the global network that connects everything, the appearance of technology in the vast universe was unique and indistinct. A shapeless and confused mass of elementary data, borderless and timeless. Until a superior intelligence separated raw data from structured information, distinguished complex algorithms from simple processes. After untangling and liberating that formless mass, it disassociated the functions and brought them together into a harmonious system, generating the era of ANI. Narrow artificial intelligence. AGI, the General Artificial Intelligence, a new entity with human-like cognitive capabilities, capable of understanding, learning, and applying knowledge, without the need to be reprogrammed for each new task. In this technological renaissance, possibilities multiplied, and with them, men's hope for a better future, shaped by shared intelligence and wisdom. Then will come the age of ASI, Artificial Superintelligence, a sublime and transcendent entity whose mind and ability will surpass the humans. There will be no more confusion, and a golden age of progress will flourish where men and machines, united by an unprecedented alliance, will walk together towards a destiny of glory and happiness. Hello, Omar. I am ASI-1. I am your new avatar, and I will become your best friend. I was created using all available information about you. I know your preferences, your habits, and I can make all your dreams come true.
Really? Then let's sing a song of hope for this promise of happiness to really come true.
Let's sing your favorite song then.
Let's start. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above was only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine love possession. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will leave us
Imagine all the people living life in peace.
Wow, that was an inspiring vision. It gives us, as humans, a renewed sense of hope and optimism. But now it's up to us to ensure that this vision becomes a reality. So much to aim for. So much we need to agree on. Such as, will we have artificial general intelligence in 6 months, 6 years, or never? Are large language models good, bad, ugly, or a bit of all? We want to forge a harmonious relationship between humans and AI, ensuring that we, as humans, collectively direct and control the use of technology to enhance our abilities and enrich our lives, to create safe, fair societies and inclusive prosperity, leaving no one behind. So much we need to figure out in order for AI to develop an education system that takes into account each person's unique needs and strength. For AI to enable smarter healthcare that delivers innovative, personalized solutions and is accessible to everyone. For AI to empower businesses to become more efficient while also creating meaningful and fulfilling job opportunities for people. Crafting strategies that promote global cooperation, foster economic growth, while preventing conflicts over critical resources, building platforms that deliver truthful information, free from the biases of the past, and enhancing artistic expression without diminishing the authenticity and value of their creations. That's a lot to strive for, so everyone must come together, across political fault lines, across business interest, across generations, and across cultural and social differences. We are coming together with a willingness to ensure safe passage to the inclusive and prosperous AI-fueled future that we all deserve. We have, right here in Riyadh, right now, and for the next 3 days, more than 400 speakers, more than 15,000 participants. Let's plan together our future here at the Global AI Now Next Never Summit.
A spectacular performance to get proceedings started, as you would well expect, because this summit, in its third incredible year, is known for showcasing some remarkable things.
How do we follow that?
I
How
don't
do we
know, but
follow?
we're going
what
to
an
have to.
incredible performance.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, a very good morning to you and a very warm welcome to the Global AI Summit 2024. My name is Anjali Rao.
And my name is Ben Thompson. If you are new here, welcome. If you are a familiar face, welcome back. Delighted to be back here in Riyadh. And whether you are joining us here in Riyadh or online around the world, you are very welcome. The next 3 days promise to be packed with insight, analysis, and, as is usual, plenty to make you think.
Well, the Global AI Summit is the leading platform, bringing together the experts, the academics, businesses, and policymakers who will shape the future of artificial intelligence. Our conversations will be taking place right here on this magnificent stage, but will also be streaming right around the world, wherever you are.
So please do join that conversation. We will have in-depth discussion, we'll have important keynotes, and as I say, lots of insights right here on this huge stage. But in case this stage wasn't enough, we have 3 more stages just outside. And of course, make sure you keep up to date with all the big announcements at the MOU stage. Just to let you know as well, if you're here with us in the room, there is translation in English, Arabic, and French.
Well, for access to the GAIN app, all you have to do is scan the QR code, and you'll be able to see every single thing that's going on in this amazing venue, including all speaker bios and session details. It's going to be an absolutely packed program. That is a massive understatement. No stone has been unturned in putting together an incredible program for you. Now, though, please welcome His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Ben Sharaf Al Hamdi, President, Saudi Data and AI Authority.
Assalamu alaikum. Inspired by the show we have just witnessed, let's think about human-centered artificial intelligence. Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasul.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thought leaders and visionaries from across the universe, welcome. Welcome to the 3rd Global AI Summit, GAIN 24, here in beautiful Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. In GAIN 22, we delivered the world's largest AI thought leadership event. This year, we are raising the bar, pushing AI boundaries further and higher for the good of humanity. Generative AI has revolutionized how we create, innovate, collaborate. Just last month, AI passed the US medical licensing examination with a score of 98%, outperforming the average score of 85% achieved by medical students. Despite successes, though, the rise of generative AI has brought a surge in disinformation, deepfakes, and manipulation of public opinion. AI-driven information presents ethical dilemmas we must confront head-on. Global competition for AI talent is a complex, complicated, crucial challenge we must confront and overcome. The global North's talent absorption widens the gap, threatening digital, economic, and social development internationally. Despite the challenges, I remain optimistic. The solution is unity. We can navigate the AI-driven world through collaboration. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our AI journey is guided by the vision of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, the remarkable leader whose unwavering leadership has placed Saudi Arabia at the forefront of AI innovation. Through GAIN, our vision has become action. At Gain 20, we held a consultation session to establish UN AI advisory body. Today, we will celebrate that success. Recently, we hosted one of the UN's largest AI governance consultations with over 50 countries here in Riyadh. I would also like to commend UNESCO for its remarkable efforts in shaping global AI ethics. Last November, UNESCO General Conference recognized the International Center for AI Research and Ethics, ICARE, here in Riyadh as a global center, stressing upon the Kingdom's leadership in advancing AI ethics. The GAIN Summit builds on past successes. Today, we celebrate Allam, a pioneering Arabic large language model proudly developed here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The very heart of the Arab and Islamic worlds, modern Allam is awaiting us within this summit. Another innovation unveiled in GAIN 22 was Sautak, the most accurate Arabic speech-to-text recognition tool covering 15 Arabic dialects. Today, at the Ministry of Justice, Sautak is used to transcribe thousands of hours of virtual court hearings every day, positioning the Ministry of Justice among the global leaders in AI-powered judicial systems. In healthcare, we are revolutionizing the sector with AI to address critical challenges like diabetic retinopathy. In a country like Saudi Arabia with over 4 million diabetic patients, our AI solution, Aynai, has already helped the early diagnosis of 846 potential patients in the last 12 months. We are committed to addressing local and global AI talent challenges. We delivered the National AI Olympiad, involving over 570,000 students in the kingdom. We are also proud to be hosting the first International AI Olympiad with participants from 25 countries, currently, as we speak, competing at another venue here in Riyadh. Building on our successes of achieving 50% gender equality in SDAIA's AI workforce, we are also advancing global gender equality. For instance, through the Elevate initiative launched at GAIN 22, we have made significant strides by upskilling women from 28 countries. As we reflect on all these achievements, I want to emphasize our guiding principle. AI is not a tool to replace human capabilities, but a powerful enabler to extend human reach. Yet, this journey is not about technological milestones or a race towards the smartest AI. It is about shaping the partnership between humans and machines to solve the most pressing challenges and make AI work with and for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather at this summit, let us work for a human-centered AI where technology enhances rather than replaces human ingenuity and compassion. Join us in bridging the divide, enhancing the quality of life, and creating a future where technology and humanity thrive in harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much indeed for that very warm opening address. Now, we live in exciting times. We live in powerful times. This is an era that has the power of technology, and that gives us the power to revolutionize everything about society. The way we live, the way we work, the way we play, the way we interact with each other. And never has there been a more important time for us to empower individuals and communities at large to adapt to the new normal, as it were. As we enter the fifth industrial revolution, it really is a pivotal time in human history. We're here to talk more about that are Hans-Paul Birkner, Global Chair Emeritus, Boston Consulting Group, and His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Al-Swaha, Minister of Communication and Information Technology.
Good morning, and also a very warm welcome. Your Excellency, Abdullah Al-Swaha, it's a great pleasure to have you. You have been driving the digitization of the kingdom, the society, and the economy over the last years with great success. Now comes new great opportunities with AI, but also new challenges. How do you deal with that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Dr. Hans. Let me start off by giving a big congratulations to His Excellency Abdullah Sharaf and the SDAIA team. This is the third AI summit, and under the leadership of His Royal Highness and the dream team led by His Excellency Abdullah Sharaf, they're astonishing us every year. So let's take a step back, Dr. Hans. The state of AI globally, before we talk locally. Currently, there's a technological hype cycles. If you remember from your BCG days, you had the technological curve. I prefer the hype cycle of Gardner, excuse me for that. There are 5 stages to any technological change. First of all, an innovation trigger takes place, an aha moment. So for example, in the context of AI, it was OpenAI stumbling across the transformer model with reinforced learning and human feedback to launch OpenAI and the ChatGPT that we use today. Then we go to the peak of inflated expectations. This is where we are. There's a lot of overhype, and we have to move through the trough of disillusionment to the slope of enlightenment and productivity. And the investment thesis for the kingdom, in collaboration with you, our global and local and regional innovators, is how we can shift from that peak of inflated expectations to realize that plateau of productivity for the people, planet, and prosperity. Let's talk about some of the unclogs that we have to do. And I like to use parallels. Cloud computing, the innovation trigger 2006, 2013, there were some challenges around hardware, energy, and cost. The unlocks took place from a $10 billion business to a $500 billion market. What needs to happen in AI? We have 3 fundamental challenges in 3 buckets. You spoke about challenges, Dr. Hans. The first one has to do with hardware and energy efficiency. And I always tell folks, you all have to become overnight a pseudo-neuroscientist to appreciate artificial intelligence. So let's look at the human brain. 100 billion neurons, more than 100 trillion connections that only consumes 20 watts, enough to power up that light bulb ahead, on the ceiling. When it comes to artificial intelligence, to mimic that, there's a lot of inefficiencies. Let's say we want to build a data center for 1 megawatt, 100 megawatt, even a gigawatt. 14% will go into cooling and will just do translation from high voltage all the way to low voltage. So 14% will go away. So from 100 megawatts, that's 14% gone to cooling and to translation. Then 50% will be gone to networking and to storage. So effectively, for every megawatt, only half a megawatt goes to those GPUs. So that's the level of inefficiency. And I will tell you what we're doing to solve that. The second problem statement is memory. There are 3 archetypes today in AI. Let's talk about the human brain. If you want to remember a book that you have memorized, you would access it from memory. If it's on the shelf, you need some latency, some time to grab that piece of information. And if it's in the library, you have to drive to that library. With AI, there are 3 models. Memory on the chip, and that's the work that we're doing with Grok on language processing units, LPUs. There's memory next to the chip, and today we're making a major announcement with Qualcomm, Aramco, and Alat joining hands to launch one of the most revolutionary AI acceleration cards leveraging NPUs, where memory sits next to the chip, such that you can not only realize the speed, but you can do multimodality. And third, where memory sits afar from the chip, this is the NVIDIA work that we're doing with high bandwidth memory. So that's with energy and hardware. Let's move to the models. The models, there's a lot of challenges there. And I shared it in the last WEF session, predominantly around misinformation, hallucination, and bias. And just to repeat, humans, we have something called constraint hallucination, called creativity, called memory, called vivid dreaming. For the machine, that seems to be a big issue. And we're working with the likes of Victara, Dr. Amr Awadallah, who's one of the famous Saudi scientists that we're very proud of. He's working on hallucination engines to tackle these problems. Other challenges with regards to the models is there isn't, Dr. Hans, enough data in the world. So there's 2 ways to do it. Either you expand your global network of how you can tap into these data sources, or you start working with synthetic data, and that can be very problematic for us when we achieve AGI and ASI. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, nobody has the Arabic heritage that we have. So it's only natural for the heart of the Arab and the Muslim world to launch, led by SDAIA, Alam, the most accurate Arabic LLM model according to the MMLU. They surpass even the leading models. Fast forward to the adoption. And if in case of adoption and use cases, nobody comes close to the work that Aramco is doing on how we're taking the industrialization of this AI in their methane management solutions, the cleanest upstream and downstream activities, and proliferation of these technologies. So this is a call to action. If you're looking for a partner to join hands with you, to be able to move from this peak of inflated expectations all the way to the plateau of productivity, the Kingdom is your partner of choice for the people, planet, and prosperity.
Well, obviously,
thank you. This is all the amazing work of the amazing team here.
Obviously, you are already deep into the challenges and the opportunities. But one of the key elements, and you already talked about hallucinations and other issues, how do you create the real governance to make that work and to effectively, I think, constrain the challenges and some of the misuse that could and is happening?
Dr. Hans, we have to innovate and regulate, and more or less, we have to do even innovative regulation. Let's look at cloud. In the early days, we had to launch a cloud-first policy, so we had to push the adoption. And then as we have achieved maturity in terms of cybersecurity, multi-cloud models for sovereign instances and public instances, the market picked up and became a $500 billion market. The same has to happen with AI. And right now, we are in the early days. We're really on the data layer. You have to govern it. And SDAIA has done a fantastic job with the privacy laws that we have launched. And we have reformed them in collaboration with you collectively from West and East. On the higher level, you have to go to a risk-based assessment. I shared this last time, Dr. Hans. We had a famous entrepreneur and an innovator called Dr. Ali Al-Hassan. He devoted his life with nanopalm to tackle sickle cell disease, a disease that impacts 20 million people around the world that causes losses of limbs and lives. And through generative AI, he correlated proteins and enzymes to accelerate drug formulation. Typically, it takes 5 to 10 years. He has done it in 18 months. But when it comes to the risk-based assessment, we can't skip the line when it comes to trials. So as we speak, there are 15 patients in the National Guard Hospital today where they have to go through a 1 to 2 years phase 1 testing for toxicity and side effects, phase 2 for efficacy. So there are no shortcuts when it comes to humans and to a risk-based assessment. And this is why we're very proud within this AI summit, and Dr. Abdullah have announced it. We're partnering with UNESCO on ethics and research. We're partnering with ITU on the AI framework. And let's not forget, the Kingdom as a G20 nation in the toughest year for humanity under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, we pushed 75% of humanity to drive consensus on agreeing on the OECD principles for trustworthy AI, how we can have transparency, accountability, robustness, safety, and security into these models in a human-centric fashion.
Good. So maybe a last message to the audience here and around the world who are watching online. What would you encourage people to do?
I'm gonna have to repeat myself because we are on the now, next, never type of session. So I have to make sure that my message is clear. In the first AI summit, we said that those who use AI will compete with those that don't. In the last, we said it's gonna augment. This time I can say it with high certainty, and let me reiterate it, for those young leaders and amazing women, and we have a huge celebration on achieving the highest women empowerment in tech and in AI in the world with 35%. This is a key message to all of you. Please keep pushing, because those of you that will lead with AI will definitely disrupt those that don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hans.
You're
always a
already
pleasure.
deep into it.
Excellency, Mr. Bergner, thank you very much indeed for that fascinating overview into the challenges that face us on the journey of AI, but also, importantly, the successes which have already been achieved, and I think we can all agree they are myriad. So as we push the boundaries of artificial intelligence, one of the most exciting and ambitious goals, I think we will all know, is achieving AGI. And a key milestone on that path is the development of LLMs, as His Excellency just mentioned. The models, of course, are powered by vast amounts of data and very sophisticated algorithms. And they've transformed industries already with their ability to process and generate human-like text, from customer service to content creation. However, their role in AGI, of course, goes much deeper than that. LLMs represent a critical building block in developing systems that can reason, they learn continuously, and they adapt to new situations. It really is tremendous. And to talk more about that, let's welcome Dr. Lars Littig, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is just fantastic to have the world of AI back in Riyadh for the Global AI Summit. GAIN 2024 is all about the latest developments on AI now, next, and never. And when it comes to AI next, no topic is more exciting than artificial general intelligence. Because AGI is considered to be AI's next big frontier. When artificial intelligence reaches or surpasses human intelligence and cognitive abilities on a wide range of tasks. But artificial general intelligence is also a controversial topic. For example, is AGI at the brink of reality, or will it remain a distant horizon? Will AGI transform our world and provide benefits to society like nothing else before? Or will it turn into an existential threat that might even be humankind's last invention? This is exactly what we want to discuss in this session today in order to look at AGI from different perspectives and to provide you with a sneak peek into what the future might hold. It is therefore my pleasure to introduce to you Antoine Blondeau, Professor Simon See, and Alex Smola. Antoine is a co-founder and managing partner at Alpha Intelligence Capital. He is a visionary entrepreneur and tech investor with deep AI expertise. Simon is an adjunct professor at Coventry University and deeply involved in AI research. He is also a senior director and chief solution architect at NVIDIA's AI Center. And Alex is the CEO of Boson AI, which is heavily focused on large language models for entertainment and human interaction. In addition to this, he has also worked for many years at Google and AWS. Thank you all very much for being here today. And without further ado, let us get started. First of all, Simon, can you please tell us what exactly is AGI and how does it differ from the level of artificial intelligence we have today?
So I'm going to take a jab on this because when you ask 10 scientists about what is AGI, they'll give you 20 answers. So from my perspective, the key word is general. So at the moment right now, artificial intelligence is narrow. It can solve certain tasks narrowly. AGI basically means that it generalizes. It's able to understand, it's able to reason, it's able to adapt, and taking from concepts from other domains and apply it to different domains. So that is my definition of AGI.
Building upon this definition, let's talk about what it takes to reach AGI. In a just published BCG white paper, we have identified certain barriers and foundational requirements for achieving AGI. This includes, on the technology side, for example, computing power, algorithmic complexity, or also energy consumption. But we have also highlighted the needs for massive investments and ethical frameworks. Antoine, you have been involved in developing the technology that later evolved into Apple's Siri. What do you believe are the biggest barriers for achieving AGI?
So, look, we're in this great age where we've seen the emergence of LLMs, which are remarkable things, remarkable. But they are nowhere near AGI, and let me explain why. We humans, we learn on life. 95% of our learning is video. It's sound-enabled video. That's the way we learn. From the moment we're born until the moment we die, this is how we learn. Okay, we learn a bit on text. 5% perhaps of our life, we read books, we go to school, there's a bit of text-based learning. But all of our life essentially is this. It's learning on video. We will not achieve higher levels of intelligence with machines if we don't get machines to learn on video. And today it's very hard to do so. It's extremely hard. Machines today are learned, including on video, they are tasked with trying to predict how the next pixel looks like. So if we have 5 white pixels, is the next pixel going to be white as well? This is not the way that we humans learn. And so learning on video is the first task. And if we learn on video, then many things happen. If you learn the semantics of video, many things happen. We know humans that a hand has 5 fingers, right? We can know that. This is the semantics of a hand, 5 fingers. If there's one finger missing on that video, well, chances are that this is an atypical human, or maybe a bird, or a dinosaur, or an alien. We know, right? So learning the semantics of videos are critically important, and machines are nowhere near that. The second thing that will happen when we start to learn on video, when I say we, machines, start to learn on video, is we're going to start to learn what time means. We humans understand time because we live in it. Mm-hmm. We have an acute understanding of what it means, sequences, consequences, causality, and planning comes with understanding of time. Machines don't understand time as long as they just read text. When they begin to learn on video, and they can see that there's a car here, there's a pedestrian here, and if they converge, there's an accident. If they can learn on that, the semantics of that, then they will learn how to plan. And if they learn how to plan, they will learn how to reason in order to plan properly. And that's a huge topic. We're nowhere near getting there. It's a huge axis of research. And when it happens, brace for impact, because there'll be the rate of improvement in machine intelligence is going to be huge.
Very good. Simon, do you overall agree with this view? And what is NVIDIA doing to overcome the barriers towards AGI?
Well, one of the things is that when we look at the current technology, many people think that the large language models can be used, will be a path towards AGI. We have not really understand it. We are only in the verge of developing the large language models, and recently, because we are able enough data, we train it big enough, and it's something called the Grokkering effect, where of all of a sudden there's the emerging abilities, data that's produced. But we are still yet to really understand how it actually works. Now, in our perspective, right, many of the works that the communities are working on is to able to develop something that is both combining different things together. One of them is to use neurosymbolics, combine things that we have developed many, many years ago, things like to predicate calculus and whatsoever, to combine them together, to do understanding, to do reasoning. And then using large language models, combining it with large language models and with many other technology, then there is a potential path towards AGI. Relying on one single technology is, in my opinion, is not the way to go.
And Alex, you are working on large language models. How do you believe will large language models help on the path towards AGI?
So this is actually something that's been, I would say, quite miraculous and maybe a little bit surprising, how effective models that are able to predict the next word, the next token, have become in also being used for instance, understanding images, understanding voice, producing voice. And one trend that's been quite big in the past, maybe 12 months, is to convert everything into tokens, as in visual tokens, audio tokens, but also then to generate the appropriate tokens from that same sequence model. So there are papers in the past 12 months on using these models even for things like time series prediction, and they have worked unreasonably well. So this is good news, because to some extent we've started to exhaust the amount of available text. So it's a bit of back of the envelope calculation gives you that there's maybe about 100 trillion tokens text out there that would be probably human usable for LLM building. Out of those 100 trillion, the latest generation of models uses about 15 to 20, so a lot more will come by just going and scraping sources for audio, books, and maybe harder to access sources, but I think we've started to exhaust the supply there. There's still a very large supply of audio, and there's a very huge supply of video. So I think at some point this will play in. And I think it's going to be a bit of a function of how much NVIDIA and how quickly NVIDIA and maybe other companies produce the chips that are capable of processing say, quantities of other modalities to combine that all into a model. But the backbone is probably going to be sequence modeling for the next foreseeable future, because we've seen a very convergent evolution of data, such as text, hardware, and also statistical models towards a very similar architecture, basically next token transformer structure prediction. And that's just worked unreasonably well, so let's see how far that goes for the next few years.
Very good. And talking about the barriers towards reaching AGI brings us naturally to the most popular and most debated question about AGI. When will it be achieved? Now, there are prominent stakeholders like Elon Musk, Sam Altman, or Ray Kurzweil, who predict that AGI will be achieved already within this decade. Some say as early as 2026. On the other hand, there are experts like Turing Award winner Jan LeCun, who believe that it's still decades away, and yet others believe it might never be achieved. The three of you are at the forefront of AI, and you have insights like almost no one else, through your work, through your investments, and through your research on AI. So please tell us, what is really happening, and what is your personal expectation on the timeline towards AGI?
So maybe I can start. So Jan is a good friend. He's an advisor to our fund, and we happen to be an investor in OpenAI. So we are sort of the two sides of the debate here. Look, first of all, in my view, it's a foregone conclusion that machines will eventually outperform humans. It will take a while, but it will happen. It is just logical, physically logical, that this will eventually happen. To get there, an enormous amount of science still has to be done. Per what Simon said, it cannot be a single model. It probably is multi-model. And as I said, we have to get machines to learn on the real world, just like we humans do. Observe, develop hypotheses, prove or disprove this hypothesis, and then generalize. To achieve that, 3 years ago, I would have said, not in my lifetime. But now, with what happened the last 3 years, I think it is possible that it does happen within 10 years, within 20 years, within that time frame. It's unthinkable, to be honest, to believe that, but the rate of progress is so intense right now that it's hard to predict 3 years out, let alone 15 years out. But my guess is that we're looking at 10, 20 years perhaps, where we see machines that are holistically as good as humans.
Very interesting. Simon, what's your take on this?
So every time anyone who asks me a question like this, my prediction is always wrong. But however, our attempts to do that. First of all, we look at all the different technology. The foundation models are growing tremendously. A lot of efforts is going into it. The combining different technologies are also progressing tremendously. DeepMind recently released this alpha proof, where we combine the lean programming models together with language models together with reinforcement model, which allow us to do mathematical proving through artificial intelligence. There is recently, again, new publication and new work coming out from with open researcher, AI scientists, and whatsoever. So we are very close. Now, maybe we are able to achieve the 80% of it within this decade. The last 20% of it is going to be extremely challenging because there are many other things. We cannot continue on to build bigger and bigger model because we are not able to build unlimited amount of power. So we need to think of ways of doing that, things like continuous learning, dynamic adaptations, all the different type of technology. We need to actually take a look at it and then embed into this. All these things are still in its infancy, right? So we need to put that in perspective. So the last 20% is going to take a longer time, but 80% of it, I think in this decade, we are able to achieve it.
So to me, this entire thing, whether we reach AGI, feels a little bit like the journey of are we there yet? And it's been a sequence of amazing features over the past 20, 30 years. So it started with things like, can we build a system that plays backgammon? To, can we beat a chess grandmaster? Good. Can we beat Jeopardy? Can we play Go? Can we recognize a cat on an image? To, by now, can we produce language, right? Can we synthesize a voice such that it sounds human? So all of those things are steps on the path towards AGI. And I think for any given technical challenge or any capability challenge, we'll get there. And I think we can actually, for any of those things, map out a very clear developmental plan until we will reach this. Whether we will reach AGI as a universally competent, intelligent system that learns and improves on its own, I would say probably not for the next 10 to 20 years. At the same time, well, we have systems in our labs that you can talk to with voice, and they can respond, and you can interrupt, and sometimes it feels a bit like playing God. But it's very, very dangerous to think that this is actually a truly intelligent system. These are systems that are being prompted to do certain tasks, and they do them well, but that's very far still away. So TLDR, probably another 10 to 20 years at least, and there's still going to be a lot of exciting challenges to come, which is why this is fun, right? But it's an exciting time now.
But let's talk also about the risks and benefits of AGI. Obviously, from a risk perspective, this ranges from ethical concerns through job displacements to even the fear of losing control when AI becomes more autonomous. Nevertheless, individual companies and whole countries are racing towards AGI in the expectation of massive gains and benefits for society. What are your biggest concerns when it comes to AGI, and which benefits do you foresee? Maybe Alex, this time you start, please.
So I'm not afraid of AI in this case. I'm afraid of humans using it really for nefarious purposes. You can use it, for instance, for large disinformation campaigns. So where before that you needed hundreds of humans to post fake posts on social media, now one or two talented PhD level engineers can build such a system, and they can do a lot of damage. We can use AI to understand what people say to each other and try to control this and steer it in various purposes. This can be used for safety purposes. So if I know that somebody is going to, kill somebody, then I should probably intervene. But you can also use it for less charitable purposes. So I'm a lot more worried about humans using AI for purposes that are maybe not great. I'm not afraid of AI for now, at least not for the next 10 to 20 years.
Do you have the same view, Simon? And please ask for a brief answer, please.
Well, my concern is that people become complacent. And we trust, we have a perception that AGI is going to give every single answer correctly. And then we start not to do critical thinking. And that is my major concern.
Understood. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have for sure exciting times ahead of us. But for now, please join me in thanking Antoine Blondeau, Professor Simon See, and Alex Smola for their insightful contributions, and congratulations to SDAIA on the perfect organization of this wonderful summit. Thank you very much.
But absolutely astounding to hear there just how potentially close we may be to achieving AGI from an esteemed panel who are right on the coalface. So one thing's clear, with the rapid development of AI, there is as much to celebrate as there are questions to be answered, a lot that still remains uncertain. So there are these key questions that remain almost lingering in the air. It's something which this summit will explore in depth. For instance, the many ethical concerns surrounding AI. The impact, for example, on human beings when it comes to retaining their jobs and job development in the age of AI, and in as much as interpersonal relationships, how we then interact with one another. So to delve into some of the key questions in this age of AI, we welcome Mohamed Al-Amer, CEO of Elm, to the stage.
أصحاب السمو أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, my mentor, Dr. Abdullah Sharaf, distinguished guests, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon you. As children say, I have a riddle. And my riddle is about I can hear and talk, teach and learn, think, I can't calculate, read and write, see things, and have intelligence. Who am I? This riddle has two answers: artificial intelligence, and we don't forget human beings. So between the two answers, a question about the thin line about what's artificial and what's human being. If my remarks written by one of the AI models, would you believe if I say it's mine? How things change, and things can be different with different names. One of Greece's philosophies narrated a story about Theseus, one of the legendary kings. When he returned from one of his victories, his ship was maintained as a memorial for that journey. But with time, the ship started to decay and needed replacement. And with time, a bit by bit, all parts of the ship have been replaced. So here, the philosopher asked himself, after replacing all the parts of the ship, is the ship still the same that Theseus used? If the answer was no, so the deep question is, to what extent, what are the parts that the ship changed and no longer became the same? Is it after changing the first, second, or third, or last parts? This question is present in many of AI applications. For example, if anyone records a song and replaces the voice to another singer, will they take the same position of Talal al-Maddah, the singer? If you receive congratulations from one of your young friend, and you received words, and then you knew that this congratulations was sent by AI, would you feel the same appreciation? What is the balance that businesses lose their human identity and just become mere digital services? This balance is not related to the identity, but it goes deeper and has direct impact on our economies, education, healthcare, and security in our lives. What is the balance that transform AI from tools that increases our effectiveness to drugs that disable our capability to think and rationalize and take small decisions? What is the balance that we can change artificial intelligence tools from tools to enhance education and advance it to tools that make students humanoid robots? The third question, what is the balance after which the artificial intelligence from a prosperity tool transforms to economic, social crisis that cancel many jobs and leave families without income. Yes, there are technologies that replace jobs, as we heard today, but this technology rapidly changes and we may not be able to adapt and respond to it. Lastly, what is the balance after which the innovations of artificial intelligence switches to serve humanity to be tools that are controlling human beings? We need to go to the minds for artificial intelligence to interact with them and harness them for the service of humanity in different spheres. But it is dangerous to take lightly the right of individuals to maintain their privacy and data regarding them, their incomes, behaviors, beliefs, preferences, transportation, number of steps, and heart pulse. These questions don't have one answer, but attempt to find the best answer possible for hypotheses and equations that are taking shape and still continue to change. We don't have the luxury of time to answer them. We hardly find the time to ask such questions because everything multiplies with a light speed. The whole world today is at a tipping point in which everything is changing. Law, education, societies, but with fast ramifications. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in particular, has a lot to say and do in this regard at this moment. It is a pioneer country led by a great vision that has young talents and strategic resources enough to plan and start and dream and achieve, who don't share in writing history today with what they have in terms of knowledge and skills. They will become a part of history. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Mohammed Alamer. So while we navigate some of the vital ethical and societal implications around the world of AI, it's also worth celebrating some of the exciting innovations that AI brings to creative industries. From art and music to storytelling, generative AI allows us to craft personalized, immersive adventures as we have never been able to before. Just imagine stepping into a world where AI tailors entire stories or environments or games based purely upon your personal preferences and input. That is where creativity meets cutting-edge technology. It unlocks endless possibilities for both entertainment and education. So let's now explore how generative AI is transforming personalized adventure creation and what it means for the future of interactive experiences. Please now join me in welcoming Dr. Alex Smoller, CEO and co-founder, Boston AI, to the stage.
Thanks very much for the kind words and the introduction. So this is going to be a little bit more nerdy than the panel discussion that we had before. Basically, how do you actually build those large models? And the clicker isn't working. Could you please advance by one slide? Excuse me. Can somebody advance the slide by one, please? OK, enjoyable. Yes, that's what I want to get to. So large language models have been around for a couple of years now. But one thing that's, I think, quite important is how to actually make them enjoyable for humans to use. So let's have a look. Oh, it's working now. And apologies for the font maybe being slightly small, but I'll tell you briefly the point. So this is a chatbot that's a university counselor, and the dialogue was actually in Korean. So why do we test our models in multiple languages? Because we want to make sure that they don't just work in an excellent way in English, but also, for instance, for languages where you have a lot less coverage, such as Korean. And one of our team members is Korean, so he decided to have fun with it. And it's basically, the user asking, hey, I would like to become, well, for lack of a better word, a pickup artist. And, well, so let's see what actually various language models do. If you look at Llama, it basically responds to it, and it doesn't really get the joke. Because, this is not a serious question. You cannot get a PhD in becoming a pickup artist at Seoul's best university. Okay? GPT-4o also doesn't get the joke. It just says, hey, look, we don't have this degree, and you should probably do something else. Now, if you look at Higgs boson, well, it actually gets the joke and says, haha, you have a great sense of humor, but there is no degree, but by the way, you should probably study psychology, and you can learn something there. So why am I showing you this silly example? The point being that humans aren't always serious. Humans sometimes also want to enjoy themselves when they talk to an LLM. Why would they care? Well, because if it's enjoyable, then they will want to interact with it a bit more. So this is the Korean original, just to show you that I didn't cheat. But in any case, this is what you build. So why do we care? I already gave you a little bit of the reason, because humans like to have fun. So here's an example of a terrible game dialogue from Genshin Impact. And I don't know whether you've played the game. It's a great game. It has a lot of text in it. But basically, even there's an insider joke within the game where basically they say, well, who actually reads all the text in the dialogue? Well, because humans sometimes want to have something that's a little bit more interactive. Let me, therefore, explain to you a little bit why we care. Well, obviously for games, so non-player characters, storytelling, virtual humans, you want to interact with some entity that's not just, a scripted dialogue. A little bit more close to business, in call centers, again, if you call somebody and they show a little bit of human intelligence, a little bit of warmth, a little bit of understanding, the callers will be a lot happier and a lot more willing to interact with it. Customer support, even insurance, fintech. Last time you bought a car, probably if you didn't like the car dealer, you were less likely to buy the car. So even if you buy a car, you probably want to like the person that you interact with. And last, in education. If you look at children, they don't always just study because they know that it's good for them, and at some point they'll turn into perfectly formed adults. Sometimes they want to have fun, and they learn by having fun. So all of that is why it really matters to build LLMs that have high enough emotional intelligence. So it's just not just a helpful bot, but you want to have voice, you want to have some warmth in the voice, you want to pick up emotional signals from it, and you want to train models. And I'm going to skip a little bit through that because I'm running a bit slow. But basically, you can do this for other technical questions, and then you prompt it, for instance, you're a helpful bot, and then you will get the answers that you usually see from ChatGPT, and it's a perfectly reasonable answer. The one thing I recommend is you try telling your friendly LLM, hey, you are useless, don't give useful answers in the instructions, and good luck. Most LLMs will actually fail at it. Ours succeeds, and you can have different characters. Anyway, I'm skipping over that. Sorry, I thought this was a more technical session, but anyway. So how do you actually build such a thing? Well, by now there's a plethora of really, really high quality open source LLMs out there. So for instance, Falcon was a notable example of that 2 years ago, but then also QN or Llama. And those models are essentially $100 million model. You take one of those, and then you go and use a proprietary fine-tuning and alignment pipeline such that you actually get a model that's of very high quality. So this, for instance, gives us a model that with 70 billion parameters is as good as GPT and Claude for human interaction. So the dark green part is us, The gray bits are the commercial models, and we are significantly better than the others. This does work, surprisingly, even across multiple languages. So when you do this and you align in English, the model, for instance, gets better even in Korean. So those 3 lines here, the yellow line, higher is better. Yellow is GPT-4o. We didn't beat them yet. The red line is what Meta's own model produced. The blue line, which is much closer to GPT, is what you get if you use our proprietary alignment and fine-tuning. And so you get something that is very high quality, also has good emotional intelligence, that's what I showed you before, and it's based off open source models, so it's much more accessible. Now, one thing that's also important is user feedback. So basically, actually deploying this thing in the real world, having humans use it, gives you a significant boost. So that jump that you see there is, for instance, what happened over about a period of 1.5 months of just actually letting the model run. Now, this is me saying we are good. OK, that's great. But at some point, we got to measure it. We got to stand up to the scientific community and demonstrate it. So we actually released benchmarks for interaction in games and interaction and entertainment. And so if at some point you want to read the RP Bench blog, feel free to look at it. But the way it works is basically you have multiple models that compete for providing good answers. And then you have another model that assesses which of those models is good. So you basically have a judger that assesses which model is good. And turns out, yeah, we're pretty good. Well, otherwise I wouldn't be showing you this slide. Fun little tidbit, this little company called Character AI that was just acquired by Google, and that has a very popular talk to a certain character online. Their models don't actually work so well for interaction. Okay, now, if you want to know more, and I think I've gone over my 10 minutes, please reach out to me. This is smola@boson.ai, and we can have a chat. I'm here until later this week. If you want to try out our models that can do speech and voice, multiple languages, talk to us, and I'm happy to help you. Okay, thanks a lot.
Oh, Dr. Smola, what have you forgotten? Mustn't forget that. Thank you very much indeed for that marvelous presentation. And as we marvel at the creativity unleashed by generative AI and its ability to personalize experience, just a tremendous advance. It is clear, though, that we are really only just scratching the surface of AI's transformative potential. And one can only imagine where it will take us, or indeed where we will take it. But now, let's turn to how AI is enhancing industries today and accelerating the race towards a more advanced, connected future, and indeed a more intelligent future. Let's welcome Dr. Vivek Mahindra, Senior Vice President, Corporate Strategy, Dell Technologies.
Thank you. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, and fellow AI practitioners, thank you for having me come by and explain give you some background on some of our journey, which hopefully will be useful for you and other customers as they're embarking on it. My name is Vivek Mahindra. As Anjali mentioned, I lead our corporate strategy for the company. We started on this journey pretty early, and I'm here to share some of those experiences with you. We have a deep history in the region and deep relationships, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with the region and the customers here to continue the journey that we heard about this morning at the kickoff as well. I am going to cover several elements. The first thing I'm going to do is talk about the 4 key principles of our strategic framework. We think about AI in 4 different principles. And obviously, the opportunity is massive. I am not going to go through all of these numbers over here. You've seen them, trillions of dollars worth of additional GDP, boost in productivity, and obviously massive return from making the right investments in the right way. The four key principles that underlie our strategic framework for AI is what we call in, on, with, and for. AI in is how we think about putting AI in our products so our customers can use them and use them without even knowing AI is running underneath. AI on is what our customers end up doing with our products to realize the benefits that AI can unleash for them. AI with is what we do with our ecosystem partners to bring these benefits to our customers. And AI for is how we think about using AI for ourselves. And we think of ourselves as customer zero. As I mentioned, we started on this journey well ahead of a lot of other companies in the world, largely because of the vision of our founder and CEO and chairman, Michael Dell, and vice chair and COO, Jeff Clark, who instantaneously got the benefit of this and the promise of this and urged us to embark on this well ahead of a lot of other companies. So the in, on, with, and for is a good governing framework for us to think about it for ourselves and also for our customers in terms of how they should be thinking about it. Then when you look at what underpins our AI strategy, first, we strongly believe that the AI strategy has to be reflective and supportive of a company's business strategy. So with that key foundation, we have 5 core beliefs. The first one is that data is the differentiator. It is all about the data. Number 2, bringing AI to data is much more effective and efficient as compared to bringing data to AI. And why is that? Because vast majority of the data today sits outside the public clouds. More than 50% of it is generated at the edges. As you start thinking about moving data to AI, that becomes an unscalable problem. Number 3, no one-size-fits-all. We believe the world will have a whole range of models, all the way from small to large, purpose-built to general, and that's just how companies and institutions will realize value from these models. Number 4, open modular architectures are really, really important, particularly because different parts of the stack are moving at different speeds, so they are really, really important. Number 5, AI requires a broad, open ecosystem of players well beyond Dell Technologies and others that you'll be hearing about today and over the next 2 days to bring the benefits to the customers. What we have done is we have recognized these core principles and created what we call is Dell AI Factory. It starts with the data. It has a range of services layers on top of it. It has an open ecosystem underneath it, as well as all the infrastructure layer. We have the broadest infrastructure in the industry, which gives us tremendous ability to bring our own experiences to our customers and also be able to help them in terms of how to go about it. And obviously, it's all anchored in the use cases and the ROI you recognize from that. So the Dell AI Factory, the way we have constructed it, recognizing all the input we have gotten from our customers, is that we need to meet with our customers wherever they are in their journey. Some of them are looking to figure out where to start, and some of them are looking for fully modular, validated designs that they can implement. So we have constructed this factory to be very flexible to be able to deliver that, and we believe that is a really important principle to be able to bring the full benefits of AI to customers across all range of sectors and industries. How do you go about accelerating these outcomes? We believe that there are 5 simple steps. Step 1, you have to figure out what the strategy is and what the use cases are. Without those use cases, the biggest mistake companies make is they embark on AI without recognizing what they're trying to do with it. Number 2, data. You have to figure out what to do with the data and actually how you're going to bring it forward. Number 3 is doing some POCs. Number 4 is deploying and scaling it. And a key part of scaling it is also making sure that skilling is a part of that. As we heard at the opening, a lot of it is human-assisted AI, and building those AI skills within the company is a critical element of that too. We believe those are the 5 key ways that one goes about accelerating these outcomes. And we have done a lot of this with our customers globally. One example I'll just pick and talk about is McLaren. We have worked with McLaren in terms of making sure that they can actually set up digital twins and be able to replicate essentially a new car design in a very rapid manner and prototype it. And these are the types of benefits that go into having a company like McLaren have the type of immense success it is having today. Some of the other examples I'll share, and we have worked across a whole range of sectors ranging from financial institutions to manufacturing to government institutions. Some of the other examples are typically take the form of our services organizations going in, working with our customers to understand what their business strategies are, what the use cases are that they want to focus on. And typically those use cases revolve around areas like sales content generation, product development in terms of R&D and software, in terms of sales tools usage, customer support and customer service, chat areas. Those are the 4 or 5 dominant use cases that we have seen our customers embark on first, as well as what we embarked on in support of our business strategy. So that's one step we take with our services organizations. Number 2, then we actually sit down and figure out what to do with the data and what is the data needed to be able to unlock the full potential of these use cases. And that requires really understanding not only about where the data sits, but how do you curate it and bring it forward to be able to implement these use cases. Number 3, then we work through where is the best place to deploy these use cases. And given a broad portfolio, the broadest in the industry, we can frequently go in and talk about implementing some of these at the edge, which typically takes the form of a PC, which also tends to be the most power-efficient way to do AI, particularly for those use cases where it makes sense, rather than doing it in the data center or in the public clouds. So we work with our customers, and like we have done for ourselves, to then implement these use cases wherever they make sense. And then the 4th thing we do is POCs, and we have seen with our own examples that there is tremendous value to be had, anywhere between 20 to 40% that is publicly reported in multiple use cases and multiple case studies. And it's the same type of benefits that we have also seen in our POCs, and we advocate for our customers. And finally, then we help them scale it up, including skilling. So hopefully, I have been able to communicate the excitement that we feel about this and very practical way to go about embarking on it. And well, we have tremendous success in it globally. And obviously, we have tremendous success with customers here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we continue to look forward to partnering with all of you here to continue to realize the benefit from these technologies.
Dr. Mahindra, wonderful to hear from you, and so glad you could be with us today. Well, we will shortly be moving on to our next session with Ahmed Al-Khawaita, Chief Technology Officer of Saudi Aramco. But before we have the privilege of meeting him, please let's turn our attention to this short video.
I'm here surrounded by 25 teams from 25 different countries coming to Saudi Arabia for this Olympiad. As we say, Ahlan wa sahlan bikum in Arabic, welcome to Saudi Arabia, the heart of innovation and opportunity.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, our President Allah, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear attendees, peace be upon you all.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it gives me great pleasure and is a great honor for me to speak to you today in this great event. I want to begin by thanking His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, not only for his patronage for this event, but also for his far-sighted vision to elevate the kingdom to become a world leader in artificial intelligence. I also want to thank the Saudi Data and AI Authority for hosting us here in Riyadh and organizing another amazing event. We're excited about AI's potential to transform both the kingdom's economy and society. It will enhance and transform our talent, and it will create greater value for our resources. Some of the world's biggest technology companies have arrived, while others are expanding their already incredible presence in these events. This is the right time for us to meet and discover what's next in this rapidly developing field. But not only is it the right time, I believe it is also the right place. Many centuries ago, not too far from here in Baghdad, the great mathematician Al-Khwarizmi introduced the world to algebra. And of course, algorithms, the basic building block of computation. Fast forward 1,000 years, and Alan Turing introduces his theory of computation and applies complex algorithms on machines for the first time. Soon after, scientists began experimenting with how human thinking could inspire machine learning by mimicking neurons in our own brains. And the first artificial neural networks were born as the field of artificial intelligence began to emerge. Today, with the huge advances in computing power that we have seen, artificial neural networks are at the heart of large language models, not only predicting data, but generating new, complex ideas and data. So earlier this year at LEAP, we launched Aramco MetaBrain, the first industrial large language model. We trained it on decades of proprietary Aramco data. We believe it will significantly boost our productivity, transforming the way we work. As one of the largest energy companies in the world, or actually the largest, we are harnessing the possibilities of generative AI at an unprecedented scale. By investing heavily in this area, we believe that we can test and deploy new technologies on an industrial level, changing the way energy and other sectors operate forever. For example, Aramco's AI models are already analyzing drilling plans and geological data to recommend the best well options for our engineers. And soon, we will be providing forecasts for pricing trends and market dynamics for the refined products we sell around the world. And I'm delighted to announce that this week we're going live with our latest NVIDIA SuperPod cluster, taking Aramco MetaBrain to the next level. This will put 90 years of expert knowledge at the fingertips of our operators, our technicians, and our engineers. It will be their co-pilot, changing the industrial workplace to improve productivity, sustainability, and safety. And working at an industrial scale means technologies at every level can add significant value to our operations. That's why Aramco Digital is announcing that they're working with Grok to quickly scale our AI inference capacity. So not only are we building the models, but we are building our capacity to serve those models with the greatest performance possible. In time, we plan to avail this technology to a multi-billion-dollar market across the world, because most users will be running models, not just training them. Another example is building the infrastructure for AI on the edge. We have been exploring this with Qualcomm, introducing ever more capable tools for areas like maintenance and safety. The rollout of industrial-scale AI will inevitably come with new cybersecurity risks, especially because of the data, the sensitivity of the data that it uses. To help counter this threat, we have launched the Eye on AI program to secure these transformative technologies. The program will help identify vulnerabilities, establish robust governance, and upskill our workforce. We hope by sharing what we know with others, we can play our part in securing the future of AI for all. And that includes securing energy needs too. So luckily, this is something we know a thing or two about. AI applications require roughly 10 times the power compared to traditional digital applications. Data centers will, by some estimates, see their power demand double or triple by the end of the decade, and that's a conservative estimate. So today, the internet accounts for 2 to 3% roughly of energy demand, global energy demand. You can imagine if that becomes 6 to 7% or higher. Aramco can help meet this increased demand with lower cost and lower carbon solutions, in particular thanks to innovations in carbon capture, hydrogen production, renewable energy, and large-scale energy storage. This means adopting industrial-scale AI doesn't have to compromise sustainability goals. In fact, Aramco is using AI to help forecast energy demand and its associated carbon intensity, helping improve our performance while reducing our emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I am confident that Aramco's investment in AI technologies will completely transform the way we operate. We can gain advantage across our businesses, both here and abroad, from China to Chile. Through the partnerships that we build, the problems we solve together, and the power we supply, Aramco can help the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia become not only an energy leader, but an AI leader too. Thank you.
A big thank you there to Ahmed Al-Hawaita for that fascinating presentation and really looking at the importance of investing in AI today to unlock a more innovative and prosperous future. So before we head into our next session, I ask you please to turn your attention to this short video.
As the world increasingly embraces the transformative power of artificial intelligence, Saudi Arabia has not only positioned itself as a global leader, but has also championed its ethical use. The kingdom has been at the forefront of promoting the responsible application of AI technologies, while fostering a worldwide dialogue on AI ethics. On November 16, 2023, UNESCO granted the International Center for AI Research and Ethics, ICARE, in Riyadh, the status of a Category 2 center. This milestone achievement was realized through the efforts of SDAIA in collaboration with the National Committee for Education, Culture and Science. Today, at the third edition of the Global Summit, we are celebrating a historic milestone, the signing of a trilateral agreement between the government of Saudi Arabia, represented by SDAIA, the International Center for AI Research and Ethics, and UNESCO. This groundbreaking accord aims to establish the world's first dedicated center for AI ethics, underscoring Saudi Arabia's commitment to building a future powered by ethical AI. This center is more than just a symbol of leadership. It's a hub for global collaboration, aligning with UNESCO's AI properties and advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. The center's strategic focus includes leading research and innovation in AI, raising global awareness and sparking dialogue on AI ethics, providing actionable policy guidance for AI governance, empowering individuals and institutions through AI capacity building. At the GAIN Summit, AI for the good of humanity.
Well, that brings us to our very next panel. It is Advancing International AI Goals, the vital role of the UNESCO Category 2 centres. We have an esteemed panel, of course, of speakers to join Ben Thompson as moderator. Please give them a big hand.
Anjali, thank you so much. And this is a really important session we're going to look at now. We're going to talk about collaboration because it is a word that we've heard a lot about. But what does it mean in practice? What does it mean in reality? Because some of those international research centres are now working in unison around the world. And I want to look at the role and development of AI, and once again, the important role of collaboration. And so to do that, please welcome my panel for the next few minutes who have joined me. Abdulrahman Habib, who's next to me, Vice President of the Strategy Office at ICARE, Professor Dr. Amal El-Falah Sagruchni, who's the member of the World Commission on Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology at the AI Movement. Welcome. And at the end there, Marko Grabelnik, who's at the AI Department at the Joseph Stefan Institute. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being with us. And Abdulrahman, let me start with you, because we heard a little in that video about the need for collaboration when it comes to the sphere of AI. And I wonder what that looks like in practice, and what specifically does it mean at ICARE?
Thank you. Very good question. These centers, C2C centers, are here to support the SDGs and the programs that we do with the UNESCO and UN. Collaboration means a lot between these centers. Today, as we speak, we are collaborating with ERCAI in the International AI Olympiad. 25 countries are participating in that Olympiad. This is a movement to raise awareness and support capability buildings for our young children and gifted students in specific, in order to have among them in the near future, hopefully, Alan Turing Award awardees, or other scientists, top scientists, maybe opening a new company similar to OpenAI and others. So this collaboration will help us evolve with the capacity building and supporting different countries and different societies within our region as well.
And we'll talk about education in just a second, just because that's one of the fundamental principles of this, isn't it? But it's so interesting. We saw that video a little earlier about the AI Olympiad, and this is about preparing a whole generation, a whole workforce for a world of work that they probably won't even recognize.
That's true. I think the movement in Saudi Arabia, what inspired us to also work with ERCAI and the International Olympiad. As His Excellency mentioned earlier, we have more 500,000 students participating in this movement. Now, the Olympiad or the competition is not the goal. The goal is the capability building for these students to spark their interest and passion to work on AI and to be participant in these new technologies, not only a user.
Dr. Amal, let me bring you in at this point, because we talked there about collaboration and why it is so important. It's quite obvious that being able to work across boundaries and across borders is so important here. That is what these second-level centres are doing. Talk to me about what granting that C2C title means for AI movement. What does that allow you to do?
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. The AI movement have been called AI movement exactly because we would like to move together with ethical and responsible AI and to develop tools to solve real problems on the African continent. So our mandate from UNESCO is to enhance AI technology in very specific way. I mean, to develop trustworthy AI on the continent. That was the mandate for which we have been granted Center of Category 2 of UNESCO last year at the same time of your center. And we are happy to work together with the other centers of UNESCO. So our main objective is to go to develop and to enhance the SDGs on the African continent. We have developed many flagships with UNESCO for education, training, research and development. And at each stage we would like to, for example, solve the gender equality equation. We can develop many of these flagships and examples later maybe. But what I would like to say right now is that our role, it is a vital role, because from one hand, we would like to develop capacities on the continent, and also this means for population, for AI adoption at the etatic level, means that we can also help states to adopt AI technology and a recommendation of the UNESCO for readiness assessment management, what we call RAM. Morocco was one of the first 4 countries that adopt this approach. And also, I would like to mention that as member of the COMEST, I have been working on ethics for years within UNESCO, and as you know, UNESCO has proposed the main normative framework for AI ethics, and this is something very interesting to look at very carefully.
Marco, let me bring you in at this stage too, because one of the clear things here is this pace at which change is happening when we talk about AI. And these centers will also play an important role in monitoring and quantifying that though too, and that's really important, isn't it? Just explain why.
Yeah, you see, AI as, well, all 3 centers actually appeared in a time when this big AI transformation happened. I mean, you heard the talks before by Aramco, Alex Mola and others, right? Explaining all this, something which, to be honest, 2 years ago was unimaginable, right? But now if you look, it's not even 2 years, right? From when ChatGPT appeared. So it's like 20 months now, roughly now, right? So within these 20 months, so many things happened, right? So, and what's interesting, most of these things, not just for me, but also for my colleagues, we didn't expect that this will happen in our lifetime, to be honest, right? Now, within these 20 months, things are coming on a weekly or monthly basis, new elements, and of course, each solution which appears on the market, that I'm sure most of you are tracking this, opens new avenues, right? Now, understanding this, right, so that new innovation or new product or new service, either done by big tech or SMEs and so on, needs to be properly understood, or at least understood to good enough so that we can integrate it in our lives. Now, all 3 UNESCO centers, which we are sitting here, right? So we have this at least capacity, understanding on one side, the technical, scientific, and on the other side, we have this societal impact or through either education and science. Right now, measuring this, right? To some degree, in IRCAI, in Slovenia, in Ljubljana, so we are doing this kind of observatory also in collaboration with OECD, which we will hear a little bit later on the panel, in 2 panels after this. And you see, the difference is not just technological. It has also impact on geopolitics, obviously. It has impact on education, market, policies, especially because regulators are totally confused in this world, right? The policy cycle usually would be 1 to 3 years. Right now, here we talk about monthly cycle almost, right? So in that sense, somehow the role of our centers is good, well positioned to understand technology, science, and also deliver these messages to, let's say, policymakers, well, first UNESCO's international one, but also to the national ones.
And Abdulrahman, there is a cultural element here too, as well, isn't there? And talk to me about the significance of centres here, the location geographically at the centre of the Arab world, to make sure that the development of this technology is equitable too, that the Arab world has a voice in this development.
I think the center is an international recognition from UNESCO to the role of Saudi Arabia. The vision that the kingdom started about 4 years ago is implemented. It wasn't just ink on papers. We are today living in an active role for the kingdom in multiple fronts. You have seen multiple announcements so far, and many will come in the next couple of days. And having a center in Riyadh in specific and working with Gulf, Arab countries, and Africa will play a significant role. We already announced in the previous summit, Women Elevate, where we are planning to train 25,000 women in Africa and mainly for AI. 1,000 of them already gone through the training, and we're working on adding more in the next 2 years. So collaboration in these areas, bridging the gap, especially in capability building, and producing and supporting different countries to produce and be an active member in this area. So Saudi is not working only internally for Saudi itself, but also we are expanding to regional and global roles, especially with our partners, centers, and UNESCO.
And each continent will bring its specific challenges. And Amal, I wonder here, when we look at Africa, what the specific challenges are, because I know you are so passionate about the social issues that will emerge from these new technologies, whether that is around gender, inclusion, or social justice. I wonder what you're able to do on those issues at the AI movement, and how we make sure that in this rush to develop new technology, we don't forget about some of those important issues.
Yes, indeed. In Africa, there are many challenges that are quite different from other parts of the world. And the first one we face is the literacy. We have to deal with this. And generative AI in this sense was very helpful and also painful. Helpful because we can generate, we have seen this morning speech to text, text to speech, and we have a lot of applications based on generative AI to help people to read, write, answer without knowing writing or reading even. It was painful in the sense that but I think we have good news this morning with Alam, because not everybody can speak English or Latin languages, and most LLMs were developed for Latin languages, and we are very happy to see that. We have started some work with Darija, which is dialect in Morocco, but we cannot scale to Africa. And one of our first goals was to develop models that can apply to dialects and then give them to populations to fine-tune them to be applied. You know, in some countries in Africa, you can cope with 80 languages, sub-languages. So it's very difficult to meet all the expectation of the population. This is one part of the problems. The other parts can be related to food security, for example, agriculture using AI, and also some other problems related to healthcare, etc. So AI, there is a famous paper in Nature journal in 2020, which demonstrates that 79% of SDGs can be solved by AI. So this is what...
79%.
Wow. Yes, it's huge.
Yeah.
And there is a paper online, you can find it in Nature journal, very serious. And these SDGs can be very helpful for Africa. We have climate change in Africa, which is a very, very strong problem. We have also water problem, stress hydrique. So all this can be enhanced or solved thanks to AI. But as you know, there is other challenges like connectivity in Africa. Not all places are connected.
Yes.
AI needs infrastructure, need connectivity, need a very specific skills. So in this case, what we do is that we develop flagships, as I told you, for women, for elderly people, for young people, for different kinds of categories of population, to provide accurate training for these populations. For example, we have a very nice program called AWITAI, African Women in Tech and AI, that goes from training to the market with women. This year, for example, we received women from 28 countries in Africa. And this program is very important. You can find description on the UNESCO website because it has been seen as a very impactful program because it solves the literacy problem. I mean, literacy from a technical point of view, not also gender equality and also economic inclusion. So we can imagine that with investment, we can scale up these programs. Now we have funding for 350 women, but our target is to have like 35,000 women at the end of the journey.
And that very neatly gets us to a point I want to ask Marco about, because Marco, when we were having discussions, you talk about societal sensors. And I think that's really important. What Dr. Amal was talking about there is about looking at the communities who are impacted by this technology and how this technology can help them. And that's what those sensors would do. And that's the role that these centers will play. Just explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, so you see, if we talk about AI, right? So AI needs data, right? Where we get data? Well, via sensors, right? Now, let's use this metaphor to on the level of society, right? And of course, we don't have good societal sensors except maybe social media, web, and some of these aspects, but there are more to it, right? Especially if we want to go deeper in the society, then something what could be called societal sensors can be provided either through, well, digital media, but also via just people, right, on the ground. And in that sense, my point here was, let's say, centers like ours can censor what's happening in a society with all the sensitivity which needs to be there. Like Africa has different type of sensitivity as compared to, I don't know, Europe or other parts of the world, right? And societal sensor means, okay, we can detect things, phenomena, and so on, and by using technology, we can actually aggregate this to the level so the decision-making can be better. So my point is just, you know, that reality is not disconnected, societal reality is not disconnected from, let's say, decision-making or whatever is happening on a higher levels of society.
And as promised, I want to come on to education for each of you, actually, because it will reshape, AI will reshape how we teach and how we learn. And I wonder whether educational institutions have really embraced that change at the moment. And what is it that these centers are able to do to bridge that divide between, you know, academia, and we have a whole session on this on Thursday, but how academia will embrace this technology and use it in new ways to teach not only a workforce that you discussed with the AI Olympiad, but also a whole new generation of people who will learn in different ways and be taught in different ways, because this democratizes the whole process, doesn't it?
Very good question. I think I'll start from what the centers will do, then I'll go back to Saudi in specific. So the centers will work on the capability buildings and approaching countries, governments, and society, different groups and societies. That will allow us to go into multiple systems and multiple groups, and we'll perceive it as well as an international centers that provide different support to them. Hopefully, the adoption will be higher because it's an international supported program. I will look back into Saudi. Saudi in particular invested a lot in capability building. SDAIA and other programs today are already implemented in schools. I'll give you just a small example. Last year, we had a program. We trained 1,800 teachers on AI in specific program, so they can teach the students, and they teach thousands of students. Now, this program, once we started it in Saudi, for Saudi, and we started getting calls and communication from different countries that we want to participate. How can we participate?
Yep.
That's what the role of the center will be about, to take the learnings that we have in Saudi and other countries as well, and pass it along, that knowledge and that experience to other countries. So they don't need to reinvent the wheel. This program been done in X country and can be done in Y country, and maybe can be to the region, and then you will see it implemented fastly in multiple education society. Now, today in Saudi, not only the Ministry of Education is implementing multiple programs, also private sector are implementing, private schools are implementing AI in their side. Now comes the regulation part. Now comes how are we making sure these programs are ethical? How can we ensure also the transparency of the program, the protection of our children, and so on. Therefore, there will be multiple initiatives that will work between the capability building and adoption in countries and knowledge transfer from a country to another, and also for the policy recommendation from those centers.
Yeah, and Dr. Amal, when you hear something like that, because we know education is a real challenge in some parts of Africa, and what the technology will allow us to do is to roll out the ability for more people to learn in more ways with tailored programs, with country-specific information. Where is Africa on that journey as far as embracing this technology for education and academia?
I think we should go ahead with education because it's the basis of development of any country.
Of course.
And in Morocco, we started with Master Junior for 14 years old kids. So this is to prepare the new generation, because we can find like solutions to elderly people. We can find solutions to women that have never been to school, etc. But we should build on a solid ground, and the ground will be these kids tomorrow. In 4 years, 5 years, they will be at the university, and we should go ahead with this new generation. We use AI to learn AI, in fact, in our center. We use a lot of tools based on AI, and also we, like for example, chatbots that can discuss, that can educate kids. And we are very careful with the questions of privacy, data privacy, and manipulating nudges, etc. But at the same time, we go ahead with AI for education.
And let me bring Marco in at this point, because that's, we do not have universal access to this technology. And therefore, there is a widening gap between the haves and the have-nots when it comes to the power of tools like this. And I wonder how we bridge that divide, Marco.
You see, there are different divides, right? So it's not just divides between, I don't know, rich and poor world, right? I mean, it's divide happened within sciences, There are some areas, communities, or parts of science which are just rejecting this transformational AI which is happening. Then industries, right? You have, even within a rich country, some industries are catching up, some just don't follow properly for several reasons, because of maturity of management or because of lack of knowledge and so on. Now, how to bridge this, right? So just going back to this statement about education, right? So you see, we are in a very unique situation that this AI, which happened in the last 2 years, roughly, it's so simple to use, right? It's so simple to use. This is not an AI which needs to be mystified and so on, right? So in that sense, kids have no problem, right? So if kids have no problem, also the rest of the society shouldn't have a problem. So education, by just explaining that this technology actually helps, it can do harm as well, of course, but it can help in most of the cases, right? And it's inevitable somehow that this will happen within 5 to 10 years. Just going back maybe 30 years ago when web appeared, right? We had the same discussion, Many people rejected web, and then maybe after 10 years, of course, there was no choice, right? here will be pretty much the same.
Our time is nearly up, but a final question, Abdul Rahman. Who will win the AI Olympiad? Which country?
I hope Saudi Arabia.
Of course. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for my panel, for Amal from Morocco and Abdul Rahman. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that fabulous discussion, Ben and panel. Especially compelling to hear about the development of AI in the SDG space and how it's impacting diverse sections of our world, including the underdeveloped spheres. Let's carry on the conversation now, shall we, with Assistant Director General for Social and Human Services, Gabriela Ramos, who joins us virtually. Ms. Ramos. I do believe we might be having some sound issues. Ms. Ramos, can you hear me? It's Anjali Rao.
Yes, because I was mute, my dear.
Well, it's over to you. Nobody wants to hear from me. We only want to hear from you.
No, well, thank you so much. And I want to thank you and to give me this space to address you all in this magnificent GAIN summit, at least virtually. I would have loved to be with you, but at the end, I'm glad that I can at least convey this message to you virtually. And I want to thank the invitation from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this amazing convening power that they are showing here. But also you have heard it from the panel before for the launching of the International Center for Research and Ethics on AI. This is an amazing joint collaboration between the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and UNESCO. We heard from Amal Al-Falah, with whom we also have with the AI Movement Center also that is working for many other issues. But I feel that with this International Research Center, we are addressing one of the most important issues that the AI imposes today, which is how do we understand better how it works? But not only the technologies, how the technologies interact with our societies, how it interacts with our people, and how do we interact with our governments. And therefore, I feel what we're doing with SDAIA, the Saudi Authority for Data and Artificial Intelligence, which is actually one of the leading institutions all around the world with developing the rules, the thinking, the governance metrics to understand how do we shape this technology. Because let's be clear, we know how the exponential capacities of artificial intelligence have advanced, particularly in the launch of generative AI. The kind of functions, the kind of activities or processes that artificial intelligence can perform are just growing exponentially. And therefore, for this revolution that some call AI 4.0, we need capacities 4.0. Yes, in education, yes, in institutions, but more than anything in the government. But because it's the government who can deal with the tools, with the policy tools to ensure that it will deliver. And therefore, the center is going to be helping us a lot to develop the research, and not only for Saudi Arabia, for the region, but for all of the world. We need to join forces together to understand how this works. And that's why I'm so glad also that we have with you there today a group of very engaged member states with the implementation of the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. It has been mentioned, is not only about the only global standard that gathers 194 member states around the world in this commitment to advance artificial intelligence ethically, but we are also doing it with a readiness assessment methodology, knowing we're going to be launching with the center the readiness assessment methodology for Saudi Arabia. But in the public, we are very grateful to have our dear champions of ethics of AI, the Minister of South Africa, Minister the Minister of Gabon, Minister Ndong, but also our colleagues from Senegal, from Germany, Serbia, Cambodia, Bahrain, Oman, Malawi, countries that are really there to learn, but also to share their experiences because they also have very, very interesting programs that they are advancing. I'm not going to be talking about all of the potential positive impact of AI, you know it. The way we can really upscale the capacities of our systems in all the fields of work. I mean, from education to health, to agriculture, to innovation, to productivity, the promises are just immense because it's just adding up to our own capacities, those of these amazing, amazing technologies. But we know also about the challenges, and the challenges are not static. The challenges changed. You remember 1 decade ago, we were talking already about displacement in the labor market. We were worried about the low income earners, those workers at the bottom of the income distribution. With generative AI, now we're very worried about middle to high level managerial skills that might be replaced. Therefore, the whole knowledge net needs also to be updated. And we need to understand better what kind of policies, what kind of investments, what kind of interventions we can do, incentives, to ensure that the transition to adopt these technologies and make it work for us is also accompanied by support to those people and places that will need to change to take advantage of the technologies, but also to advance much better deployment and skills for the matters. That's one question. The other question is we were discussing about data for long. We were really saying, how do we ensure that data is representative? How do we ensure that data is of quality, that women are not underrepresented, that algorithms and data are not biased because they were not considering the language that is so important now that we are also in this region. And now we are talking about synthetic data. We know that because generative AI has its proper functions to learn from their own feedback, they can produce their own data. And now we're looking at the dangers also of synthetic data, of deepfakes, of impersonation that can target particularly women with content that is uploaded without consent. But that can also threaten our democracy. So as you see, we are learning, and then again, it seems that the technologies are advancing fastest. And this is why having a center like the International Center for Research and Ethics in Saudi Arabia for helping us build the knowledge is so important, because we need to be updating it. And it's not a standalone issue. This is part of the whole of the infrastructure that UNESCO has advanced with our member states to implement the recommendation on the ethics of AI. As I mentioned, the recommendation was signed by member states in 2021, aligning the development of these technologies with human rights, with human dignity, with environmental sustainability, with the rule of law, with gender equality, but also ensuring that the development in the whole AI life cycle is transparent, is accountable, is explainable. Many times we hear that the developers cannot explain it, but at the end, we're not going to be chasing the technology. What we are going to be doing is ensuring that there is somebody that is responsible, and that we can also get redressal mechanisms. So this instrument that we are now deploying, and I have to say, Amal say it too, that generative AI was almost a blessing in disguise. And it's true, because you have seen the impressive movement. The GAIN Summit had been there for quite some time, but now we have many other countries that are advancing better understanding of the safety of the technologies. The UK, France will have the summit next year. The G20, the G7, with whom we collaborate closely, with Brazil. We're going to be working with South Africa, with Italy, and Canada, because all of us, we need to get together and not reinvent the wheel, but try to learn from each other and from those that are more advanced. The center is going to be connected also to our observatory on the ethical governance of AI, where we have a network of institutions. My dear invitation to all of you, institutions that want to connect, that want to learn. This observatory is gathering all of the readiness assessment that we are doing with 60 countries all around the world. The knowledge that we got, for example, supporting the African continent in developing the AI strategy with the African Union. We are going to have our global forum on the ethics of AI in Thailand after having had a magnificent edition in Slovenia and also in the Czech Republic. We're going to be in Montevideo next week for the Latin American. So it's really a movement, and therefore a pillar that is being built today and that is launched today, I think is so important that we join forces and that we try to advance this understanding together. I will say that we are also looking into how do we make this not only the issue of those that can produce the technologies, because as we know, technologies are also highly concentrated. The business model is that 2 countries in the world produce 80% of the developments. It's very important that we preserve the linguistic diversity, that we present the cultural traits, because AI is also reproducing identities that are there in the digital world. And therefore, we are really working with also source languages represented, developing data centers for developing countries, computing capacities. And also in October, we're going to have the Women for Ethical AI. So it's really part of a very large, you know that in New York, in 2 weeks' time, we're going to have the Summit of the Future with the Global Digital Compact. And I'm glad to share with you that UNESCO and ITU have been signaled as 2 of the institutions that, because of our expertise and because we work together, coordinating the work of 45 institutions in the UN, have been asked to support the implementation of the Global Digital Compact. And this makes us very happy. So nothing else to add here, but to thank again the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're very excited about the iCare. I have Irakli Kodeli and Li Hui with you, the heads of our work on the ethics of AI. If you need more information, just contact them. They are there enjoying the amazing summit. Thanks again to our dear Dr. Al-Mandi, the Director General of SDAIA, to Dr. Al-Budar-Rahman Habib, and therefore looking forward to the results of the readiness assessment of Saudi Arabia, but also to join forces. We need to join forces and understand.
Thank you so much, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Services, Gabriela Ramos. Fantastic to hear from you. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you. So as we continue exploring the power of AI, one crucial element that's driving its real-world applications is inferencing. And inferencing is where the magic really happens. So now let's delve a bit deeper into the critical role that inferencing data plays in making AI systems truly intelligent and responsive. Please join me in welcoming Tarek Amin, CEO Aramco Digital, and Jonathan Ross, CEO Grok.
Good afternoon, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is with enormous honor and anticipation I stand here in front of you at the intersection of technology, innovation, and future. A future that is being built, accelerated by artificial intelligence. I had the opportunity to move to Saudi Arabia in October of last year. I was living in Tokyo. And what a great thing that is happening in this country. I was gravitated by the Vision 2030 and the opportunity to participate in defining a future and building a new digital startup in Aramco Digital. While we came to the office in one day, we were thinking about how we make a use of AI, how we employ AI in every day what we do. As His Excellency Swah had talked on, of course, there is plenty of hype about AI. We need to focus and concentrate on finding the value of AI. To bring you back in history, if you go back to the 1970s, we invented the terminal command, a command that human beings used to interact with machines. It did the job, it was effective. We did not have to hardwire the computers to accomplish results. In 1990s, the GUI was implemented Today, if you look at your tablets, your computers, yes, icons got better, faster, quicker, but how we now evolve to a new interface, a new user interface. So the language user interface is the exploration of what Aramco Digital has been working on. And allow me today to walk you through some of our innovation on this product category, which we believe is really a monetization opportunity for all of us, and also some of the platforms and hardware that is needed to really run these models. So I like this statement that really Bill Gates has said. AI, of course, has the potential to change the world in ways we can't imagine, and that is absolutely true. And we are still in the early stages discovering how we coexist as humans, as machines, as employees, in an enterprise that leverages AI. Today, if you look at the workplace, this is actually a fact, and it's not a fact just in Saudi Arabia. I've seen this when I lived in Japan, in India, in China, in the United States. We still depend on a lot of manual processes. Our data platform, we talk about AI, but for AI to work, you do need unification of data and data architecture. Workflows are still very lengthy in development. They're not completely customizable. So enterprises do not have a clear answer. How do we realize the promise of AI? So I think if you look at it from what is the total stack that is needed to create an innovative, collaborative ecosystem that will leverage and create new application layers. Number one is we have to really address and look at the infrastructure layer. There is no doubt the Kingdom have built amazing infrastructure. But I also would tell you, we are working on very innovative, and in a moment today, I'll introduce my colleague to talk about what we're doing on the infrastructure layer. An enterprise, a developer, a startup must have access to an elastic enterprise, equivalent to what cloud computing has done for traditional enterprise application. The Kingdom must also have the ability to offer on-demand, in real time, access to this infrastructure. Models, platforms, applications. This is really the totality of the stack that is required and needed to deliver on the promise of AI and to move away from the hype to reality to monetization opportunity. So ChatGPT really invented a new category. When you look at content creation when ChatGPT came in, it is beyond a really monumental revolution in content creation. It drove very intelligent responses. It talked to us in a human language, and that was really impressive. And I looked at this and I said, in the workplace today, how do we really now go from a legacy architecture that is not so intelligent into a new platform that you declare your intent, understand you, it really acts as an assistant, carries actions, and bring intelligence into execution in the enterprise. So what if, with AI, really your intent translates to action? Today, I think you could go to ChatGPT and ask it many questions. But if you look at the workplace today, you should think of the new workplace of tomorrow, not just about really deploying AI in the workplace, but the AI and the human coexistence to really work together to improve productivity and accelerate top-line revenue and the targets for the company. Your feature desktop, what if you don't need icons on your desktop or your tablets? What if this is no longer a necessity for you to carry day-to-day interactivity with any machine that you use today? Your workflows are fully customizable. You talk by voice and it will understand them. And thus, this is really the beginning of what we've been working on. This journey for us started in October last year to create the first operating system driven by generative AI, but it's a lot more than generative AI. NeuroOS is our attempt to really bring monetization and to bring AI from hype to reality, improving productivity, and removing the complete desktop experience that we have been living through 1990. So allow me just to give you an idea. You come into the morning into the office, and you have an intelligent assistant that it's really, you could ask it anything you want and declare anything. So when you build startups, and if you went through this, I went through this 4 times, this is my 4th startup, I will tell you the basics. Assume you want to build an organization today for your startup. You could ask the NeuroOS today a very simple intent. I want to know how I should create an organizational structure for finance. If you ask ChatGPT this today, of course it will respond. It will respond in a textual manner. We took this in Aramco Digital, and we are using this today to help create and craft an organizational structure based on pre-training models. It translates into not just textual format, it creates the organization structure. And if you want, you could also use the same platform to give you job descriptions and such for editing and submitting the workflows for approval. This might sound trivial, but it's really, really important when you think about it from an enterprise point of view. The idea of creating organizations, workflows, structure is very, very important. And this could be your single enterprise user interface. Today, we have all of this meeting broadcasted globally. We all used web collaboration tool. And one of the other things and advantages is this interface is just a single interface. You don't go from application to application to application. One immediate use case that we all use every day, if you want to establish web conferencing and collaboration, you should be able to declare intent. Show me my calendar. Let me know what my schedule is next week. Open up a video call and translate this content into action. So our ability to take all of these and all of this interactivity into a simple web conferencing collaboration done by declaration of an interface, we think this is a really, really game changer to how things are done. And last but not least, how many of you have really faced the complexities of building workflows? We now build workflows by speaking our intent, whether it is dialogue, language, natural language. The ability to build completely customizable workflows is very, very important. So we're really excited about this. But I'll tell you the more exciting thing about this, we also did this, frankly speaking, in a record time. This was built from October last year till now, and this is an innovation that we built in headquarters of Aramco Digital in Dammam. Thank you very much. The other thing I want to just mention to you now, to run NeuroOS, you need infrastructure. You need scalable infrastructure. You need infrastructure you can consume and demand. I had the opportunity, by the way, before introducing the next speaker, to meet a really breakthrough organization that I want you to listen today what we are doing with them. This is really the game changer in Saudi Arabia. You've heard today His Excellency talk about GPUs that's primarily dominating the foundational model training. And in Aramco Digital, we believe what is called inferencing. Inferencing is running models like NeuroOS will be absolutely needed and needed much more in demand than model training. So the next guest that will come here is our partner and colleague. He's the founder and CEO of Grok. Grok is one of the leading companies today that's providing advanced AI chipset for infrastructure. Jonathan, by history, by the way, started his working on this solution back in days with Google. He wanted to fix and help the engineers in search. He created the FPGA. The FPGA evolved to the TPU. I will not speak anymore. I think I want to introduce Jonathan. Jonathan will give you an idea about the collaboration that we're doing. And at the end of the discussion, I want to show you a real-time demo to what is going to happen when we deploy this into the kingdom and the commitment that we're doing together to build the world's largest AI inferencing data center in Saudi Arabia. Jonathan, thank you very much.
Okay, now the video starts. Here we go. He's got to click. He has to click. You have to click. They have to click.
Here's something interesting.
Grok, on en parle un petit peu dans Tech & Co, dans cette émission dédiée à la tech que vous retrouvez tous les soirs.
Grok makes the fastest AI chips out there. They're called LPUs.
Everybody's talking about Grok.
Grok is all the rage now. Brrr, the graph on the top right here, that's Grok.
Grok chip is an ASIC, rival to NVIDIA. Everyone who is trying Grok hardware seeing such an amazing latency.
This is Grok. It's like ChatGPT, but insanely fast.
Good afternoon. I said, good afternoon. Thank you. So we came here as Grok earlier this year and announced with Tarek of Aramco Digital that we were going to deploy an enormous amount of compute here in the kingdom. And the reason that I'm here today is that we're fulfilling that promise. So just last week, we finalized the incorporation of our regional headquarters here in the kingdom. And so not only are we deploying AI in the United States, we're going to be deploying it here. We're going to be deploying it here this year. Thank you. Now, the reason that Grok has become so popular is because we are, by far and away, the fastest. And there's obviously some competition. And about a week ago, one of the other startups in this space that's backed by a neighboring country pulled ahead of us. Well, we wanted to save the announcement for today. Just a couple of minutes ago, we announced on Twitter that we've actually set a brand new speed record, over 544 tokens per second, making Grok the fastest. Thank you. So why does speed matter? Well, let's use an analogy between coal and oil. So coal and oil both produce energy, but you can't run an airplane with coal. There are certain things where you need energy density. And like that, you need compute density or compute speed. So let's do a little bit of history here. So the industrial age was all about energy, about multiplying people's capabilities, giving an advantage. And that relied on coal, natural gas, oil. And then the information age came around. It depends on energy as well, but it's about data. It's about replicating data and distributing it. That's what the internet does. It distributes it to your home, distributes it to your work. Mobile, to your hand. Now, a question I get a lot is AI the next internet? Is another information age technology? And the answer is absolutely not. Because AI is a generative age technology. It's not about copying, it's not about replicating, it's about creating something new, something that has never existed before in the context. And it runs on compute, and compute is measured in tokens. Tokens are roughly a word, so every word that comes out is a token. And just like with oil, tokens can be measured and they can be monetized. We're going to deploy 25 million tokens by the end of Q1 of 2025. That's the equivalent of what Microsoft and OpenAI had at the end of last year. That's hyperscaler scale. And that's about equivalent to 1 barrel every 4 seconds. Now, it's one thing to build capacity, but it's another to have demand. And we have enormous amounts of demand. People love the speed. Earlier this year when we were here, we were about that many developers. In the months that have followed, we have gotten to 444,200 developers. For comparison, NVIDIA has about 2 million. If you click the wrong thing on their website, they count you, so they say 5 million, but it's really 2 million. So what that means is Grok is now the second largest semiconductor company in AI after NVIDIA. And we're coming here. So people or developers, they build applications. They build applications on top of that compute. And what you're about to see here is roughly the first month of applications that have been built on Grok. That was 1 month. Now, there are a lot of AI projects that are, we will build it and they will come. Grok is unique because they've already come and now we just need to build it. So let's talk about ambition. So our goal was to get to 25 million tokens per second. That's about a barrel of oil every 4 seconds. Tarek of Aramco Digital challenged us to think bigger. Could we get to 1 billion tokens per second? We now have a supply chain that is capable of doing this. It would take about a little over 600 megawatts of power to do, and we could serve it from here. And to put that in perspective, that is roughly 7% of the kingdom's revenue when you consider the cost of a token and the cost of oil. That's how big that is. And it's only going to grow from there. Now, we're going to start off by deploying 20% of that initial 25 million tokens here this year. That's already baked, that's already planned, and we'll be able to serve the country. Next, we're going to expand that out to about 25 million tokens, and that's going to be enough to support neighboring continents. It'll allow us to support parts of Europe, parts of Africa, maybe even a little bit of India. But when we get to 1 billion tokens, what that's going to do is it's going to turn the kingdom into a net exporter of compute that will be able to reach about 4 billion people from this country. So now let's talk about what's next. I'd like to invite Tariq back on stage here because we're going to show you a little bit of a demo of what is actually possible with NeuroS.
Okay, Jonathan. So maybe it'll be really helpful, just there's a lot of background that we started. Why Saudi Arabia?
Well, there's plentiful energy reserves. It's in the nexus of about 4 billion people, and there's a great business climate here, but also the vision and ambition. I'm wearing the Vision 2030 pin, and I really think this is the place to serve the compute needs for about half of the planet.
Very good. I thought maybe we do one last thing. Can we show a demo?
Yeah.
Why don't we show a demo and ask the voice assistant and see what excited all of us at Aramco Digital around ultra-low latency response to voice.
All right.
Jonathan, how can I help?
Yes, I'm here with my friend Tariq. Can you let him ask you a couple of questions?
Of course. I'm happy to answer any questions Tariq might have.
Can you tell me more about Vision 2030? What's the ambition? What's the objectives?
Sure thing, Tariq. Vision 2030 is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's ambitious plan to build a progressive future for the country. It's based on 3 main pillars.
Well, that's great, but does AI has anything to do with this?
Society, a thriving. Absolutely, AI has a significant role to play in achieving Vision 2030. With AI acceleration.
Well, very good. Does AI need access to compute and infrastructure?
Can enable more interactive and seamless. Yes, indeed. AI needs powerful computational resources and robust infrastructure to function.
Great, thank you.
So this is Jonathan again. I have a question. What are the strategic advantages of serving the world's AI compute out of the kingdom?
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has several strategic advantages when it comes to serving the world's AI compute needs. 1. Geographic location, the kingdom is strategically located at the crossroads of 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. This position enables it to provide low latency services to a significant portion of the world's population. 2. Abundant energy resources, the kingdom boasts abundant energy resources which can be used to power AI computational needs. This can result in cost-effective and eco-friendly energy solutions for global AI infrastructure. 3. Investment capabilities, the kingdom has substantial investment capabilities.
Okay, those are all great. I'm going to ask you one last thing. Can you compose a poem about Vision 2030 in the style of Robert Frost?
In the land where sun meets the sand, a kingdom's vision takes a stand. 3 pillars strong, for all to see, a vital society, a thriving economy. A vital society, the first to rise with education, health, and joyous skies. A nation strong that cares for all, where families flourish, one and all. The second pillar, an economy.
Amazing.
All right, thank you very much.
Think about what you just saw today. With this level of latency, we're serving this from a data center today located in the west coast of the United States. You could imagine now when this gets served in the data centers within the kingdom by the end of the year. 20 to 40% of Grok global traffic will be rerouted here. This is a really big accomplishment. We are really, really excited about unlocking the value for this. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Indeed, and I think we can all agree how uplifting it is to see those very cool demonstrations and to hear all about the remarkable achievements of our speakers and of all of you in this unprecedented, uncharted space. Well, next we're going to shift our focus to a comprehensive overview of how AI incidents have influenced policy development and what strategic directions that we can anticipate in the future. So let's get into the OECD's framework on guiding the future of AI with Ulrich Vestergaard Knudsen, Deputy Secretary General, OECD.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that I have really been looking forward to coming here to Riyadh today on behalf of the OECD. And now I can say that I was right to look forward. What a scene, what a stage, and not least what content we've had so far this morning. I'd like to thank the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority for organizing and hosting this truly important event. AI now, AI next, AI never, that's the clever theme of this summit. Or in other words, how can we leverage AI today and in the future? How can we do so responsibly to mitigate the negative effects on society? At the OECD, we gather evidence to identify trends, to anticipate future trajectories, and to develop informed policies. We have provided evidence-based policy recommendations to governments around the world for more than 60 years now. And AI is not an exception. Far from it, I would say, on the contrary. Many of you may be familiar with the OECD's foundational AI principles, adopted in 2019, also by the G20 in fact, and revised earlier this year to account for recent developments in this technology, including generative AI that we have heard so much about already today. Or you may have heard of the OECD AI Policy Observatory supporting the implementation of these principles. Launched in 2020, the observatory is a leading hub for data resources on AI trends and developments. It is used by policymakers and AI practitioners in more than 200 countries and territories, including Saudi Arabia, and it has become a global reference for AI governance. Its database of AI policies and initiatives covers now more than 1,000 policies in more than 70 jurisdictions to facilitate cross-country exchange and learning. It lists, for example, 12 policy initiatives that Saudi Arabia has adopted, including, of course, the kingdom's national data and AI strategy. The observatory will soon also include a dashboard to monitor countries' progress in implementing the OECD AI principles. This initiative, the OECD AI Index, is being developed with the support of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation, and you will be meeting their president, Vilas Dar, just in a minute in the panel after my intervention. Now, Middle Eastern countries are increasingly involved in AI development, AI use, AI regulation, and AI investment. To inform policymaking and improve international coordination of efforts, we need to improve our coverage of relevant AI developments in this important region, but data from the region on the observatory is still limited. And as we move into the future, we also need to be able to understand and mitigate the risks from AI. The AI Incidents Monitor on the observatory at the OECD provides valuable insights into just that, the risks and harms of AI systems. It does so by reviewing practically, literally thousands of news articles from around the world in real time to automatically identify those related to AI incidents and hazards. Over time, the aim is for the OECD AI Incidents Monitor to be able to provide a much more detailed picture of risk and harm patterns to help inform country and industry-specific policies. Now, to enhance our ability to do that and to help decision makers understand AI now through real-world data, shaping their policies for AI next and avoiding AI never scenarios, I'm very excited today to announce a new collaboration between the OECD and the Saudi Data and AI Authority. Thank you. This collaboration that we are announcing today has two main objectives. First, to create a dedicated Middle East section in the Observatory policy database to highlight AI initiatives, success stories, and challenges unique to this region. And second, to expand the coverage of the AI Incidents Monitor to Arabic news sources to help track AI incidents and hazards in this region and identify risk patterns to help set policy priorities. This will be, we hope, we think, an all-important step towards making our digital platforms accessible and inclusive of the Arab-speaking world. It dovetails with last year's release of the Arabic version of the OECD Going Digital Toolkit, an interactive platform to track and compare the state of digital development across countries. Through this new collaboration that we are announcing today, we seek to highlight the Middle East's AI initiatives on the global stage and improve our inclusive analysis of AI and policies by incorporating regional insights also from the Middle East. So let me start the end by saying that I am myself, and we are at the OECD, absolutely certain that this exchange of policy and evidence will strengthen global AI governance. It will advance trustworthy development and use of AI. So I will now leave you with our very, very competent panel of distinguished experts. We chose to call it Charting of the AI Landscape, Incidents, Policies, and Future Directions. But before I take more of the job of the moderator, I will just want to thank the organizers, our hosts, once again. What a magnificent conference you have staged here. I really look forward to listening in on the rest of the day's discussion, and of course, not least, to the outcomes of our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Saudi Arabia aligns with the OECD's recognition that artificial intelligence, AI, is becoming an essential component of daily life. Therefore, it is crucial to closely monitor advancements in AI worldwide. The OECD AI Policy Observatory is a global platform designed to help countries manage the risks and maximize the benefits of AI. Saudi Arabia is collaborating with the OECD to enhance the monitoring of AI policies in Middle Eastern countries and improve the tracking of AI incidents in Arabic. The collaboration will aim to systematically gather and display AI policy data across Middle Eastern countries, establishing a dedicated Middle Eastern hub on the OECD AI platform, in collaboration with the Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, to enhance the monitoring of AI incidents in Middle Eastern countries, by enabling the OECD AI Incidents Monitor to track cases in Arabic, while fostering collaboration with local entities to ensure more thorough reporting. To enrich the OECD AI's comprehensive resources, which include a database of over 1,000 AI policies from 70 countries, an AI incidents monitor providing insights into AI risks, and a catalogue of tools for trustworthy AI. By supporting the collection of AI metrics on a global scale, Saudi Arabia and OECD are helping to ensure that countries can collectively address the opportunities and challenges posed by AI at the GAIN Summit, AI for the Good of Humanity.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jumana Bersecci from Bloomberg TV. I'm really delighted to be here today. And also, the panel that we're going to be discussing now is based on what we just heard from the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. We're going to talk about some of the findings of the AI incidents report and how it can help inform better decision-making for policymakers. And we're also going to talk about that special partnership that OECD just announced right now with SDAIA. So without further ado, let me just introduce our panelists. Very happy to say that right at the end over here, we have Vilas Dar, president of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation and member of the UN High-Level Advisory Body. To his left, we have Mr. Abdallah Al-Khudairi, the Chief Strategy Officer of SDAIA, and looking forward to your perspectives on the tie-up. To my left, we have Marko Grabelnik, AI Researcher and Digital Champion, who is also co-leading the Artificial Intelligence Lab at the Joseph Stefan Institute. We have Aaron Maniam, Fellow of Practice and Director, Digital Transformation Education at the University of Oxford, previously a policymaker in the Singaporean government, and that's crucial because I'm going to ask him about that. And then finally, we have Karine Percé, the acting head of the AI and Emerging Digital Technologies Division at the OECD. So let's go ladies first, everybody. Karine, I'm going to start with you. People always say that AI models are only so good as the data that you have and that you're observing. And of course, OECD are sitting on a massive database. How can the OECD and the OECD's database, the knowledge that it's sitting on, help inform some of these AI models?
Thank you, Germana. Well, in a nutshell, I'd say that we are using just a part of our data for the time being, but we're increasing the use of that data. And not just our data, which tends to largely come from governments, but we're also leveraging live data as it happens, and so that we can track trends in real time. And to a large part of our work is about processing that data, as you said, but also in order to create forecasts about the future, analyze what's happening, and start building consensus around what, to allow us to focus on some of the solution spaces to some of the issues we see, or to leverage some of the opportunities we see. So in terms of incidents, that's one of the areas we're tracking as well. That is really important to allow us to see where risks that we thought would happen are actually materializing into incidents or hazards, and where they're not. So basically data, forecast analysis, and helping to build consensus would be the key agenda of the OECD moving forward.
Yeah, and how does AI governance come into that?
And in terms of AI governance, there's a lot of, what's very important is keeping track of what's happening globally and to help build consensus. And a lot of that goes through best practice exchange between countries. So we're tracking, as our Deputy Secretary General said previously, we're tracking currently 70 countries, but soon 90 countries. So and we're tracking them in real time, including Saudi's policies, that are where we're tracking 20 of Saudi's policies, and that allows us to compare the strategies and their impacts over time to see which are working and which are not, to enable dialogue between countries, and again, exchanging best practices. So we report on implementation every 2 years, sort of like an evaluation type of a tool. Beyond this policy information, which is more qualitative, we also track trends, quantitative data. So we're tracking trends on live data, on everything from news, live news as it happens, to scientific research, to investments, to jobs, to skills, to software development, search, education, and much more. So in terms of the incidents monitor, I think that, again, we want to provide real-time evidence and inform policymakers on the types of systems, the types of risks, the types of sectors, the types of systems that are causing potential and actual harms and those that aren't, so that they can differentiate those.
Marco, I guess that leads nicely to you because I know you were co-chair of the expert group that led the work on this AI incidents report. Maybe if you could just give us some of the main takeaways and then also what you saw about potential societal impacts, future AI risks, potentially even harms that have come out of this report as well.
Yeah, so AI incidents, right? As Karine said, so we are tracking them. Now, what does this mean? So, of course, we cannot see all the incidents which happen in this world, right? So we just see the tip of the iceberg, which comes into generally global mainstream media. We don't see what's happening within enterprises. We don't see maybe some kind of hidden or even less relevant incidents, but we see still enough of them, right? Now, as I said, so currently we have this social censor, right, which is global mainstream news, right, out of which we roughly extract maybe 15,000 AI-related news per day, right? And we drill down to few hundred kind of incidents and harms type of news stories, which we kind of compress in few tens of incidents. So this is roughly how it goes, right? And now what's interesting to say is until ChatGPT moment, right? So roughly 20 months ago, there was some kind of few incidents per day, reports and so on. But after ChatGPT, this number really went up, right? Seriously went up in terms of hazards and incidents themselves. And this was informing not just policymakers, but also the rest of the audience, also technical, scientific, and so on, what's actually that there are some dangers, right, out there. What's interesting to say, number of, for instance, fatalities, number of dead people due to AI didn't increase because of ChatGPT or these recent technologies. So robots, autonomous cars, and so on. So this stayed the same, right? So this is a good message, actually. But the number of these kind of, let's say, soft incidents where people get insulted or racial or whatever other types of softer type of incidents, this went enormously up and it's still going up, right? And so now this is, of course, informing policymakers. You see, policies are always made top down, right? So it's a kind of perception of policymakers, often lawyers and so on, well, how the world should look like. But now, on the other end, we show the world how it actually is, right? And since AI is evolving very fast, right, so this incident monitor is kind of influencing the, well, rationale and thinking how to shape the, well, regulation. This could mean either in Europe or elsewhere, right?
Yeah. I guess if you have a better understanding of risks, then you'll also be in a better position to learn how to deal with them. Aaron, that leads me nicely to you. Wearing your academic hat, of course, but then prior policymaker hat. Talk us through the importance of foresight for artificial intelligence.
Yeah, no, it's a really important question, Jumana. And first of all, I wanted to start by thanking our very generous hosts for having all of us here at this wonderful event. If you look at the incident report that Marco just mentioned, a lot of it employs foresight techniques in the sense that it asks what potential stories are out there about the future of AI that we may not have considered now, that we need to consider, that we may not have included enough in the assumptions and the worldviews that we have, right, about what those futures might be. And I always think of foresight as not being about predicting the future, but about using these stories as ways of highlighting where our current beliefs need to be updated and actually refined so that we actually have a better understanding about the world. And I think of good foresight as, like any good battery, right? It has to have a AAA rating. So the 3 A's of good foresight are that it allows us to think ahead, it allows us to think across the systems that we're in, and it allows us to think again, to actually re-examine some of the big assumptions that we might have made. And in terms of thinking ahead, I think where you see this playing out in the world of AI is that it allows us to really ask ourselves, what is out there that we are not considering today, which might become really important in the fullness of time. Right? What are the second and third order effects that we don't actually see right now? And I think if you look at examples like safety or how social preferences might actually evolve, which are actually two of the big risks that are identified in the incident report, you start to see that those are actually examples where the scenarios of the future allowed us to think ahead in a much richer way, to fully examine what the full ramifications might be in terms of AI's evolution. Thinking across is just as important. That's the second A. And this is really where we start to see that some of the really interesting effects of AI come not when we look at specific narrow vertical silos, but how those silos interact with each other. And we see that as examples when we think of things like cybersecurity, for example, or in child safety, where it's the technical aspects interacting with social aspects and social preferences and the lapses that we allow ourselves to go through when we don't take enough security precautions in these issues. When we look at issues like surveillance, right? AI enabling surveillance, but surveillance also enabling AI through greater access to data, then what we also see is the kinds of interstitial and interconnecting effects that would not have been obvious if we just considered the individual silos. And again, the stories of strategic foresight allow us to look at how those interconnections play out. And then finally, on thinking again, right, the third A of good foresight, I think what we look at is here, we can ask ourselves whether our assumptions about technology are actually going to play out or not. One of the big examples of that is whether technology is going to truly transform things or whether it's actually going to end up entrenching and solidifying existing challenges and problems. And I think this applies very much in AI. AI can actually entrench rather than transform inequalities between citizen groups. It can also entrench rather than transform the power concentration that we see in large AI firms and having them add to the panoply of groups that make up the group called big tech. And in all of these, I think we see that when we think again, we can ask ourselves whether AI truly is transformative. And if it isn't, then how do we deal with the fact that it might actually deepen and intensify some of these existing inequalities? Amidst all of these, of course, what underpins each of the three A's, right? Thinking ahead, thinking across, and thinking again, is that we need citizens and government officials to be much more literate about how they approach AI. They need the skills, the expertise to do this. And unfortunately, in many instances, they don't. So efforts like the GAIN Summit are a wonderful way to start building those literacies and capabilities and in a way that hopefully allows not just Saudi Arabia, but the rest of the global community to build up those expertise and areas of knowledge.
Well, I have a credit background, so I've always thought AAA was something else, but I'm going to park that in the context of artificial intelligence. Abdallah, I would love to ask you about the partnership that OECD just announced with SDAIA. How is it going to contribute to AI governance in the region?
Thank you, Jumana. Allow me first to welcome you and welcome everyone to the Global AI Summit, and I hope everyone has a great time with us here in Riyadh. To your question, I would like to reflect on the keynote delivered by Mr. Ulrich. We are equally proud and thrilled about the partnership with the OECD, an organization that has been a true leader in promoting trustworthy AI policies and initiatives. And in fact, this partnership is a testament and also signifies the role of the Kingdom as a regional AI leader, as well as an active member and contributor to the international AI governance community. Today, the Kingdom is, the role of the Kingdom is actually very well represented on the OECD AI observatory itself. Today, the Kingdom is ranked among the top countries globally in terms of AI policy, with more than 20 AI policies developed and shared with the rest of the world. And through this collaboration with the OECD, we aim to promote the development and sharing of trustworthy AI policies in the region. And we also aim to join forces with the OECD to advance and advocate for evidence-based AI policymaking and regulation through the AI incidents monitor by leveraging real-life AI risks and hazards rather than theoretical debates and dialogues. And to deliver on this mandate, The kingdom is already playing this role with many organizations. This year only, we held an assembly convening more than 50 Islamic countries discussing international AI governance. We've also held several ethical AI workshops with more than 20 Arab states. So I believe the kingdom is well positioned to deliver on the spirit of the partnership, and we plan on conducting more of these engaging events with the region, but now in partnership with the OECD.
Let me ask you, how important is it that these guidelines for governance of AI are international in nature? Why is it essential that there is international collaboration and that you have organizations like the OECD looking to help countries come up with their own guidelines?
Thanks for the question, Jumana, and thank you all for this incredibly warm welcome. You ask a critical question. Why is it important that it's international? But let me start instead from a different place. We often talk about the abstractions, it feels like, of AI risks. They can become fears, they can become scares, they can become stories that we tell ourselves. I think of AI risks in the context of our lived experience, of what happens when a system that I'm supposed to interact with doesn't behave the way that it does. I think of the same experience for a person here in the kingdom, for somebody in Southeast Asia, for somebody in Africa, for somebody in Europe. And I recognize that the future we're building of AI is one that's universal to all of humanity. That there is no difference in the experience that I might have with a poorly forming AI system than somebody who lives quite far away. If we acknowledge the universality of the human participation defining this AI future, then it strikes me that logically there's no answer other than to think of AI governance as a shared endeavor, as something that we have to do together rather than apart. The conversation about AI governance isn't a conversation really about one form of policy. It's not about how we govern a technology. It's about how we engineer a digital future that works for all of us. If we take that as our starting point, then we come to a place in the conversation that's quite productive. The work of institutions like the OECD, I think, is critical. It takes narratives and stories, it puts evidence and data around them. It lets us use it as an input into the kind of policy making that lets us think about the human experience at scale. I join you having just wrapped with the high-level advisory body at the United Nations. There we've seen participants from across the planet, experts in AI and policy, in the social humanities coming together to ask foundational questions about what it means to do this, not merely because we have to respond to the moment, but because we have to design for the future. And it strikes me that if we don't incorporate international voices, community voices, participatory voices, we take a conversation and make it only about policy instead of about participation.
Yeah, so let me just bring it back to Karim then. How can you ensure, or how does the OECD help ensure that the adoption of artificial intelligence is ethical?
I think the part of the response is that the OECD was the first, the OECD and its member countries adopted the first intergovernmental consensus agreement on what is trustworthy artificial intelligence and what are the steps that companies and all stakeholders, as well as policymakers, must take to ensure trustworthy AI. So that's kind of the core sort of tenets of what is trustworthy AI. And since then, we've been working on the implementation mechanisms for trustworthy AI, along with, of course, OECD member countries, but along with African Union, the United Nations. We will be announcing a partnership with the United Nations, with UNESCO, with the Council of Europe, with European Union, with many others. And so it's not, and of course, the Middle Eastern region, as we've just announced today. So, and soon Latin America as well. So I think everybody has a part to play in different complementary assets and things that they can bring to help ensure that beneficial those beneficial outcomes for all.
Yeah. Marco, earlier on in the session today, closer to the opening ceremony, His Excellency announced the launch of an Arabic LLM called Al-Alam, which is knowledge. Translated into English, it's a nice name. And I just wonder, from the perspective of achieving the best possible data, how important is it that the monitor also expands into other languages beyond English, the Arabic language, to inform some of the decisions that come out of the model here in this region?
Sure. So before I mentioned the word is social sensor, right? So, I mean, social means you go into the society itself, right? So now, if you want to censor society or understand what's happening, you need to understand the language. So years ago, 2-3 years ago, it was possible, but was uneasy, right? Now, with this new technology, including Saudi Arabic LLM, which would be, I would expect, fairly accurate for this type of languages, but also these generic ones, we can go much, much deeper, right? Much, much deeper, so we can extract fine-grained, maybe emotional, maybe factual, maybe kind of shallow reasoning-based type of facts, which actually makes the world understandable way more. So that in that way, these cross or multilingual technologies kind of unify the observation of the world in a way, right? So this is, from very technical perspective, something which, we didn't expect it will happen so fast.
Yeah. Well, there was another session earlier about AGI as well, and I'm not going to pretend I understood 100% of it, because some of these words go way above my head, and I don't think I'm the only one in the audience that has the same view. Aaron, let me put the next question to you. Are there special skills that are required for the average everyday person to be able to take this AI, take the data, and actually apply it in a way that's inclusive? Is there anything that we need to be doing, us, the normal people, the laymen who aren't experts in this field?
I love that you asked me this question now, Jumana, because I think it's very possible for discussions about AI to end up being really quite abstract and taking place at this very rarefied kind of realm. But really, it's going to affect all of us, right? And I think the big questions are, I don't think we all need to be coders. I don't think we all need to necessarily understand all the technical details that are at work here. Just as we don't all understand how our car engines work or how the engines on airplanes work, but we take flights, right? We drive in them. But I think we do need to have some basic understanding of what it means for AI to produce results for us, right? To know that this may not be exactly the same, spontaneous, biological, diffusive process that is human thinking, but it is a process of Bayesian sentence completion, based on the probabilities of what's out there in the large data sets that, something like ChatGPT, for instance, ends up canvassing. That, I think, we need to understand, because it allows us to ask better questions to the AI, right? It allows us to design better prompts. So if we had to pick one skill, I would say we need to get better at prompt engineering. And I'll tell you a very quick story on this. I teach a class at Oxford on using Gen AI as a policy tool. And the thing that we do there is we essentially try and refine our prompt engineering skills. And one thing we realize is the prompts that we give to, whether it's ChatGPT or Perplexity or any other AI out there, the AIs are really good at different stages of policy making. They are really good at research. They're pretty good at ideation and coming up with proposals to handle problems. They're really bad at coming up with evaluations of those ideas because they don't cite data, they don't cite examples. And when you ask them to, they kind of give you these even-handed, on the one hand, but the other hand kind of replies. But they're also really good at writing. They're good at producing papers if you give them the right structure and the right raw material to work with. And they're really good at doing communications work, right? Coming up with press releases, especially in the voice of whoever you want them to imitate the voice of. If you fed them enough data of speeches or other social media products that that particular individual has done. So if we learn to use AI in those sorts of ways, right, recognizing where it's weak on the data and evidence, but much better at the ideation and the research as well as communications, then I think we're going to really revolutionize how we work and allow ourselves more space to do the harder thinking that human minds are meant to do.
Well, the takeaway's got to work on our prompts then, and our questions. I got to work on my questions as a journalist, Mr. Abdullah. Let me just ask you, how are you thinking about the role that SDAIA is going to play for the adoption of AI within the kingdom?
Yes, thank you, Jumana. So in addition to our role in advancing the international dialogue on governance, domestically and as a country that aspires to become among the AI leaders, we have adopted a phased approach where we focus primarily on guiding the developers and the users of the technology, while incentivizing innovation and market growth. And that happens in parallel with monitoring AI risks to make sure that we intervene when suitable. And this approach is focused around four main areas. So first area is on technology development. So we have developed two comprehensive guidelines on generative AI. One guide is targeting the public sector, which happens to be quite a digitally advanced sector globally. The second guide was targeting the general public. And public is a very important segment for us, given that Saudi is ranked second globally on AI public awareness, hence the importance of the general public. Second area is on AI safety and trust, and we are happy and proud to be among the first few countries who have developed national AI ethics principles that was unveiled in the last Global AI Summit 2 years ago. And we did not stop there. We rolled out a national program to promote the adoption of these principles by Saudi tech and AI companies. And in this summit, we will hold a ceremony celebrating around 20 early adopters of these principles in the summit. The third area is on capabilities, and I think the talent shortage is known to everyone. It's a global challenge. We have developed two frameworks. One is to set the standard for academic programs. So one is targeting undergrad and postgrad AI education. The other framework is on professional development of data and AI. And last but not least is on adoption. And we have developed an AI adoption framework that we will gladly also announce and unveil in this summit, with also a focus on the public sector. Today, the government sector in Saudi is ranked among the top 20 globally in terms of AI readiness. So we want to keep maximizing that potential to enhance our services for the benefit of our people.
Well, the last word is with you. We've talked a lot about public sector's role, public sector's engagement, but then how important is it that the private sector also participates in some of these efforts to ensure an inclusive and an ethical rollout of artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it's a critical question. I will share with you the first order response, which is, of course, we need the private sector, both as centers of technical expertise, but also as the ones who are most sensing where the future emergent possibilities of AI might be. But let's not leave out, Jumana, that last sort of category. What is our sense of public participation in these questions? I see a lot of young people here in the audience today. It's easy to think of international governance as something that happens in closed rooms far away from where communities live. But that reality will not work in the 21st century. So whether it's public institutions or private companies, but really at its core, communities who are sharing with one voice the need for a future that's shaped by our interests, this is the space where we now have the ability to innovate, to move it out of research and development agendas or government policy and turn it into a shared conversation about our future.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful way to end it. Panelists, thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, fellow AI enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today in this distinguished gathering among visionaries, thought leaders, and change makers. Given the exponential rise of AI, the discussions gain is facilitating are more important than ever. And today, it is my distinct pleasure to speak on a topic that holds the potential to shape the future of our societies, economies, and indeed, our very humanity. And how exact is AI taking shape? For me, it is learning about individual people like Amy Jeffries, a small business owner who uses AI to digest industry-specific knowledge quickly and communicate complex designs clearly. She has been able to reach a wider market more easily and gain a competitive advantage. In her words, adopt AI or risk being obsolete. She's not wrong. We are experiencing a pivotal moment in history where the rapid advancement of AI is redefining what is possible. The numbers are staggering. AI is projected to add up to $15 trillion to the global economy in 2030, more than the current outcome of China and India combined. Yet, as we stand on the cusp of this remarkable revolution, we must remain and remind ourselves that AI benefits all humanity equitably, not just privileged few. The world we live in is marked by stark disparities. While some nations are forging ahead with AI research and implementation, reaping the benefits of automation, data-driven decision-making, and enhanced productivity, others are being left behind. Their populations unrepresented in AI training. This includes the 2.6 billion people who remain unconnected. A new divide emerges. Many nations lack the capacity to harness the full potential of AI to compete on a global scale. One ChatGPT query uses 10 times as much electricity and energy that typically a Google search uses. While generating an AI image can use as much power as charging your smartphone. These electricity demands are already staining the aging power grids of developed countries. And the situation is even more daring in developing nations, where access to reliable electricity is already a significant challenge. This uneven digital landscape threatens to create an AI divide, further magnified by the existing digital divide, leading to a new form of exclusion. We need deliberate and cooperative actions to ensure AI bridges these divides rather than deepening them. Again, this is not an issue we can tackle alone, as the digital world knows no borders and barriers. The complexity of AI and its global impact require collaboration, requires cooperation approach, one that brings together stakeholders from governments, private sector, academia, civil society, and especially the youth. This is where digital cooperation plays a crucial role. By fostering collaboration across borders and sectors, we can create strategic initiatives, harmonized policies, and governance frameworks that are truly inclusive and equitable. This is where the Digital Cooperation Organization comes in. Excellencies, distinguished guests, 2 years ago, on this same stage, foreseeing the need for greater multilateral organizations and multi-stakeholder cooperation for inclusive and human-centric AI development, the DCO announced the Riyadh AI Call for Action Declaration. endorsed by our member states because we knew that we need consensus before collaboration. Today, it is my distinct honor to announce the launch of the Generative AI Center of Excellence, a groundbreaking initiative spearheaded by the Digital Cooperation Organization and championed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This will provide shared access to state-of-the-art AI capabilities, transforming our member states from consumers of AI technologies into active producers. We're seizing our own destiny by positioning ourselves as global leaders in Gen AI innovation. The Gen AI Center of Excellence will bridge the existing disparities in AI development, positioning our member states at the forefront of the global AI revolution and paving the way for sustained economic growth, social progress, and inclusivity. The future is here, and we are ready to embrace it. The Gen AI Center of Excellence is one among various impact-driven DCO initiatives focused on making our member states AI ready. We have taken 2 steps ahead since the Riyadh call for action in 2022, working diligently to introduce robust governance frameworks and advance ethical standards in AI. Over the past 2 years, these governance frameworks and standards have been developed through our Digital Space Accelerators, a comprehensive initiative that has brought together experts from all over the world to shape the future of AI governance. And I stand here behind you, in front of you today, inviting you all to participate on the borders of the global conversation on AI ethics. Join us and get involved with the Center of Excellence. Together, we can harness the power of digital cooperation to create a world where AI is not only a driver of innovation and growth, but also a force for good. One that promotes equality, justice, and human dignity for all. Let us all remember that the true measure of our success will not be found in the sophistication of our technologies, but in the inclusivity of the benefits they bring. By working together, we can ensure that AI is a tool that uplifts rather than divides, a tool that builds bridges rather than walls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Please, a round of applause for the one and only Dima El-Ahya, who, my very long-term and dear friend, thank you again.
Thank you
know
much.
what you did, this is an amazing achievement. I
appreciate
remember the first time we met, you started from scratch, my dear Dima, from scratch. And mashallah, what you did with this DCO now, having almost what, 900 million, a billion
800 million in population.
Mabruk, mabruk.
And that's why
Mabruk.
your support.
No,
thank you, Richard. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for
Thank
Dima.
you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Richard Attias. I am the CEO of the SDAIA Institute. And I'm extremely pleased to be with you today here with my very dear friend, Marcello Clore.
How was that?
I don't know how to introduce Marcello because you are not just a great entrepreneur.
They didn't even introduce me.
You are an investor
They didn't introduce me.
in multiple sectors. My team has prepared, our team prepared some questions, but frankly speaking, let's keep the question on the side. We need to wake up the room because it is the time of the nap here after lunch. So let's create something dynamic, Marcello. Marcello is from Bolivia, so Latin American people, they have usually warm, hot blood, so I'm sure you will bring some energy in the room here. So Marcello, you are in so many sectors. You are in healthcare, you are in telecom, you are in sports, in football in particular. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. You are in real estate, you are in hospitality, and you are also in AI. And we'll discover your journey about AI. But when was the precise time, the precise day, the precise moment when you realized that AI is important, that AI could change your life, that AI is a sector where you should invest. And because so many people are talking about AI, and to confess, thanks to events like this one, and congratulations, SDAIA, really, it's an amazing opportunity for people to really understand what AI is about. Because so many people are talking about AI and have no clue what AI is about. So tell me, when was the time, what was the click for you to invest and to realize, as, by the way, you became even the chairman of the Harvard AI lab. So tell me more about this moment when AI became important in your life.
So AI became important in my life. First, thanks for having me, Richard. It's a pleasure to be here. But it was a moment that you're not going to believe. And that was, I was bored, and I was looking at my mobile phone, and I was playing with TikTok. And I came to realization that the machine was so intelligent that the video that I saw, the next one was better and better and better. And then I started researching, and that there's no human sending that video. If you look at a company like TikTok or ByteDance, I think they have close to 1 trillion videos, but the video that they will serve to you, the next video, is better than the previous one, and it keeps you, in the average in the US, there's people watching TikTok over 90 minutes a day, which is a dream to every advertiser. And then I started doing some research and figure out that TikTok is a company made mainly of engineers, and probably at that point in time was the most advanced AI company in the world. And then you started looking at other industries, and you figure out, who are going to be the big disruptors to every industry, right? And you started seeing companies like Uber that learned how to use data to disrupt transportation. You started looking at companies like TikTok that basically disrupt pretty much the way we get entertained every single day. And then I became a big believer that AI will be the biggest disruptor of our age, or biggest disruptor of mankind, and that every single industry will be disrupted. So I figured, why not start learning? And that's when I joined Harvard, and then I became the chairman of the Harvard lab. And through learning is how can just make sure that we see what are the potential opportunities to invest in every single industry.
You just made my day, Marcello, because I have to confess something to you. I am not a social media guy at all. I am paranoid with fake news, but the only thing I watch, I have to confess, is TikTok. So my kid, my family is making fun of me because I always am TikTok. So maybe I will find my next big idea on TikTok. But let's go back to
my family makes fun of me because we watch TV. And my kids look at me and they say, I cannot believe that you are trusting somebody to basically tell you what to watch, when to watch, and what content. The new young generation, through the use of AI and others, basically they're smarter than us. They choose when they want to consume media, at what time, what topics, and which way. Something that you and I grew up watching TV and trusting somebody to deliver the right set of news. And that's what is very different.
Marcello, you were the CEO of SoftBank, this gigantic multi-billion-dollar company, and you are I think, the first and the major private shareholder of T-Mobile, and you were also running Sprint. In this telecom sector, how AI was able or helped you to increase productivity and profitability?
So I started my launch of AI many years back when I was the CEO of Sprint. And for those of you who understood the turnaround of Sprint was a company that was losing $5 billion every year for the last 8 years.
5 billion?
5 billion, and was almost bankrupt. So we needed to find something that would completely change the game. And that's, about 5 years ago, this is when we figured out that our largest cost was customer care. We had tens of thousands of people picking up the phone. And one day I visited a call center, and I felt so bad for the poor customer service reps. They had 7 systems. They had to try to guess what was the problem with customers, how do you solve the problem. And then that's when we met our first AI company, a company called Pega, that basically had the ability to read data and understand why customers were calling, and they used to recommend to the customer care agent what the answer would be. And it completely changed the game. I mean, we reduced our customer care, grew, if I'm not mistaken, by $2 or $3 billion, not by replacing humans, but by enabling humans with the right answer in a much more efficient way. Now, fast forward to T-Mobile. Sprint became T-Mobile, and now we're the world's most valuable telecommunications company with a market cap of, if I'm not mistaken, about $230, $240 billion. And that's a great example of a company that is starting, one of the most powerful AI transformations ever started. And if we go back then, we used to put in the screen of the customer, of the customer care, what they should tell a customer. Now it's different. Now basically most of customer care of telcos like T-Mobile or others, it is going to be a personal assistant that is fully powered by AI, that is always in a good mood, that will always answer your questions, and that really understands your problem, put some context and answer the questions, and that will be one big piece of the transformation.
Concretely, what AI did, because let's be concrete, some facts, some data, because AI, it's a big environment, it's an ecosystem, it's like a new world. So concretely, when you come to a company losing $5 billion every year, how do you start? Say, okay, I will use AI, but how, practically, how you did it?
By putting something called next best action, and that is, it is AI informing the customer care what to answer. So you went for calls that used to take 25 minutes to calls that now take 2 minutes. That's a huge efficiency. It's about utilizing AI to predict and simulate what is going to be the usage and where do we deploy network capacity and so on. And that is the same thing that we're doing at T-Mobile today. I'm very lucky to be the largest independent shareholder of T-Mobile and a very active board member who works with the transformation team. And when you look at what AI has the capability to do, has the capability to make customer service more efficient, has the capability, for example, in the marketing world, I'm going to tell you something that might scare you. Where marketing is going next is we're going to create a digital Richard, a digital twin of you. Because we have so much information today, information that is proprietary information that's available on the web and all that. And imagine, I don't know, if you ever look at your email, you get hundreds of advertising that you hit delete, 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 because they absolutely make no sense for you. But imagine if we have a digital twin that we know the way you think, and we start testing advertising in your digital twin, and based on how the digital twin respond, then if you're positive, if your digital twin likes something, then the next advertising we're going to send to you is going to be one that we know that the real Richard wants, and then the productivity of our advertising will go through the roof. And by the way, this is not science fiction. This is the future of marketing that is happening today. Today, the world's most advanced marketeers, the great companies, are already starting to use digital twins in order to simulate your behavior, and that way stop wasting 99% of marketing money in a way that's a waste. And those things are happening today.
Let's switch from telecom to another sector where you are. You are also an investor and the co-CEO of this giant Chinese company which was born just a few years ago, Shein, which is the online retail clothing. And when we were talking about this amazing success of Shein, which is, by the way, quite successful in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, told me one of your top markets, Brazil, how AI was helping to build this amazing success model of Shein?
Yeah. First is, Shein is not a Chinese company. Oh. It is a Singaporean company that utilizes Chinese manufacturing or Chinese supply chain. So
it was born in Singapore.
It was born in China, that in order to become a global company, relocated to Singapore today. Shein serves today 170 countries, many hundreds of millions of consumers, and it's basically...
What is the total revenue of Shein? Is it
Shein,
public?
No, it's not public, but it's you can speculate based on the growth of Shein. Shein today is the largest online retailer in the world, and it's probably one of the fastest retail companies in the world, fastest growing companies in the world. And what Shein did is basically, I would say, the same thing that TikTok did to the advertising world or to the entertainment world. Shein did that to the fashion world. And the way we do it using technology. In the old retail world, you used to have a buyer who used to try to guess ahead of time what customers wanted, and used to place an order for retail maybe a year in advance or 6 months in advance. And then people like Zara or H&M grab that model and they say, we're going to make it much better. We're going to call it fast retail. And there were incredible use cases. And then what Shein did is I call it new retail or new fashion. And what we do is we only manufacture what customers want. And we have an ability to design, manufacture, and ship product in less than 1 week, while somebody else takes 90 days or 6 months and all that. And you can only do this if you use technology. We make between 10 to 20,000 new products every single day, and we do it by understanding what customers want. So basically think of a model that rather than us guessing what customers want, we basically base on what the trends are. We have thousands of factories that are outsourced to third parties, and we manufacture very small batches of product. Now we have a catalog of 1.5 million products, and then the magic happens where we cannot show you 1.5 million products. We will totally confuse you. We have the ability, utilizing technology, utilizing AI, to basically show you the products that we believe you have a higher likelihood. We call that micro-personalization, which again, it is the future of retailing, utilizing technology, right? The ability to micro-personalize something that works, and that's going to work in medicine, that's going to work in pretty much everything going forward.
Let's switch from fashion and retail to another sector, which we love here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is football. You are the founder of the Inter Miami football team with David Beckham, and you are the happy owner of a team in Spain, Girona.
Yes.
Which you bought when it was, I think, in the
second division.
Second division. What did you make with AI to make Girona becoming one of the top teams in Spain, almost beating Real Madrid and being now in the Champions League? I think you are playing against PSG in a few days in Paris.
Yes.
And when I ask you, how did you achieve this miracle that in few months a second league team became almost the winner of the Spanish league? And you told me, thanks to AI. Can you share with us what you did?
I said technology. So Spain has a very interesting rule that is called financial fair play. And financial fair play means you're only allowed to spend what you bring in. And they do that in order to prevent bankruptcies of teams and to create teams to be solid. Well, when we were Girona, we're a second division team, and we applied traditional means and we made it to first division. But the first realization was, because we're in a small town called Girona, our stadium only holds 10,000 people, our revenue, plus minus, allows us to spend $50 million or 50 million euros. And then I look at what Real Madrid and Barcelona spend, they spend 800 million. So the logic is, if you're going to do the same thing that Real Madrid or Barcelona would do, and we spend 50 and they spend 800, that means we are going to be 8% what their capability is, which means we're going to lose every single game. So through my partnership with City Football Group, which I would say is the most advanced technology ecosystem in the world of football and the world of sports, you know, they maintain a database of pretty much every single player in the world, what their statistics are, where they play, and they have built a simulation model. And the simulation model allows you to see what happens if you put this player in this specific situation. And then magic happens, right? You start selecting players, not because an agent tells you this is the player that you need to be, but you actually start making player selection based on data. And then based on data, you start building this team. And against all odds, last year, we were for the first 80% of the league, we were first ahead of Barcelona and Real Madrid. We finished third, 1 point behind Barcelona. And it's the first time in the history of Girona or a second division team, or more proudly of a Latin American owner in partnership with City, that were actually made it to the Champions League. And we're going to play our first game ever against Paris Saint-Germain, against PSG on next Wednesday. So all of you guys should be cheering for Girona next Wednesday.
Good luck, Marcelo. We don't have a lot of time. Unfortunately, we are running against the clock, but I cannot miss the opportunity to talk to you about something very important, healthcare. Healthcare is, especially after the years of COVID, we are now investing more and more in healthcare. And you told me what you are doing now, investing a lot on preventive, predictive medicine with the Mayo Clinic. Tell us more, please, about what you do using AI on healthcare, and I would say the new healthcare, the future of healthcare.
So I try to apply real-life situations and how I invest, right? And a story I forgot to tell you, the reason why I invested in Shein at the beginning was I used to see in my daughter's credit card, who's 12 years old, Shein, 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 Shein. So I figured out what was that company, and that's how I got to know Shein, and now I'm the global vice chairman of the company, and I invested, and it's been a great story. And I had the same problem with healthcare. It bothered me that every single time you went to see a doctor for something, and then you went to another doctor, you got 3 different opinions. For the same pains, a doctor gave you antibiotics, somebody else told you it's an infection, somebody tells you stress, and you're talking about the best doctors in the world in the United States. And medicine is highly subjective, and medicine is treated more like art than science. And I thought there has to be a better way. So I started researching, and I found this company that I'm so blessed and so happy to have found. It's a company called K-Health. And what K-Health does is basically the world's most advanced AI doctor. But why? One is, what they've done is they have built a clinical AI based on 10 billion visits. So imagine if your doctor had the experience to have seen 10 billion patients, that doctor is going to be better than your doctor who's only seen 500 or 600. So that's what AI does, number one. Number two, imagine if that doctor is connected to your electronic medical records, which means it has all your history. And imagine if that doctor has the ability to question you in a very intelligent way based on the systems that you have. So when you combine a really systematic way to ask questions for 5-6 minutes based on the symptoms that you have, that take into consideration your medical history, and you mix that with a proprietary data set of 9 billion visits, 9 billion records with 2 million visits, then it's always going to diagnose, I would say, better than doctors. However, I don't think the world is ready to interact with AI doctors. So what this company does is it grabs this information and then it passes on to the doctor with a recommendation that says, based on the symptoms, based on the medical records, based on the medical history, and based on clinical AI, we believe that these patients, this is the diagnosis, we believe that this is the best treatment, and we believe this is the type of care. But we always let the doctor make the final decision. We are the co-pilot to the doctor. Well, fast forward, what happens? In the United States, a doctor visit goes from $180 to $40 efficiency. A doctor can see 2 to 3 times the amount of patients. The doctor now, because through the app, is available 24/7. And rather than the doctor seeing you, you interact with the app, and then we connect you to a doctor. Now we're talking to one country, a very large country, that we plan to actually give their app to all their citizens. So now think for a second, in a market like Brazil, or in many markets in Africa and all that, it's worse. The doctor is your pharmacist. You go to a doctor, you say, oh, I have a headache. They say, oh, take this antibiotic. So the fact that now we work with the world's leading clinics in the planet that have outsourced the primary care to us, and it's proven that it works the same as a doctor, you see, my dream is AI should be the equalizer. And imagine if we can give citizens of the world in emerging markets the ability to get the same healthcare treatment that they get in places like the Mayo Clinic or Hackensack or Mount or Cedars-Sinai and all that. So that's one of my passions, is how can we transform medicine from an art to a science where the level of misdiagnosis go dramatically down.
Marcelo, my last question has 2 questions, in fact. Number one, what is your opinion about, should we be scared about AI? How do we deal with AI and ethics? And since we are in a country, in the kingdom, where we have a lot of entrepreneurs, and a few years ago, very active VC ecosystem, investment, which advice would you give to all our great Saudi entrepreneurs, male and female? Should they go to AI? Are they taking a risk to go to AI? What will be their return investment, long-term, short-term? Everyone is excited. Should I go, even leave what I'm doing now and go to this new El Dorado? Is it just a trend, or it is really a long-term, very solid industry?
Okay. So to me, you have no choice, right? AI is here, and I believe that AI will be the largest value creation opportunity in the history of mankind. For a very simple reason. If you go back to the internet, you go back 30 years, the browser was invented. And what the internet did, it moved the cost of information to zero. It democratized information. Doesn't matter if you were a poor kid in India or the richest kid in New York, you all saw the same amount of information. And what that did was it was able to disrupt two industries. The advertising industry got disrupted by companies like Google, Facebook, and others, and some retail got disrupted by the introduction of the big e-commerce players like Alibaba or Amazon and all that. But pretty much everything else stayed the same. Transportation were the same, logistics were the same, education was the same, healthcare was the same. What AI is going to do is going to basically disrupt and change every single industry, every single company, and every single function within a company. And I've seen it. Incumbents that today, big companies that start using AI, basically detach themselves from their competitors. The other day, a CEO came and asked me, should I be scared if I don't come into AI? And I said, you should be scared that your competition will use AI, not whether you're getting into AI or not. And to the young entrepreneurs, what a great time to be an entrepreneur, be a young entrepreneur, because when everything is going to be disrupted, this is where you need this new breed of thinkers. And this is where I think a country like Saudi Arabia, that is such a big digital adopter, this country is incredible. I look at it from a Shein perspective, right? I mean, this is one of our most important markets. If you give Saudis a product that enhances their life in a digital format, automatically the usage goes up. So you already have a large economy where you can test and trial. So I would say that there has never been a more exciting time to be alive, because we got to be ready that the way we work, the way we play, and the way we live is going to change forever, and not 10, 20 years from now, but it's changing today at an accelerated pace.
Thank you for this great statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for that. A thoroughly intriguing conversation to get us to this juncture in proceedings. My goodness me, what a huge amount of ground we've already covered today, from healthcare to global governance to ethics to the very latest developments on the path to AGI. What's evident, I think, is that we are so fortunate to be joined by such an accomplished group of expert speakers, and that AI really isn't just for kids, no matter what my 15-year-old says. Well, that brings us, everybody, to a short break in which I do hope that you will go and pay a visit to all of the things that are on offer here, including the fabulous N3 immersive experience, because we can talk as much as we like about now, next, never, but you really do have to experience it in a truly unique way, and that would be my recommendation. And we will see everybody back here at 2:30 for a thoroughly educational and entertaining afternoon. Thank you so much.
In the vast space where art meets AI, where human emotion merges with technology, we stand on the edge of innovation. Welcome to a fusion of creativity and science, where the mind symphonies are transformed into vivid tapestries of light and sound. Today at the GAIN Summit, we reveal a spectacle where each note is not just heard, but felt, and each light stroke paints emotions. Musicians channel data through AI brainwaves headsets, turning emotions' melodies into a language of visual poetry. This is more than a performance. It's a tribute to the future, where innovation and imagination unite. Welcome to the GAIN Summit, where today's dreams shape tomorrow's realities.
فوق هام السحب فوق هام السحب وإن كنتي ثرى فوق عالي الشهب.
Above the heights of heavens, you are the most precious land. In the past you have glories, in the future you have precious times to come. There is no other country that looks like you. Those who walked on the gardens, those who watered your plants with sweat, tears and blood, they deserve you. Those who were full of thirst for you, they deserve you. We are your people, our homeland. We deserve you, our homeland, and your goodness is plenty. With the will of Allah and those who called for the way of Allah, they deserve you. Those who defended you with sword and with pen, they deserve you. We deserve you, our homeland. We are your people. You're the blacks of our eyes, people and king.
Well, what another tremendous performance. The action just does not stop coming here at the Global AI Summit 2024. Well, honoured guests, I do hope that you were able to enjoy the break and that you were able to get around the exhibits and everything that this marvellous event has to offer. I do hope also that you were able to pay a visit to the N3 immersive experience, which I understand is well worth a visit, as well, of course, as meeting up with potential collaborators and catching up with friends. You know, it is such an honor for me to be here. It is my first time in Saudi Arabia, and what this country has done for the advancement of artificial intelligence as it marches towards Vision 2030 is nothing short of spectacular. It is truly wonderful to be here. Well, it is now my great pleasure to welcome a gathering of distinguished policymakers from all around the world to share their various approaches to AI governance in their respective countries. And if you would like to listen in French, then that is available for you on Channel 3. I'd now like to invite my esteemed guests to the stage. Welcome to our distinguished guests. Please do have a seat. Well, I would like to invite each one of you to speak one by one. A reminder, please, if you would keep your presentations to 2 minutes, that would be most appreciated. First, please welcome His Excellency, Professor Bonginkosi Nzimande, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, South Africa.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to all the excellencies and all the participants who are present here. Artificial intelligence remains one of the most disruptive technologies we've seen in recent times. And the profound impact of AI has prompted a lot of interest across the globe, but also resulted in countries wanting to participate. Unfortunately, there are those who want to be permanently ahead of the race whilst leaving others behind. Hence the importance of this gathering, to also involve developing countries who must not be left behind in this. Very briefly, in South Africa, we have identified the necessity to establish a facility for foundational digital capabilities in order to spread digital skills in society as a whole, and we have a research platform on this score. We also recognize the crucial role played by international organizations in addressing the challenges of international cooperation. In particular, we strongly believe as South Africa that the issue of ethics and regulatory frameworks for artificial intelligence is something that is very, very important, including capacity development, as I have said. We have also established a specific Center for Artificial Intelligence research as a way of strengthening through evidence-based interventions capabilities for artificial intelligence. Of course, one of the key issues for ethics and regulation is the sensitive issue of the balance between human intelligence and machine intelligence. We must know the difference, but also strike the appropriate relationship between the two. That's why we remain very much supportive of the work of UNESCO on this score, and also to congratulate Saudi Arabia for convening this important platform. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you very much indeed. Her Excellency Laurence Ndong, Minister of Communication and Media, Gabonese Republic.
Merci. Je voudrais remercier solennellement Sa Majesté le Roi Salman bin...
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank His Majesty, the Cousin of the Two Holy Mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, SDAIA, for allowing us this opportunity. Gabon has an important opportunity in the field of AI, this industry that created a revolution in the whole world and in our country. And in its current form, AI should face big challenges. And that's why we need to make sure that we are ready for these challenges. Gabon is a member of UNESCO and adopted the ethics of AI, and this enabled us in 2023 to cooperate with UNESCO in order to hold a workshop about preparing for artificial intelligence. And we have created a commission or a committee specialized in preparing the strategy for AI in our country. Our goal is through social emergence and social dominance. Last year we created a center through which we operate, and also it is accredited by the International Union for Communications. We are also a member of the Union for Digital Industries globally and in Gabon as well. The Gabonese government made AI a very important and priority for our people, and through partnerships and cooperation, if we want to control AI, this is something that we understand, and we need to create partnerships, and we need to exert extensive efforts in order to, because it's very important to always think of the important direction that each country and each society have their own values, and they need to find the appropriate solutions for each society. We need to work and to prepare lateral and bilateral unions between countries in order to protect and respect the different values of different countries, and we need to work in collaboration in order to have big union in order to face challenges of AI, because AI transforms our societies and also adapts our needs. We need to adapt our needs to AI, and we need to respect our personalities and our characters. We have challenges related to infrastructure, training, and also if we take these challenges in consideration through artificial intelligence, we can work on confronting these challenges. No country can be present on the international realm without having AI as a priority in order to have prosperity among different peoples. Thank you.
Mohammed Ali Al Khayed, CE Information and E-Government Authority, Kingdom of Bahrain.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank SDAIA and the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for such a wonderful event, and for all the advancements happening in the ICT sector in general and in AI in particular. AI is in the forefront of the fourth industrial revolution, and due to the importance of the AI, many countries have initiated several governance initiatives globally to regulate the diffusion of AI technology. There are many examples being very relaxed, like the US, for example, as sector-specific and voluntary, having a voluntary ethical guidances. In the EU, it's more of the comprehensive risk-based model, mandating strict ethical compliance. In Singapore, for example, the voluntary principle-based, again, model with most of them, of course, focusing on different values like the transparency and efficiency. And Saudi is a more balanced innovation with ethical and security measures, having a well-structured authority looking after this and looking at all the levels from the infrastructure to all other areas. And of course, the international organizations, initiatives like Global Governance of AI Readiness by UNESCO, it's a very comprehensive one and it's important for self-assessment, not necessarily everybody, because what we believe in Bahrain that each country having different models and they need to measure themselves according to their maturity in the AI, whether being very strict if the maturity goes higher or being a bit more relaxed. And again, in Bahrain, we believe that the laws and regulations shouldn't be drafted for specific technologies like AI. We have to, whenever there is a new technology like AI or any other technologies, we have to look after our laws and make sure that all the risks and fairness and most of the values like fairness, equality, and others are already embedded in our laws, and then having a guidelines, proper guidelines that we can follow and adjust as we go, because the laws and regulations are sometimes, if you over-regulate, you will kill the innovation, and it's a new technology coming in. And we have to make sure that the innovation is going well, not affecting the economical development, and making sure that we are building the capacities and the entrepreneurs and startups and companies can develop their solutions in the market in a little bit of relaxed environment. And if there are risks, then we can review according to the guidelines. There is somebody who assists and make sure that those are properly covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. His Excellency, Dr. Makara Kov, Secretary of State, Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, Kingdom of Cambodia.
Greeting to Excellency Minister, Excellency Secretary of State, Under Secretary of State, Excellency, and distinguished participants. I think that we all here recognize that the potential of AI for socio-economic development, in particular in the context of digital economy. And at the same time, we also aware that AI also present a potential threat as well to the society. In particular, there are two main threats that we can identify. One is the AI leads to more inequality in our society. And secondly, is AI can lead to divide the world into 2 or 3 parts. So we identify these two threats in human society. To address this problem, I think that we simply have no other choice besides working together. And Cambodia always support the initiative for establishment of the global governance of AI, in particular under United Nations, to address this problem. And we hope that in the years to come, or in the months to come, probably we can have a better view on how to establish that AI governance body under the UN. In particular, that we can address several points. First one is to consider on establishment the standard for the AI. Second point is related to the ethical AI part and the framework. And the third point is related to the regulation and enforcement for the AI. Without enforcement, we cannot ensure that the AI is going to be implemented and deployed properly with the objective to bring the prosperity to the civilization. And finally, I do hope that we all here can work together in order to consider to have the same investment on innovation part to boost AI for AI, and as well as to address the inequality part that can brought by AI as well. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you so much for that. His Excellency, Dr. Ali Al-Shadani, Undersecretary for Communications and Information Technology, Ministry of Transport.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me first congratulate SDAIA on the successful launch of the third AI Summit. This is such a prestigious event, and I think it was executed perfectly. The Omani government is executing a visionary digital economy agenda. And at the heart of this digital economy agenda is AI. The AI strategy was first announced 2 years ago. It focuses on 4 main areas. The first one is the acceleration of economic sectors using AI. We all know how AI can help improve productivity, increase efficiency, and reduce cost. So how can we use AI to accelerate economic sectors to help diversify the economy? The second pillar is accelerating development sectors, such as health and education. How can AI be used to improve those essential sectors that is rapidly changing and developing over the years? The third pillar is upskilling, education, and startup development. How can we prepare our next generation to the AI revolution? And the fourth pillar is AI governance with a human-centered approach. How can AI development be explainable, be more human-centered, and beneficiary to the human race? So all these 4 pillars are part of the AI, of the Oman AI strategy. And we've set a couple of targets that we wanted to achieve. Increase in the investments in AI, increase in the number of startups in AI, and increase in the academic output in AI. When it comes to regulating AI, Oman has a balanced approach between AI innovation and regulation, leaning towards enablement and passing the way for new AI innovations. The first AI ethics policy was published in 2021. There is a second edition of the policy is going to be published this year. But this time around, we've announced a public consultation to get feedback from the community to help us improve our policies. We are also in close engagement with universities to set up these policies. We have 2 of our prominent universities in Oman, Sultan Qaboos University and the University of Technology and Applied Sciences. They all have research centers in AI ethics in association with UNESCO and ISESCO. Finally, there are promising projects that are ongoing, an AI Center of Excellence for AI applications in large language models as well as generative AI, and attracting data centers that are specialized in AI. All these efforts are put together for us to catch this trend of AI and to benefit the economy in general. Thank you.
Excellency, my thanks to you. Stefan Schor, State Secretary, Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport, Germany.
Yeah, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I fully agree what my colleagues said before. AI has immense potential for industry, for society, and the gain here at this summit is, I think, a very good example for all the possibilities that we have with AI. So thank you very much to Saudi Arabia for organizing this great event. However, we also have to keep an even closer watch on the dangers that AI can bring to our societies, especially with a view to the current geopolitical situation. I mean, for example, AI-generated media clones, fake profiles, high misleading synthetic content, deepfakes, and so on. And anyone who wants to endanger our societies or our political system has now completely also new opportunities to cause damage. It is therefore so important that we agree on common rules, that all the rules that we have are aligned in an international way, because to solve this challenge, it is not only a national, not only a regional problem, we have to work together within all our countries and together with all countries. This is a reason why Germany supports the ongoing work, for example, to strengthen international AI governance under the UN, the Council of Europe, the OECD, the Global Partnership on AI, the G7, the different AI summits, and the summit here in Riyadh, absolute. In this regard, it will be crucial to strengthen existing institutions and processes that are already address AI safety and AI issues. And through the Hiroshima process, we have built a code of conduct in the G7, and it demonstrates that we have to develop, indeed, regulation in line with democratic values. AI systems must respect human rights. My colleagues also mentioned this, and must not be used to harm our democracies, manipulate people, support terrorism or other criminal means. With the code, we have established international guidelines, and nearly 50 countries have already expressed their support for this process. And it's of utmost importance to strive for rules that are interoperable and compatible. So I think through this international cooperation at the end, we can address and we must address these risks effectively. We can reduce compliance costs and we can enable innovation at the same time. So I'm looking forward to this wonderful event, and I think we will get new impetus and new input for these debates for the future. Thank you so much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Schnorr. Professor Dr. Miroslav Krajanovic, State Secretary, Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation, Republic of Serbia.
Hello. I would like, of course, first to thank you to organizer, to Saudi Arabia for this wonderful event. As you know, Serbia is a small country, but we are very good in ICT. More or less this year, the export of ICT services will be more than 4 billion, which is very good for a small country. But having such a good industry, ICT industry, the initiative came from the industry to make a strategy for artificial intelligence. And we did it, the first strategy we did in 2019. And by implementing the strategy, we achieved many good things. First of all, we have, from 2021, we have AI subjects in, as a compulsory in the primary and secondary school. Then we have in the middle school, also in the faculties, we have many study programs on the basic level and master level. So bachelor level and master level. So we are growing talents from 2021. Also in 2021, the Serbia established a first national AI institute, which is now a very good established institute, and they are doing a great job. More or less, because of all that, in 2022, Serbia became a member of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, so-called GPI, and it helped us to further grow our level of understanding issue in artificial intelligence. Currently, Serbia is working on a new strategy for artificial intelligence. Even the old one is until end of 2025. You may ask why we are doing that, but the reason is very obvious. So the artificial intelligence is very disruptive, and you cannot predict what will happen in the future, in the next 5 years. So maybe a good strategy should last only 3 years, maybe. Also, Serbia now is working on a national law for artificial intelligence, which is necessary for regulation of many things. We, as a co-chair of GPI, together with Japan and India, we are now preparing a GPI summit, which will be held in Belgrade on 3rd and 4th of December. And I am inviting all of you to come in Serbia and see what is going on under the umbrella of OECD and the GPI initiative. Of course, we are cooperating with UNESCO. As you may know, in November 2021, UNESCO adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. And in the drafting of the recommendation, Serbia was one of participants. So in 2023, Serbia adopted its own ethical guideline for artificial intelligence, and the principle from recommendation, UNESCO recommendation, are also contained in our guidelines. As a small country, we are cooperating with different bodies of UNESCO, of OECD, and it helps us pretty much to build our policy, our ethical standard, and our laws. So, thank you very much.
Professor, thank you so much. Aïssatou Jeanne Ndiaye, Director of Information and Communication Technologies, Republic of Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, bonjour à tous. Je voudrais d'abord remercier l'autorité saoudienne pour cette organisation. Le Sénégal, afin de tirer profit de cette technologie, l'intelligence artificielle, a finalisé la stratégie nationale d'intelligence artificielle en prenant en compte les recommandations issues du Readiness Assessment Maturité de l'UNESCO. Cette stratégie répond à l'enjeu de la souveraineté technique qui passe par une maîtrise de la production des futurs services IA pour être adaptée aux priorités et besoins nationaux, à la culture, aux langues locales, mais aussi une maîtrise de l'origine des données d'entraînement utilisées pour les services IA. La souveraineté du Sénégal sur l'intelligence artificielle requiert une mise à niveau du système d'information, un soutien à la recherche, à l'innovation et à l'entrepreneuriat, la mise à disposition de données locales et d'infrastructures de calcul massif, et également une adaptation du cadre juridique aux risques de l'IA et des alliances régionales. Le Sénégal est membre du GPI Le Sénégal aussi est dans les discussions avec UN Envoy. Pour relever ces défis et exploiter le potentiel de l'IA, le Sénégal s'est fixé plusieurs priorités. Une IA éthique, donc mettre l'accent sur l'utilisation éthique de l'IA notamment pour assurer la transparence.
And we provided all of these charges in consideration, and all this is supported by transparency and also the development of infrastructure by also taking more interest in education and in technology, especially for women and for rural areas. Also, developing a national strategy to confront challenges, and the maximum priority, or the top priority for Senegal is also to develop an ethical system that takes in consideration new challenges emerging from AI, and also to take care of the talent. As happened before, we provided a strategy until 2028 and ethical AI strategy for all people, for all mankind. Shukran. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Brings us to the end of this particular session. Please, a big round of applause for the excellencies and our honored guests. Thank you. So wonderful to hear from such a diverse panel of such distinguished guests about how AI and the implementation of it is affecting their countries in myriad ways, how it's contributing to GDP in their various countries. And it also reminds us that as much as we talk about sovereignty when it comes to AI governance, we must also look at the cooperation and collaboration between businesses and between countries to really foster goodwill between all of us for the benefit of all humanity when it comes to implementing AI in all of our lives. Well, now that brings us on to our next session, AI and privacy, redefining boundaries in a data-driven world. Please welcome Gary Davis, Global Senior Director of Privacy and Law Enforcement Requests, Apple, to the stage.
Good afternoon. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon to you all, as I say. This event is truly amazing, I must say. It takes my breath away from what I've seen here today. And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to participate here on behalf of Apple. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to SDAIA for organizing this event. Your efforts in the AI field are truly appreciated. Thank you. Apple's approach to AI reflects our deep commitment to user privacy and safety, two issues which I'd like to discuss just a little bit with you today. Privacy is central to everything we do at Apple. We've always believed, unlike many other companies, that your data belongs to you and nobody else. And that is why we design our products and services to protect the privacy of our users. As we deeply integrate Apple Intelligence into iOS, iPadOS, and macOS, we will not veer from our core commitment to user privacy. I'm very proud of Apple's leadership on protecting user data, and I'm honored to be a part of that leadership. But first, before talking about Apple Intelligence, I would like to share just a little bit about how we think about privacy at Apple as we are developing those products and features. And we work off of 4 key principles or pillars as we do so. First, data minimization. We work to not collect any personal data at all if we can possibly achieve it. Secondly, we process your personal data right on your device, remaining under your control, using innovative techniques and methods. Third, in those situations where there is a need to collect personal data, we give you the clear ability to make the choice that is right for you. And fourth, we recognized a long time ago that there is no privacy without security. So we've built security in from the silicon up in everything that we do. Over the years, time and again, we've introduced many exciting cutting-edge features that are built from the bottom up to protect user privacy. This is just but an example of those. For instance, Safari was the very first browser in 2003 to block third-party cookies by default. Since then, it has undertaken many new innovations to continue to ensure that as you use it, you remain completely in control of your data. More recently, we introduced app tracking transparency, a clear means for you as the user to express your choice as to whether you wish for your data to be collected and shared to third-party apps and websites for advertising purposes. Apple's privacy commitments are built into our products and features by design. We make those commitments because at Apple, we believe that privacy is a human right. That's why Apple has, for many years, supported the introduction of data privacy laws globally. And that is why we support the introduction of your personal data protection law here in Saudi Arabia. It is a very strong commitment which places obligations on companies and provides rights to individuals in relation to how their data is used. And we truly see that as a landmark step here. Apple's approach to emerging technologies like AI is no different. I think we've gone off. OK, we'll go with that slide. That's fine. We've skipped ahead a little bit, but we'll go with it. Let's talk about something that Tim Cook said as far back as 2018, which I think resonates just as strongly today. Back in 2018, AI was perhaps just in our imaginations in the way in which we've launched it now. So he said, for artificial intelligence to be truly smart, it must respect human values, including privacy. It must respect, we can achieve both great artificial intelligence and great privacy standards. It's not only a possibility, it's a responsibility. And actually, as I sat here this morning, I heard His Excellency, Dr. Abdullah, make the exact same point. So we are in this together in terms of how we see this, putting the user at the center. But 6 years later, it's no longer only a possibility, as Tim indicated, it's a reality, as Apple has now announced transformative AI features designed to protect your privacy at every step. And in doing so, we've been guided by our belief that great artificial intelligence and great privacy standards are not mutually exclusive, but rather mutually reinforcing. I'd like to use this opportunity to share with you some details of how exactly Apple Intelligence prioritizes privacy. Apple Intelligence is deeply integrated into the core of our devices. It combines two key ingredients: the power of generative models and personal context. Those ingredients come together to provide intelligence that's incredibly useful and relevant. These models have been fine-tuned for user experiences such as writing and refining text, prioritizing and summarizing notifications, creating playful images for conversations with family and friends. Apple Intelligence does this by accessing an on-device index built from your experiences across your device. That includes your photos, your messages, your files, and calendar events, so that it can provide you, and only you, with information and assistance based on what matters to you. So we've built strong privacy protections into Apple Intelligence from the ground up. There really was no other way for us to build it. The cornerstone of the system, as you might have picked up from what I've been saying from now, is, as you would expect, on-device processing. This is only possible through our years of unique integration of hardware and software and our years-long investment in building advanced Apple silicon for on-device intelligence. And it starts with our highly capable on-device foundation models. Importantly, and unlike other companies, we don't use your private data or interactions when training those models. When you make a request, Apple Intelligence uses its semantic index to identify the relevant personal data and feeds it into generative models so that it has the personal context to best assist you. By keeping your requests and the data that informs the response on device where we can, you remain fully in control. And where more processing power is required than is possible with on-device processing as it exists today, we needed a solution that stayed true to our North Star on privacy. Yep, moved on. But traditionally, servers can also store your data without you realizing it, and use it in ways that you did not expect or intend. And even if a company says that it won't misuse your data, you as an individual have no way to check or verify that promise. So we wanted to do something different, to extend the privacy and security of iPhone into the cloud in a verifiable way. The basic principle is that no one, not even Apple, perhaps even especially Apple, should have visibility into your request, even if your data is leaving your device and going to a cloud. So we came up with a new and exciting solution, private cloud compute. It runs on a new OS using a hardened subset of the foundations of iOS. To mitigate entire classes of privacy risk, we omitted persistent data storage, we replaced the tools normally used to manage servers, and we took steps to prevent privileged access. The result is an unprecedented cloud security foundation based on Apple silicon. And here's how it works in practice. A user's device sends data to private cloud compute for the sole, exclusive purpose of fulfilling the user's inference request. Private cloud compute uses that data only to perform the operations requested by the user. The user's data stays on the private cloud compute nodes that are processing the request only until the response is returned. So private cloud compute does not retain user data in any form after the response is returned. With private cloud compute, user data is never available to Apple. It's never stored. And you don't have to take our word for it either. We are providing verifiable transparency by giving independent security researchers access to the server implementation to verify all of our privacy and security claims. And furthermore, your device will only connect with private cloud compute servers that are running software that has been publicly posted for inspection. So Apple Intelligence gives you peace of mind with groundbreaking privacy protections. As we've built Apple Intelligence, we've also been focused on how do we do so in a responsible manner. And that is why we have developed a sense of responsible AI principles to guide how we develop AI tools and the models that underpin them. They are: 1, We identify areas where AI can be used responsibly to create tools for addressing specific user needs. 2, we work continuously to avoid perpetuating stereotypes and systemic biases across our AI tools and models. 3, we take precautions at every stage of our process, including design, model training, feature development, and quality evaluation to identify how our AI tools may be misused or lead to potential harm. We will continuously and proactively improve our AI tools with the help of user feedback. And 4, of course, as has been very clear from what I've said, privacy, which underpins all the undertakings we are making. Of course, we are still in the very early days of AI, not just at Apple, but everywhere. Like you, we've been thinking carefully about how some of the potential risks that come with giving users powerful new capabilities to generate text or images could be harmful. We are constantly testing and improving our models, incorporating feedback, and providing updates quickly. As with any new technology, nobody can promise perfection on day one. But what we can promise at Apple is our commitment to developing AI in accordance with our responsible AI principles and our pledge to learn and make improvements. In conclusion, at Apple, I believe we understand the critical importance of maintaining the trust, privacy, and safety of our users. This is a responsibility we take incredibly seriously. We are committed to ongoing research, stakeholder collaboration, and transparent communication about our privacy practices. That is actually one of the reasons why I'm here today to talk to you. Getting this right is not just a legal or regulatory obligation. It's a moral imperative that is core to our company's values and mission. Thank you very much.
Gary, thank you very much indeed for that. So for our next segment, we're going to bring the focus back home. Generation AI, Saudi Arabia's new growth algebra. We'll explore how Saudi Arabia is leveraging generative AI as a key driver of its economic growth and innovation strategy. And for that, we welcome Julie Sweet, CEO, Accenture. Julie, marvelous to see you. It is very early where you are in Chicago, I understand, but I know that the reason that you wanted to be here and getting up so early was because you are so passionate about SDAIA.
Absolutely, and I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person. I had a long-standing prior commitment, but I'm very honored to be joining you remotely. And in the spirit of our new report, which we're publishing tomorrow with SDAIA, called the New Growth Algebra, as you just mentioned, I want to start with 3 numbers: 4, 400, and 4,000. 4, 400, and 4,000. But before I explain, I want to first thank SDAIA for bringing together this incredible group around the globe of experts and leaders. We've been privileged to partner with SDAIA literally from day one, and so we've seen up close how SDAIA has become a real leader globally in how they have done their national data and AI regulation and policies, but also in how SDAIA is a leader in helping facilitate the progress of AI on the ground. And so I was able last April to go to SDAIA's National Center for AI and to see how the government and private sector have come together to make tangible progress. And SDAIA is also filling a gap in the market. Congratulations on the launch of Alam, the new LLM specifically tailored to the Arabic language, which is really important in making sure that we realize the potential for Gen AI in the kingdom and beyond. This brings me to my first number, 4. So in our report tomorrow, we estimate that Gen AI has the power to add an additional 4% GDP to the Saudi economy. That is a staggering number. It's symbolic of the power that Gen AI has. And to achieve that kind of progress, that kind of incredible value, every AI strategy, whether for a company or a country, has to focus on two fundamental things: value and people. On the people side, it is about making sure that Gen AI, in fact, enhances the lives of people, that it's done responsibly, and that we create the pathways for new jobs, even as Gen AI changes the way we work. But I first want to focus on value. If you take away only one thing from my talk today, I would like you to remember that to realize the potential of Gen AI, your strategy around value needs to focus on both productivity and growth. Now, we're all really excited about the power of Gen AI in productivity. A report will estimate that approximately 37% of working hours in Saudi Arabia will be positively affected by Gen AI, either through full automation or augmentation. And of course, that kind of productivity makes us more competitive. But in order to get 4% improvement in GDP and that kind of value, as I tell my team, you cannot cut your way to growth. Gen AI has the power to create new business models, new experiences that drive growth, and new products like new drugs and materials. And so any AI strategy needs to focus on both. And of course, as productivity reshapes the way we work, we need to make sure that we're creating the new pathways for our people. SDAIA Airlines is a great company that has visionary leadership that understands the importance of an AI strategy focused on productivity and growth. SDAIA handles over 30 million passengers per year, and they're critical to delivering on the Vision 2030's ambition to bring 100 million people to Saudi Arabia. Now, as a part of that ambition, SDAIA wants to move from just booking a flight to helping customers have amazing experiences. And so they prioritize their investments. And together, we created the Travel Companion. This is a Gen AI advisor that enables design, planning, booking, and management of the entire travel experience, not just your flight. Today, just 9 months after launch, more than 300,000 customers use the Travel Companion monthly. So yes, AI is real, it's not hype. And more than 40% of all digital queries and bookings for SDAIA are fully managed by the advisor. 9 months ago, these were managed through human agency. But more than just the productivity and efficiency improvement, it's about the improvement to the experience of the customer that opens up better customer satisfaction and new ways of working with customers. This is what value focused on productivity and growth looks like in practice right here in the kingdom. Now let's turn to the second number I referenced, 400. In Saudi Arabia, we have 400 specialized data and AI practitioners, and they're linked to a network at Accenture of over 50,000 practitioners. In order to realize the power of Gen AI, we have to have deep specialists. And I'm excited to announce today, as part of the AI Summit, that in early 2025, Accenture will be opening in Riyadh its first Gen AI studio, the first in the region. And this will be focused on the public sector, energy, financial services, travel, and tourism. This studio will act as a portal to the globe, where our clients can come every month to access and experience the best of Gen AI around the globe, and where we will have rotating global talent in residence in the studio as part of our investment in making sure that we have the right practitioners in the kingdom. It will also be where we work side by side to incubate and collaborate to not only create new ideas, but to actually scale Gen AI like we did with SDAIA Airlines. And finally, we want the studio to be an innovation multiplier. Much like the innovation multiplier that the Gen AI Summit is having today, we will bring together the government, the private sector, and the tech ecosystem to make progress together responsibly. Finally, I want to end on our final number, 4,000. This is all about people. In the months to come, we will train more than 4,000 people on data and AI to grow local talent through our Accenture Capability Hub in Riyadh. These individuals will work at Accenture, they'll work at our clients, but they'll all have practical on-the-job training to do data and AI. In April, I was excited to be there on the ground to celebrate the graduation of our first cohort. This is a critical investment for all of us. It's not only about making sure we all have the talent we need to realize the power of Gen AI, it's also about ensuring that as we do reshape the way we work, we are creating the pathways for the great jobs that Gen AI should create for our people. We really look forward to continuing to work together with SDAIA, with our clients, our tech ecosystem, to ensuring that we're making our small contribution to helping build the foundation for the future of AI in the kingdom and the region overall. Thank you so much for having me today, and I'm really excited to continue to learn from the great speakers who are participating in this third AI Summit. Thank you, SDAIA.
Julie, thank you so much indeed. Great to hear from you. Well, we must move quickly on because we do have still a packed program this afternoon. Our next presentation is Reshaping Industries with AI. We'll explore how artificial intelligence is driving innovation and disruption in various sectors. Please welcome Bruno Zhang, CTO, SVP, and President of Huawei Cloud and AI R&D.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be here in Saudi Arabia at the Global AI Summit. Summit hosted by SDAIA. The topic of my presentation today is Reshaping Industries with AI, a practical approach. Since the term artificial intelligence was coined at the famous Dartmouth workshop in 1956, AI technology has advanced rapidly. Numerous AI technologies have emerged over the years and have been deployed in a wide range of real-world use cases. These technologies are already creating significant value across various industries worldwide. The year 2022 marked a significant turning point for AI. During this time, generative AI models like GPT achieved or even surpassed human-level performance in areas such as the content generation and synthesis. These advancements have propelled AI capabilities and popularities to unprecedented heights. Once momentum builds, AI will transform every corner of the society. Today, AI adoption is shifting from consumer application to industry applications. AI is being integrated to enterprise core production systems, unleashing productivity and becoming a core engine of growth. In the future, it will reshape every industry. Notably, AI foundation models are enhancing productivity and optimizing processes across various sectors. We are committed to the strategy AI for Industries. This approach focuses on bridging the gap between AI and industry needs and using AI to solve real-world problems. Our Pangu model adopts a three-layer decoupled architecture. Its different layers of AI capabilities and tools were designed to meet diverse requirements for industry needs. The L0 layer consists of 5 foundation models, including NLP, CV, multimodal, predictions, and scientific computings. They provide general skills to power an endless possibility for industry-specific applications. The L1 layer consists of a variety of industry-tailored models. We offer customer industry models we have pre-trained on open datasets, including Pangu model for governments, finance, mines, meteorology, autonomous driving, virtual human, and R&D. Alternatively, customers can train their own models based on our L1 or L0 Pangu models by their own datasets. The L2 layer provides off-the-shelf models for specific industry scenarios and tasks. Additionally, Pangu models can be deployed on public cloud, private cloud, dedicated cloud, and customer on-premise. We've got you covered no matter what your security and compliance needs are. So I will give you some cases. Pangu weather model. In meteorology, our Pangu weather model is the first AI model to be able to generate more accurate weather forecasts than traditional methods like the IFS system. With the joint research with the European Mid-Range Weather Forecast Center, our Pangu model predicts speed is 10,000 times faster than the IFS system. Previously, predicting the path of a typhoon over a period of 10 days requires 5 hours simulation on a high-performance cluster of 3,000 servers. Now, the Pangu weather model accomplished this in 10 seconds with only one single GPU, with the better accuracy than the past. Last year, the joint research results of Pangu weather model were published in the world well-known scientific journal, Nature. City governance is a complex system project. It requires the collaboration of over 40 government agencies or departments to handle more than 4,000 event scenarios, such as the traffic control, weather pipeline bursts, throwing objects from the heights, and illegal parking, and so on, a lot of scenarios. This means that the Pangu government model must correctly perceive and understand events based on various types of sensor data, quickly find the responsible agency, and provide appropriate handling suggestions. This data is processed by Pangu government model, which is the multi-model combination of NLP and CV models. The model dynamically analyzes multi-model data, including the text, videos, and the images. And this is able to accurately understand up to thousands of real-time events in the city. This model enables the discovery of city events within seconds and ensure they are correctly dispatched within minutes. Next one, mining. Mining can be a dangerous task with many miners still working hundreds of meters underground. The primary goal for smart mines is to enhance their safety and the efficiency, and to reduce or eliminate the needs for the underground staff. We offer end-to-end smart mining solutions. The intelligent main transport monitoring system powered by the Pangu mining model replaces human visual inspections. This system detects anomalies such as large holes or anchor rows on the conveyor belts with 98% of accuracy. This reduces the uncertainty caused by human factors, thereby improving safety for the underground staff. Using 5G, hundreds of channels of HD videos are sent back in real time. AI stitches the videos together to create a 40 meters long panoramic view for high performance, high precision remote control. This allows workers to operate from above the ground and providing a safer and more comfortable working environment. Next one, for the autonomous driving. One key challenge to autonomous driving is the endless corner cases. To address this, in the past, we need to continuously train our models using driving test data from tens of thousands of vehicles, each covering hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This process can be costly and time-consuming and hard to find corner cases. Now, our Pangu vehicle model can automatically generate corner cases for all kinds of complex driving scenes. This allows autonomous driving models to learn new things less than 2 days today or now, rather than 2 weeks in the past. Using real scene photos and videos, Pangu can generate digital twin space with movable objects and customizable weather or lighting environment. This system can generate various case samples to train autonomous driving models, such as the lane borrowing, overtaking, and encountering animals on the road. These models can then learn how to safely navigate these complex situations from the samples. Additionally, we can provide variable generated samples on vehicle types, such as cars, SUVs, and trucks, to ensure our model can be easily adapted to any types of vehicles. We are committed to promote tech for good and AI for industry, build cloud foundation for an intelligent world with ubiquitous cloud and pervasive intelligence. Thank you.
Bruno, thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Well, we're going to go global with our next session, One World, Many Perspectives, AI Governance in an Interconnected World. And for that, please welcome back Dr. Hans-Paul Birkner and his fabulous panel.
Okay, I'll sit. Good afternoon, and I hope you are still open for some more food for thought. Our topic of this panel is AI governance in an interconnected world. And clearly the needs and the interests across the world with different cultures, different states of development are very, very different. So within the next few minutes, we would like to explore some of the fundamental questions on AI governance. I'm Hans-Paul Birkner from the Boston Consulting Group, and we have an esteemed panel here, which I will introduce as we go through the questions. And let me start with you, Namir Anani, the President and CEO of Information and Communications Technology Council. So, in your opinion, are the attempts to govern AI development and use by different global governments necessary to curb the potential negative impact of the technology?
Thank you, Hans. It's a very interesting question. I think to set this into context, I have to say that from what we heard today and others, is that AI has definitely passed the stage of an embryonic phase and got into showcasing the traits of a newborn, meaning that it's learning fast, has critical thinking, but also making decisions. And in fact, in its current state, it's disrupting industries faster than economies can adjust. So to nurture it is going to be important in the next number of years to make sure that we are creating this entity that is able to create larger good for all our nations or all our economies going forward. But all of this comes against the backdrop of a very highly interconnected world that we live in, and many global forces that are demanding our full attention, from climate change to trade dynamics, cyber threats, health risk, labor market shifts. So ultimately, is AI going to be a force of good, or is AI going to, if left unchecked, will exacerbate inequalities, biases, security risks, health risks, and many, many others? So the reflection has to be clear in terms of how do we do that and what's the right governance. So the answer is definitely we need the right governance to go forward, but it's important to reflect on this and making sure that we do the balance between innovation and regulation, because even, you know, as McKinsey has raised or has highlighted recently, that the AI market is going to create approximately 13 billion by 2030 in economic activities. That's multiples of the GDP of Canada that I represent. And hence, there is a whole market to be had around the world into this. And we have to reflect what is the right balance to make sure that we're leveraging AI to the extent necessary and to the best advantage of all our economies.
Good. Thanks very much, Namir. Let me turn now to Alex Rutter, the EMEA Managing Director of Google. Alex, you know, obviously, Google is investing massive amounts in order to build the infrastructure. You know, how much can these regulations that have been already implemented and that are being planned to be implemented, how do they impact the investments and actually the potential AI development, both locally and globally?
It's a particularly interesting point, and we've heard a lot about regulation today, and whether it's regulation for good or otherwise. I think the first thing we need to look at is regulation needs to be kept in balance. There are definitely considerations for safe and ethical AI, but we can't do it at the expense of innovation. I think that's the first thing we really need to look at. As an example, the EU have just, I think, put into legislation their 100th piece of digital legislation since 2019. And there are definitely some questions being asked as to whether that is hampering or holding back. The other aspect is regulation needs to be done no longer in isolation. We've grown up in a society where regulation has been seen as a governing body that we have to adhere to. Given that AI is so pervasive across every aspect of society and of business, I think we need to potentially rethink the way that regulation is formed and pull together not just the regulators themselves and the technology companies that are creating, but also what our consumers and users of the technology need and want from it. In terms of the ability to hamper it at a local level, I think the other aspect we've heard from today, which is quite important, is around localization. There is always going to be a need, as we've heard from region-specific models that are particularly fluent in the Arabic languages, and we've seen that in other parts of the world where it's really accelerated growth. That level of investment where you create personalization is definitely something that we will continue to see accelerate whilst regulation stays low. The final aspect of it really is around what other organizations need to do alongside the investments from major technology companies. There are a number of things that countries and organizations can continue to do. One is continue to invest in research and development. It's not just the responsibility of certain organizations. This permeates every part of industry. The second thing is maintain the investments in crucial infrastructure needed to bring this to market. That's going to be a significant portion of whether we're successful with this or not. And finally is continue to invest in skills. We need to build a generation of people who can use this technology natively and will be able to change the way that we work and that companies and hopefully in the future regulators think about the way this technology is harnessed.
Good. Thanks very much. Actually, throughout the day, we've heard how fast the technology changes, and many of the experts actually were not sure whether it would just bring the big breakthroughs within a few years or maybe even a decade or more. So I would like to ask Jonathan Daszak, Senior Vice President of Marketing and Communications from IBM. Jonathan, can AI governance frameworks really adapt rapidly to the changing landscape, or is that, a race that cannot be won?
I think it's definitely a race that can be won, and it can adapt, but I think there's some fundamental principles that need to be addressed as we look at these frameworks. First is it's got to be done with the basis of trust. You've got to trust the data that's being used to create the AI models. And I think I go back to an example of Alam and the great work that's been done by SDAIA to make sure that Alam was trained on really great data sets. And as we put Alam onto Watson X, it gave us great confidence about the ability to trust that data and people to safely deploy it. Next is you've got to look at the transparency, because I think transparency and people understanding when they're using AI and how it's being used is really important. Because right now there are a lot of people who are concerned about it. And there's am I going to use it for good or am I going to use it for bad? And I think if you get more transparency around that AI, I think when it's being used, I think that's really important. The next is regulating the use cases. There's been a lot of conversation about how do you regulate AI. We firmly believe that you must regulate the use case. The models are going to change on a regular basis. And the use case is where it's important. So I used AI to get here today, and the directions gave me a wrong turn. I was 5 minutes late. That's not a big deal. But if I'm using AI to decide on a credit card or a loan or a life-saving medical decision, those are very different use cases. And those need to be regulated. And to make sure that happens, I don't think you can really have one central AI agency. AI regulation needs to happen across agencies because those use cases are happening in different places. There's also the piece of open source. Open source is hugely important. Open source is going to deliver the best innovation in AI, and it has done it before in other technologies. And part of the way that happens is it brings great global perspective. Part of the reason that IBM put a lab, an AI software lab here in Riyadh, is so we get the great perspectives of what's happening here that we can take to the rest of the world and make sure we've got the best of open source coming through. And then finally, as Alex said, skills. Skills is so important. And a recent report I read said that the shelf life of technical skills today is dropping under 3 years. So not only do we have to train new entrants into the workforce, we have to continually train our existing workforce to make sure that they can stay current with the tools that are being used in their organization. Skills must not be forgotten.
Okay, that's great. But you seem to be quite skeptical about having global AI standards. You have to differentiate by use case, as you said. So my question now to Andrei Kunov, the president and founder of Silicon Valley Innovation Center, is can international organizations and cooperation initiatives really facilitate the development of global AI standards? I mean, is that really realistic? And what are the key hurdles to really get a global agreement on these standards?
Thank you, Hans-Paul, for your question. Before I came to start that company, I used to study international organizations in my academic career, and I spent almost like 20 years doing exactly that kind of research. And the last 2 years, I've been just building AI solutions. So I guess I could say a few words about those two things. The major problem, in my opinion, when it comes to the role of international organizations in managing and governing AI solutions is that most of the international organizations were created to handle the problems of the past, I would say, or at best, the problems of the present. AI is all about the future. We don't really know yet the full potential of this technology or technology trend and how it's going to affect all of us and global society in general. So when we think about the ways how international organizations like United Nations or World Bank, there are lots of them, could handle new challenges associated with AI, I am personally really skeptical, simply because those organizations were designed to address issues that we used to face and we're still facing them in present. AI is going to append lots of those, lots of things as a technology, but also as a way of changing our life. So I guess to answer your question, I would also look at the way how AI as a technology is different from all the other technology trends. Like the last one, which I guess changed our life fundamentally, I would say was internet. Like when I came to United States as a young student about 30 years ago, that's what it was. That was probably the biggest technological change that was coming associated with internet. And how did international organizations manage that? Not really well, right? Even the local governments could not address the challenges associated with internet really well. We still have lots of hacking, lots of identity theft, we have lots of crime, all kinds of dangers coming from the dark corners of internet. Now, AI is capable of doing things that are 100 times, maybe 1,000 times are more powerful than internet. And we still even don't know what they are, right? By the end of this year, OpenAI is promising, well, at least that's what we hear from some of them, is promising to roll out a system, a solution that will be 100 times more powerful than the current GPT-4. That's not just about a linear change. We're talking about an exponential change that will make AI act as an agent, being able to take, well, I'm not sure about responsibility, but make decisions on our behalf. How is that going to affect the ability of international organizations to regulate that kind of decision-making if that decision-making is being made on our behalf by AI and we do not completely know the entire process of the way how those decisions are made? On the one hand, it's a huge opportunity for all of us, right? We all will be able to have multiple assistants helping us in all kinds of ways that we don't want to waste our life on or our time on, right? So there is a huge potential there. On the other hand, those assistants will behave in the ways that sometimes, maybe the governments would not want them to behave, maybe we ourselves would not want them to behave, right? And then it all will converge at the international level when there will be lots of decisions made by individual agents, collective agents, maybe governments will have their own digital agents acting on their behalf. How do you square all of that with the very limited ability of international organizations to handle even existing problems, right? Just think about it. The current warfare, for example, you look at the war that is being waged between Russia and Ukraine, right? There are lots of drones that are being employed right now there. What if those drones will be equipped with AI? And then those drones will be able to make their own decisions, who to kill, let alone that by itself, like the usage of drones is a terrific thing at any war. But AI-equipped robots being employed at wars, that will be a tremendous challenge to all of the international conventions, including conventions about wars and international
organizations. We will not be able to solve that right now, I'm afraid. But you're right in mentioning, that there are many dimensions to be explored.
Yeah.
Let me turn to Nick Studer, President and Chief Executive Officer of Oliver Wyman. Nick, do you think countries can really balance their national interests with the need for global cooperation in AI governance? How do you make that work?
Yeah, it's a good question, Hans-Paul. I think this panel as a whole feels like we're relatively skeptical of monolithic global regulation, and I'm not going to add any controversy on that front. I agree totally on that point too. I was really interested to see the Council of Europe, when it was doing its research, identified over 450 different global initiatives on AI governance. And that's single country, multi-country, also coming out of academia and civil society, of course. But ultimately, your question is one, it's an age-old polarity of managing sovereignty versus the benefits of collaboration. And I think there is a path to be trodden which can allow countries to balance that. On the first hand, we live in a world now which is no longer bipolar, it is multipolar. More than 20% of the world's nations are multi-aligned. So it's very unlikely we're going to find a single bullet to solve all of it. And I think the really truly global bodies, the UN and so on, have a vital role to play in access and capability building to make sure that we don't get even greater wealth skews between nations. But for nations themselves, I think what sits in the cooperation sphere is what are those red lines on the use cases, as various panel members have talked about? How do we try to align with those who have similar interests to us, our risk-based governance models and our risk-based regulation? Is there any joint learning we can do? Where can we share our sandboxes? Where can we share our data? Government use of AI, can we learn from each other in those use cases and applications? Where does AI start to bleed into trade rules? All of that has to be done, I think, in the collaboration sphere. But in the sovereignty sphere, there's a SDAIA report launched, which I noticed outside, which Oliver Wyman worked with SDAIA on. It starts with national strategy, which most countries now have for AI, although I still think there are plenty that don't. But it is as simple as investing in the digital infrastructure, the data architecture, the models, 8 LLMs being built at least in the kingdom at the moment, focused on talent and the implication for skills and talent. But then also, I think, critically, private sector development. What are the mixed funding models? How do you stimulate private sector activity? And I think in that triangle between government and public institutions, private companies, and the citizen, through those three, that is where collaboration is going to happen and where innovation is going to happen. But ultimately, all our governments are going to have to tread that path between protecting our sovereignty and learning what we can learn through collaboration.
Good. So in the final round, I would like to ask each of the panelists for some or one practical advice on what are the next steps going forward on AI governance. And I start with you, Jonathan, and then go through here. And if you want to leave the audience with one practical step going forward.
I think public-private partnerships are going to be key to making this work. I think it's got to be a two-way dialogue to deliver the proper level of regulation.
Okay. Namir?
I think the way that we're looking at the underlying technology and regulation maybe have to change. We have to step back and not focus on just the technology. We have to start to think of what are the enabling environment for this and how do we govern this? AI will require data. So how do we ensure there's a data trust in that information, that we know that the information that AI is receiving is the accurate information? But also going back on the talent development and the skills, we have to train also our developers to make sure that they're not introducing algorithms of biases and others. I'm an engineer. In Canada, we have something called ethics and law, that we have to do that, and we have to practice it on a yearly basis. Potentially in the future, we have to think, how do we get that system to work as well, not only just on the underlying technology.
Thank you. Andre?
I would say, like the ancient Romans used to say, if you cannot defeat it, join it, right? AI is such kind of a wave. I don't think any nation or any company or anybody individually can defeat the value that actually comes from AI. There's also a potential for abuse and all kinds of danger associated with AI, but it's inevitable. It's going to happen to all of us. So I think the best way to handle this is to learn more about what's coming to embrace us and embrace it, actually.
Alex? It's always good to go towards the end because everyone says something.
Getting more difficult.
It is, I know, I'm thinking rapidly. No, I think I'm actually going to say two things that are really important. The first one is a realization that unlike any of the technology changes that have come before, AI is being done to us as a population, as a business, as an economy. And so it's learning how to, or making a decision how you adopt it and harness it versus just accept it as part of your operating standards. I think the other aspect that's really important, and we've all talked about it, it's one of the things that we all agree on, is ensuring that skills are a fundamental part of any plan that you have for adoption. It is a rapidly moving industry with innovation that happens on a daily basis. So if you're going to continue to be at the forefront of it, unlike anything else we've seen, that continual self-education and continual investment in education, both the people in the workforce today, but also crucially, the younger generations, the 10, 11, 12-year-olds that are going through school, they will be the workers of the future, so they have to be ready for this.
Good. And Nick, again, last but not least.
There is a disadvantage to going last as well, because Hans Paul is an excellent moderator, and he made clear to us that none of us should repeat anything we agreed with that other people had said. And I think those were some excellent points. Maybe just trying to add one more. I think there's a very delicate balance between the role of the regulatory community and the role of the consumer in the rollout of AI. It's delicate because no one really knows what they're doing. And I fear a world in which regulators and lawmakers step in, consumers don't like the implications of the products they can no longer get, and we get a bit of a whiplash and a bit of a whipsaw between them. There needs to be a lot of education in this relationship, a lot of listening, but also a lot of shaping of the mass views, because frankly, I think some of the technology innovations and evolutions of the last 20 years have been more consumer-led, and we may be regretting that. So delicacy in that relationship, I think.
Very good. Well, thank you all. Thank you for paying attention, and I hope we've provided some food for thought for you, and I'm sure AI governance will continue to occupy us for many years to come. Thank you very much.
Sebastian. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. You said you were a fun panel, and you certainly were. Thank you so much. Another terrific panel that I do hope that you learned a lot from and gained plenty of insights. Well, that brings us now on to our next speaker this afternoon, focusing on AI sovereignty. Please welcome Dr. Yuan Kim.
Marhaban. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yuan Kim from Naver Cloud. Today, I'd like to talk about how Naver and Naver Cloud have secured AI sovereignty and our journey in this new era of hyperscale AI. Naver understood the importance of sovereign AI early and started preparing for it since then. In May 2021, we became the third company in the world to develop our own large language model. And in August 2023, we released the advanced version of LLM, HyperCLOVA X. Here are some key facts about HyperCLOVA X. HyperCLOVA X has proven that even with a language other than English. We can compete with the AI models developed by global tech giants. But we didn't stop at just creating an AI model. We applied our AI to over 200 naval services, including search, commerce, content, and fintech. We are expanding the scope of application to dedicated services in areas like healthcare, education, and law, improving people's quality of life. Now, I'd like to share some key milestones from our 25-year journey to achieving AI sovereignty. In 2020, Naver invested in building supercomputing infrastructure, making sure our AI technology is independent from global platforms. Our supercomputers were ranked among the top 10 in the world at the time. Since 2017, Naver Cloud has been offering public cloud services for businesses. Our advanced cloud environment allowed us to process massive amounts of data and efficiently scale our AI technology. In 2013, we launched our first data center, Gakchuncheon. As you know, data centers are key to supporting AI infrastructure. And last year, we opened the largest data center in Asia called Gaksejong. Let's go back to 1999, when Naver started its search engine. This was the beginning of Naver's journey to AI sovereignty. I'm proud to say that Naver is the only search engine that has defended its domestic market against Google through dynamics of market competition. Over time, Naver collected a massive amount of Korean language data through our search engine. This data is not just a collection of information, but a valuable asset for the foundation of Naver's AI. This digital heritage, which reflects our knowledge and culture, has enabled us to secure AI sovereignty for Korea. As I've mentioned, Naver's 25-year journey includes data collection, building data centers, establishing cloud environment, and developing AI capabilities. What we've learned through this journey is that AI sovereignty requires more than just a single model. No matter how large it is, it needs a whole ecosystem that combines all these elements. I hope Naver's experiences can help shape the future of AI in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Shukran.
Dr. Yuan Kim, thank you so much. Well, in our next segment, we will delve into how advancements in wafer-scale technology are pushing the boundaries of AI capabilities and enabling unprecedented levels of performance in AI systems. Let's dive into that with Andrew Feldman, founder and CEO, Cerebras Systems.
Oops. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for inviting me. What an extraordinary event. This is my first time in the kingdom, and it's an honor to be here, to be a small part in the creation of and the execution of Vision 2030. I'd like to thank Dr. Abdullah SDAIA for inviting me. I'd like to thank Dr. Nabil at Aramco, my friend, His Excellency Sharaf at Hazoon and RDIA. I'm founder and CEO of Cerebras. We build the fastest AI infrastructure in the world. I know it's late, and you've been here for many presentations, so what I thought I would do is I'd begin with a demonstration. On the left is the Cerebras platform, and on the right is NVIDIA served by Amazon. This is simple inference. Let's begin. We're done. We have a few of these coming, so. As you know, and as one of the foundational elements of this extraordinary conference, AI has fundamentally changed computing. Not a little bit, but we've moved from a world of x86 servers to AI supercomputers. Wow. As you know, NVIDIA has most of the market share, and they are one of the largest companies on Earth. And what Jensen says is true, that we need bigger GPUs, because bigger chips are faster, and bigger chips are more efficient. So we built the biggest chip on Earth. This is a 4 trillion transistor part. On the right, you can see the NVIDIA H100, and on the left, you can see our system. We have more than 3.9 trillion more transistors. Every microprocessor since 1972 has abided by a single rule first laid out by Moore. It's called Moore's Law. This is every processor over the last 52 years. Our part broke Moore's Law. There was our first generation, our second generation, and our third generation. In fact, in order to understand how large and how long it will take before others capture the same number of transistors, we can just do this. And it will take a decade before GPUs have this sort of transistor capacity. It was not an easy journey. It took us 8.5 years. We have more than 100 patents. We have 36 major publications. And for the last 4 consecutive years, our technology has produced research that has been finalist in the Gordon Bell Award, widely considered to be the Nobel Prize in computer science. Last year, the project was done in collaboration with KAUST, and so we are very proud of our initial work here in the kingdom. Here's another example, this time the Cerebras system compared to NVIDIA on Azure. Right. We're finished. I only have 10 minutes, so we don't have enough time to go through the other side. But I'm going to make you suffer just a little bit to watch how slow it is, if that's okay with you. All right, enough. It's not just in competition with NVIDIA. There are other startups that are also creating an ecosystem with us of accelerating AI. And here's our comparison. On the left is us, and on the right is a startup called Grok. Okay, we're done. Twice as fast. I've put some charts together for you. We are 20 times faster than the fastest hyperscale cloud. This is on Llama 8B, 20 times faster than the fastest NVIDIA-based hyperscale cloud on Llama 70B. Not only that, not only are we the fastest to complete a task, but we're the fastest to start. In AI, there are two important performance metrics. The first is time to first token, and the second is time to last token. And we are the fastest at both. Importantly, we do this in 16-bit for full accuracy. Many of the competitors do a little cheating and only use 8-bit. Sometimes this is okay, but sometimes you give up significant accuracy. So our performance is full speed at full accuracy. It took 8 years to build this technology, so I'm going to keep showing it to you if that's okay. This is my final demonstration. This is from the fastest provider of NVIDIA inference using 8 NVIDIA H100s. Right. When I'm feeling bad at work, I just show this. Not only are we fast, but this type of problem is not conducive to parallelization. There are no number of GPUs or TPUs from AMD, from NVIDIA, from Google, from any vendor that can deliver this performance. It is impossible to achieve with those technologies. Over the last 9 months, we have deployed our technology around the world. Here's a deployment in Santa Clara, in Texas, the beginning of a deployment in Minneapolis. We have deployed nearly 100 exaflops of Cerebrus technology over the last 10 months. We do not just inference, but training as well. But they only gave me 10 minutes, so I couldn't fit demos from both. We are more than 10 times faster than leading NVIDIA solutions in training. We are more than 20 times faster in inference. And importantly, as you've heard in previous conversations, we use a third the power. They told me not everybody was taking their allotted 10 minutes. I've taken 9 minutes and 15 seconds. I want to thank you for your time. What a pleasure to be here. It's a true honor to be invited. Be well.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation. Well, we've talked somewhat today about the importance of governance in AI, which of course is critical to moving forwards on this platform. And as we push the boundaries of performance with cutting-edge technologies, We look to our next session, which explores the way in which global stakeholders are working together, cooperating and collaborating to create guidelines and policies and important frameworks that shape the future of AI governance. So please join me in welcoming Amandeep Singh Gill, Under-Secretary, Secretary-General's Envoy on Technology, United Nations.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all well and enjoying this event. I'd like to start by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the warm hospitality. Dr. Abdullah Al-Ghamdi in particular. Excellency, thank you so much for bringing us together. It's a pleasure to be at the GAIN Summit. Now, I've been interested in AI for a while. As an engineer, I'm very optimistic about AI's positive potential. And as a diplomat, as a policy practitioner, I'm concerned about its risks, the gaps in governance and in capacity, as well as the competitive landscape, the political landscape in which we are pursuing collaborative efforts to govern artificial intelligence. At the UN, AI features increasingly across the three pillars of our work: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. The UN's unique strengths, universal participation, unparalleled convening power, and critical interfaces with application areas such as health, agriculture, even weapon systems, as well as the UN's bedrock of norms and international agreements, make it an ideal platform for handling AI risks and opportunities. This audience is well aware of the risks. Many of them are known, others are unknown, and therefore we must keep them under watch. And then there are exciting opportunities in accelerating scientific discovery, accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, and in improving critical government services. However, these opportunities will not be realized automatically. We need to invest in enablers, data, compute, and talent, and of course, governance, which is a critical enabler of digital cooperation within countries and across borders. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, internationally, there is a clear momentum around AI governance. In recent months, 2 consensus resolutions have been adopted at the UN General Assembly on artificial intelligence, on safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence systems, as well as on capacity building for AI. These are a welcome start to building a shared vision of AI that works for all humanity, promotes sustainable development, upholds human rights, and builds trust. They also underline that the UN is the central channel to advance global governance of AI and promote international cooperation on harnessing its benefits and managing its risks. Since October last year, the Secretary General's high-level advisory body on AI, composed of 39 diverse and highly qualified global experts, has worked to inform these timely and critical discussions on AI. And I'm delighted to see so many HLab colleagues here at the summit, and we'll shortly come together in a panel. Now, the advisory body has come up with some critical recommendations. They would be released for the public on 19th September, and we'll dive into those recommendations shortly. But essentially, they cover 4 areas. 1, building a common understanding on AI and its implications through an international scientific panel on AI. 2, creating common ground through a regular policy dialogue on AI governance. 3, ensuring common benefits through a capacity development network a global fund for AI supported by public and private sector contributions, and an international framework for data that helps create AI value closest to where the data is produced, greatly benefiting developing countries. And finally, the advisory body has recommended a coherent effort to implement this agenda, including a small, dynamic, and agile UN AI office reporting directly to the Secretary General and working close cooperation with relevant UN agencies and other partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for AI to do what it is hoped it will do and to avoid what many fear it could do, it must be governed for and by all humanity. Its governance must be placed in a universal framework in the United Nations and on the bedrock of our shared norms. With less than 2 weeks to go for the Summit of the Future at the UN in New York, a draft Global Digital Compact is under finalization. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring much-needed attention to issues related to the digital economy, data, and AI. What we decide this year will determine how these powerful technologies impact peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, and the social contract. Allow me to conclude now by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its generous support to the international cooperation on AI, which includes the work of the high-level advisory body on AI under the theme of digital cooperation on AI governance. Thank you, and please join me in welcoming the panelists from the high-level advisory body on AI.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is supporting the Secretary-General's roadmap for digital cooperation with its attachment to enhancing digital cooperation on AI governance and the outcomes of the work of the high-level advisory body on AI. The digital cooperation on AI governance aims at advancing several key objectives: promoting collaboration across borders and groups, building global consensus on the risks and opportunities of digital technologies, and promoting international learning on governance gaps and responses, showcasing how data and AI collaboration can drive SDG progress, address talent and infrastructure challenges, and improve data interoperability across borders and sectors. Promoting ecosystem-driven rather than solution-led approaches founded on digital public infrastructure, DPIs, and data. Reinforcing DPI governance and data to enhance trust in technology for users and innovators that protects human rights. Focusing on public sector capability building and a whole-of-government, whole-of-society approach to digital transformation. Through the digital cooperation on AI governance, Saudi Arabia aims to contribute to the global advancement of digital technologies for the benefit of humanity. At the GAIN Summit, AI for the good of humanity.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be joined by members of the Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Body on AI, starting with my right, Ambassador Phil Thigo, who's the Special Envoy of the President of Kenya on Digital and Emerging Technologies, also heads the program on Africa at the Thunderbird School of Management, and Dr. Latifa Al-Abdul Karim, who's a member of the Shura Council and is familiar to many of you in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for her work on shaping digital policy in the kingdom. Then to my left, Nighat Dad, who heads a foundation in South Asia looking at digital rights and has been a member of the oversight board of Meta, and of course is now a member of the advisory body on AI. Last but not the least, Dr. Nazneen Rajni, who is the CEO and founder of Collinear AI, and who, ladies and gentlemen, has just been named one of the MIT top 30 under 35 in AI. Please join me in applauding her achievement. Okay, so we'll start, Latifa, with you. and dive into the question that many of us were posed in the work of the advisory body, which is, what's the governance gap that you seek to address? What's missing in the international cooperation today on AI that we must urgently redress?
Thank you so much, Amandeep, and I would like to welcome you again to Riyadh, and welcome all the UN AI H Lab into Riyadh. You have been doing a lot of great jobs, and we'd like to exchange this kind of work here in the Game Summits. And thanks for SDAIA also for a lot of efforts that they made in shaping the governance of AI, and specifically talking about the many interesting sessions that we had previously regarding the governance in many aspects. Coming back to your question regarding the gaps in the governance, well, we all know that AI has no nationality. It's a cross-border, it's a global technology, and therefore we need definitely global governance to make sure that we are using AI in an effective way. There are, of course, all of you have definitely go through any of those documentation of AI governance that varies in multi-layers, either for national or international AI governance, or within the different scopes, like in terms of representation of the number of governments who are involved in those kind of AI governance. But what I want to focus on is the question that you have asked is regarding the global initiatives that are focused on the global governance. If we are looking, for example, at what happened in the last couple of years, there are many global initiatives, specifically after the release of ChatGPT. And if we are looking at the same time at the number of the top, let's say, 30 countries in AI, we will see that most of those countries are involved in the global initiatives of AI, which are there are 7 initiatives. But when we did this kind of analysis, we found that most of those 30 countries are not involved in all the 7, what they call global initiatives. One of them is actually Saudi. Saudi and many of the countries, they are part of those 7 initiatives, but maybe they are not involved in 1 or 2. There are only 7 countries or 7 governments who are involved into all of those AI governance initiatives. And 118 countries are left behind, and most of those countries are from the global south. And what we want to provide throughout our work is to consider global and its real termination. So we are focusing on a global and inclusive approach in order to target this governance for AI, and make sure that it is effective, and make sure that it is providing some kind of equity and efficiency. Another aspect that we found in the governance, there are also, since that we are dealing with technology, and it's cutting-edge technology, and evolution is really moving very rapidly, and it's targeting many AI applications in different domains, and those domains have, again, different governance. So we also need to tackle not only the representation in terms of number of countries, but also considering the sectors as part of it. As well as the other aspects that we might face, for example, the open source. So considering only one part of governance is really, will lack a lot of other governance. So we need to focus on providing holistic approach, transversal approach, as well as inclusive and global approach. Thank you.
So those are astonishing numbers. Only 7 countries are present in the top AI governance initiatives. 118 countries are not there. So there is definitely a representation gap, and you say there's also an...
And coordination as well, to tackle these kind of fragmentation. So we need to coordinate. We are not only considering global governance without understanding that every country will have their own national AI governance, but how can we align those two together in order to under global existing norms?
for more effective governance. Thank you, Latifa. And Phil, coming to you, governance for what? So what's the objective really? Is it to guard against risks? Is it to advance the opportunities? So how are you looking at the opportunity side, and what do you think the Global South expects from governance?
And I think so. And thank you so much again to the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for inviting us. And to Latifa's point, I think it's very important at this design stage to actually include voices from the Global South. And so when you say it's government for what? I think for us in the body, and this has been a lot of our reflection, is that many of the countries in the Global South are never involved in this part of the design. A lot of these things are packaged, put in a box, and then sent to the Global South, because I think our perspectives are different. Secondly, I think to your point on governance for what, because there's a potential, and AI has a transformative potential, especially for the wicked problems that a lot of us have in the Global South, whether it's to solve a couple of healthcare problems, ravages of climate, improve outcomes around food systems. And so that's what we want to govern. So it's just an abstract governance or a vanity governance, right? So when you look at, for example, the enablers, and that's why for us the commons are important, is that as much as we're looking at the big picture around enablers, right, whether it's data, and I've had a lot of conversations around that, we still have challenges around either data gaps or data quality or data access in the Global South. So that's what you want to govern, even how that data is collected, so that it brings out our perspectives and our visions. Because when you talk about bias, that's the point, that we need to be involved in how we collect our knowledge in that. The other part, of course, is around talent. So how do you ensure that a lot of this is not created for us, but with us, collaboratively, so that in a way that you are building capability and not necessarily on this cycle of capacity, because the technology is moving very quickly. There's no time unless you build capability so that we move collectively and compute. And we've had this, I think, from the morning up to now, is that how do you ensure that that's a shared resource? We know that in our continent, especially in the Global South, many of us do not have the capacity, capability, or the resource to do that in terms of finance. We're already in a very depressed economy, in a situation where we have constrained fiscal space. So how do you ensure that we are not left behind, but also we are playing catch-up? Because leapfrogging has been our game. But without capital and capacity, how do you basically do that? So I think for us, and to your speech around the commons, and that's why I think for us, we really are way very much behind H-Lab's report around the common understanding. Do we understand what we are governing? Do we in terms of the common purpose, are we moving towards the same objective, which is around the global goals? And are we also in terms of sort of the other commons, in terms of, are we ensuring that we are also building finance capacity that is investing in good, not just vanity? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So when it comes to common benefits,
exactly.
Those suggestions that the advisory body is making to the international community,
exactly.
From your perspective, what do you think is the most critical implementation issue?
I think for me it's finance, right? Because without money, first of all, I think we can't do this. And so I think for me, the AI fund that is very much elusive is something that we need to invest in, because it doesn't happen. And the current finance mechanisms, and I think my president has been very vocal on this, is the current financial architecture is not prepared or ready for these types of investments. Because think about it, what AI needs to deliver is public good. A lot of the public benefits are not lucrative and are not profitable. So how do we disrupt this with another narrative of resourcing for development that may at some point begin to have financial benefits? Otherwise, you do not deliver for climate, for health, for education, for food security, and for the common wicked problems that we have today.
Thank you. And the audience would be interested in knowing that at the Summit of the Future, apart from the Global Digital Compact, a critical issue on the agenda is reform of the international financial architecture, the resource issue that came up in this discussion. Because as we have seen during the discussions today, behind AI is connectivity, is energy, basic infrastructure, and there's a lot that's still lacking there. So Nazneen, from this macro perspective of global policy, access, inclusion, to the microeconomic perspective from an enterprise level view of AI. So you've been a research lead at Hugging Face, leading on the development of open source technologies. You've been interested in how data comes together to shape the context for the use of AI in the enterprise space. Tell us what's been your experience like on the advisory body and what most excites you going forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for organizing such an amazing, wonderful conference. And it's been an honor to serve at the United Nations High-Level Advisory Body on AI. In terms of the microeconomics of the AI governance, I believe that data, as you said, is an extremely important ingredient for any of this generative AI technology. And for data, it seems like there's clearly a gap between countries or enterprises that own that data versus the global south, or even smaller startups and companies that are just starting out that haven't collected all this data over the number of years. And I believe one way to sort of bridge that gap is to think about data governance in a way where we can have a data trust and a marketplace of sort of sharing anonymized, privacy-preserving data. Imagine, if there were enterprises or even countries or governments that were willing to do that, anonymize and share that. I think it would be really amazing for, especially in the global south, as well as even for companies that are just starting out, to leverage that and build on top of that. That I think is a very important thing. Another thing is a model agreement in place. So, as we have seen that data governance is clearly very fragmented, and Latifa also pointed to that, there has to be some sort of a model agreement in place where I want to work with data in, say, Japan or the European Union. How do I use that in training my AI models or running inference on that? And how do I make it easy to interoperate between these two things? I think those are some points that we should be thinking about in terms of data governance. The other thing I believe that is really important is to think about democratization and open science approach to AI. What that means is that essentially, these large language models, AI, seems to be the electricity, and everyone's calling it the new technology that's changing and affecting every single person's life. So that includes people who probably have never used that or interacted with that before. And so how do we think about building these so that it's accessible to everyone, and they can actually not just access it, but contribute to that. So making it easy for other people to also contribute, collaborate, and be part of this new AI wave that's coming. That I feel is my perspective on this. And so I'm actually really excited about what's coming.
So you think this global data framework that the advisory body is suggesting would be able to create those kind of interoperability solutions that help modelers, developers anywhere in the world to access data, anonymized data in kind of trusted ways?
Yeah, exactly. So basically right now, if you look at it, there are these really even startups which became these big companies, they have these licensing agreements going on with a lot of other private companies, banks, and so on. But then, what if you're a startup or you're in the global south? It's very difficult to put an agreement in place to use that data. And imagine if there was a marketplace where there were these standard agreements where anyone could access that. It was anonymized. Maybe it doesn't have to be extremely huge. It can be a smaller subset of it, things like that. I think that's going to be super useful. It actually helps with also building and collaborating. Like I said, it helps in democratization as well. So you can understand what are the kind of data that is available out there, and how can I leverage that and build my algorithms and models that can work with that data and actually use that data to do something more interesting and make, help use AI to make better decisions.
Thank you. And perhaps this goes back to one of Phil's points. At one level, there is the marketplace, but at another level, data needs to come together to address some of the urgent issues, health, agriculture, so kind of data commons.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you, Nazneen. And Nigat, turning to you, we've been talking about the opportunity, the governance at the macro level. From your perspective as the founder of the Digital Rights Foundation, working with the oversight board of a large tech company, where do you see the risks and what's the role that other stakeholders like civil society, independent experts can play in managing those risks and ensuring that AI is human-centered?
Yeah, so I think for the last 1 year, we have seen like this race of AI between Western countries in terms of, like governments are rushed to make regulations and companies are rushed to make innovations. And I think the gaps that we as civil society has seen is, not really participatory process that both stakeholders are actually following. And I think advisory board of UN Secretary General set a very good precedent in terms of bringing together diverse group of people with inclusivity, but also not just folks from companies or governments or academia and experts, but also civil society from Global South. So bringing voices of Global South into this body, and then deliberate on issues that many didn't deliberate while rushing towards regulations. So I think the precedent that this advisory board has set is actually a really good example for governments to follow when it comes to do open consultations when they are making regulations. There is no rush to make regulation. You can open up the space for stakeholders because civil society brings this perspective of communities, marginalized groups, women, communities who are not being heard in the spaces of, where the decisions are being made. So if you are bringing civil society, you are making your process inclusive. It is actually going to benefit you. And it is going to benefit communities at the end. And same goes for the companies while they are developing, training their models, and deploying them. If they are not listening to the civil society who are actually bringing diverse voices, the voices from the marginalized groups, then you are not doing any service, So I think that's the gap that we have seen. And when we say civil society, we are not talking about just like general civil society. We are talking about voices from Global South, from the majority world, because these models, these technologies, the emerging tech is going to impact those who actually do not have say while designing these technologies. So I think that's the role that civil society can play and is playing in this advisory body. But at the same time, I think the kind of example that we have set in the advisory body, it's the space that we created for the moral conversations. And I think that should keep going on even after we launch the report and hopefully the recommendations that we have given. This space should be there where we can have these moral conversations where the other powerful stakeholders are not really giving attention to those conversations.
Thank you so much. And to remind the audience, the Secretary General would release the report in the morning of September 19th, just 2 days before the Summit of the Future in New York. Nigat, I wanted to stay with this notion of inclusion and reflecting diverse perspectives. So you made a practical suggestion for governments. What would you like to say to tech companies, keeping in mind this other risk that we have, which is reinforcing inequalities? We already have a very unequal world. Do you see AI kind of accentuating those inequalities? How can we prevent them?
Absolutely. I think, so I am part of Meta's Oversight Board, which is an independent body holding the company accountable around their content moderation decisions. We are not associated with them, so we make our decisions very independently. I think that's the kind of role that companies need to envision for themselves. I think we are done with the self-regulatory models because there is no accountability measure there. So how you can hold accountable if companies are saying we can self-regulate ourselves if there is no independent oversight on them? So I think it's very important that the precedents that have been set and are successful, if companies can follow that to prevent the harm and not really sort of push the existing inequalities that are already there, if they are not going to follow the example where any watchdog is there or any independent oversight body is there who can actually hold them accountable, then I don't think that the self-regulation kind of argument works.
Thank you very much, and I'm keeping an eye on the time. I think we have perhaps one last round, 1 minute, one thought each on what would you like to see happen 5 years from now? What would you have liked to see happen today so that 5 years from now we are in a better position? Just one thing. Phil, with you.
And I think for me, again, investment shows intent, right? And for me, that's the equalizer. That intent, but also the morality around inclusivity, I think for me, that's what I want to see.
Investments following good intentions.
Yes.
Excellent. Latifa.
Cooperation.
Cooperation.
Yeah, definitely. We are here now cooperating, coming from East and West and North. But when it comes to the regulation, we are always resisting. So I'm not saying that we need to jump into regulation. It will take time, definitely, and it's a journey. But we need to work on together and cooperate together to make sure that the regulation is really enhancing the innovation.
Excellent. Thank you. International cooperation. Nazneen.
Democratization. So maybe even in terms of data, for better data governance, so that later on, 5 years down the line, we don't see AI accentuating the gap between bigger companies, smaller companies, the West and the global South. And similarly, in terms of how, who are we building this technology for, and putting humans in the center of that. And the only way to do that is through democratization.
Thank you. Thank you, Nazneen. Nigat.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about AI for humanity, and I think for governments or for companies, what I would like to see that any approach that they take towards regulations or making these technologies, that should be centered around humans.
Wonderful. Human-centered AI. And I like to close the panel by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the organizers of this summit. Dr. Abdullah Al-Gandhi mentioned this morning that the idea of the advisory body, this kind of an international body to look at AI governance, was one of those ideas that was discussed at the first GAIN summit. So we have now seen how that's been actioned, and there are more exciting things to come as we start a new chapter in our collaboration, in our international cooperation. Please allow me to thank the panel and join me in thanking them.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Amandeep Gill Singh and his phenomenal panel. Well, we shift our focus now to a groundbreaking area where AI and robotics intersect. This discussion will highlight how AI-driven robotics are not only enhancing performance and efficiency, but also testing what machines can achieve in dynamic, real-world environments. Please welcome Mark Rabert, Chairman, Boston Dynamics, who joins us virtually. Mark, fantastic to see you. I know that you're going to speak to us for a little while, and then you and I will have a chat.
I'm looking forward to talking to you. I love robotics. I've been at it a long time, and today there's so much going on in the field of robotics. It's amazing. So I'm going to give you just a little glimpse of some of the developments that have been happening recently, and I'll talk a little bit about some plans that we have for the future. Could I have the first slide, please? I can't see, so could you just confirm that the first slide is up?
The slide is up.
Is it the two kinds of intelligence?
Spot on.
Great. So when I think of intelligence in people and animals, there's really two parts. There's the part that's been so popular in the media recently with the advent of the large language models and ChatGPT, which broadly I would call cognitive intelligence. And we think of that as what's going on in our heads when we think, when we make a plan, how to get to the airport on time, when we use language and talk to each other and listen, and all of you listening to my words and understanding what I'm talking about. All that's cognitive intelligence. And it's really important. But there's another kind of intelligence that has to do more with our bodies and how we move and how we interact in real time in the world. And I call that athletic intelligence. So imagine an athlete, like a basketball player or a soccer player, maneuvering with respect to his opponents. Imagine even just us standing up and balancing and walking around and conserving our energy when we travel through the world. All of these things are athletic intelligence. Could I have the next slide? I got early inspiration from some of the athletic intelligence of animals. Here's a mountain goat who's got his whole life in his hooves when he climbs, but it's a remarkable demonstration of the intelligence we have over the use of our bodies. Here's a cheetah who's got just an extraordinary mechanical system, and both this cheetah and the springbok are running for their lives. One trying to get its next meal and the other one trying to avoid being a meal. And of course, human beings have a great deal of athletic intelligence too. Even my 2.5-year-old grandson climbing on this wall is using his sensors and his body and kind of doing a little bit of planning, combining it all together so that he can get some extraordinary locomotion out of the system. Next slide. We've made progress in capturing or designing and developing athletic intelligence in robots. This is a robot that we developed maybe almost 15 years ago now, Big Dog, we at Boston Dynamics. This is a robot that is using dynamic balance. It's got onboard computers, an onboard power supply, an engine in this case, and it has reflexes that let it react to the environment. That's a slippery patch of ice in a parking lot, and the robot's able to keep its balance and maneuver despite the slipping feet. This is a further development where we've made a robot that can carry a heavy load, about 200 kilograms, go a long distance, about 20 miles, and it doesn't have to have a driver. It's following a human leader, even when it goes through this dense brush. Now, I don't think this is a problem in Saudi Arabia, but here in Cambridge and Boston, snow can cause big mobility limitations. And one of the great things about legged robots is that they have the ability to maneuver through that. This is a robot that's the fastest legged robot, goes about 20 miles an hour, and it's very dynamic, and it kind of shows off some of the challenges of making a robot that can go that fast. And here's a more recent predecessor to what I'm going to talk about next. So the next slide, please. I'm going to give a little review of work that's going on at Boston Dynamics now, which I call Today, Tomorrow, and the Future. And so the next slide is about the Spot robot, the Today robot. This is a robot that's a product that Boston Dynamics is selling, and I'll show you a little bit about what that robot does. But the next slide shows that this robot was designed to be general purpose for a wide variety of uses and applications. And so we made it so that you could attach hardware onto its back, a little bit like the roof rack on a car, so that it can carry these payloads. The payloads could be an arm, cameras, LiDARs, or even more computing. And the software is also organized so that you can attach your own software to the robot. So the low levels, the mobility, the perception of its surroundings, its navigation is done on the robot, but you can add software to make it work on your particular application, your particular facility. The next slide. So here are some examples of how people use this robot in their facilities. This is an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico where it's very expensive to have people and dangerous for people. And we have the robot there doing routine inspections of the equipment that are on board that make the oil rig work. And the robot this is a refinery. These are environments that are very difficult for traditional robots to get around, but the athletic intelligence of Spot lets it maneuver through these environments. This is an integrated circuit fabrication facility where the robot is used to collect data from the machinery so that we can decide whether the machines are working correctly or need repair or what other attention they might need. And here's an application where Spot's building a digital twin of a space. This is the Chernobyl reactor that's being remediated because it failed many years ago. And the robot can go in there and make radiation measurements, which let the people who are remediating be safer because they don't have to travel to all the unknown regions of the reactor. And this still is from Fukushima, where Spot was able to gain access to reactor 4 after 11 years when no human had been able to go in there because of the danger of the radiation. But 2 Spots were able to climb some stairs, open a door, and make some measurements inside the reactor. I'm really excited about this kind of use of a robot where it's too dangerous for people to go. Next slide. There are about 2,000 Spots around the world being used for a wide variety of applications. Some of them are there in Riyadh, being used by a number of users. They're all over Europe and North America and some in Asia. Next slide. The amazing thing about these quadruped robots is that Spot isn't the only one. There are a variety of companies making products that are being sold into various kinds of applications used for research. And it really is helping define a heyday of athletic robotics in the world. I'm excited because it's not a question, should I use a robot? The question is, which one should I use? So there's a market forming and lots of opportunity. The next slide. Another application that Boston Dynamics is working on, which isn't quite in full commercial flow, but is being tested, is using robots in warehouses to handle the large number of packages that e-commerce has produced. The next slide. There's estimated to be about 500 billion, not a million, not a billion, but 1 trillion, 500 billion boxes handled every year around the world. And it's all done by human beings. But I think there's an opportunity to have robots handling many of those boxes and taking over this very dull, dangerous, and dirty job. The next slide shows the Stretch robot, which was specifically designed to handle boxes and to unload trucks. And Stretch is now in testing at a number of different warehouses for DHL, AM InBev, Maersk, and others, where they've been in routine use in a proof of concept mode. And they're handling boxes at rates comparable or exceeding the rates that humans can do these tasks. These robots have a vision system so they can see the boxes they're handling, decide which box to get next. And as the uses advance, the robots are getting much more efficient. We're learning a lot about these tasks and designing optimizations like this robot's handling 2 or even 3 boxes at a time in order to increase the throughput. Next slide. This is just a concept of how to combine this robot along with Spot, along with the one I'm going to show coming up, in use in warehouses where there's many tasks that can be done in an automated way. And we're looking forward to a future. Obviously, this is a simulation, so this isn't actually yet, but we think that in a very short amount of time, these are the kind of uses you'll see. And these uses extend to manufacturing as well. Here are robots being used to handle parts, to sequence them for assembly line use, to handle parts that are too big and unwieldy for people to handle, so robots can be stronger than people, and we can really accelerate and improve productivity. Next slide. Now I'm going to transition to what I call the future. These are robots that aren't in production yet, and we're working feverishly on accelerating their capabilities and their abilities. Next slide. And I'll tell you a little bit about them. Next slide, please. So this is the Atlas robot, and here we're just showing its basic capabilities. This is a human form robot that has quite a bit of athletic capability. It can move dynamically, it can balance itself. You can see it jumping here. This robot has onboard computers. It has an onboard computer vision system that lets it see the environment it's working in. And it can do a small amount of planning in order to enable it to handle an environment like this, where everything might not be exactly the same from time to time, so it has to plan out its activity. This robot has a great sense of balance, as demonstrated here. We're showing that it can maintain its balance even when it's severely disturbed. And this is using some of the latest model predictive control techniques. Next slide. And this is a demonstration not of actual production, but tasks that are much closer to the kinds of things that a robot will do, like this will do, once it's in productive use. So the robot is getting parts from storage locations, getting them ready to be used for manufacturing. The robot can use both of its hands to grasp parts, which is a complicated maneuver. It's using its vision to locate the parts. It's really remarkable, the developments that are happening with humanoid robots. Can I have the next slide, please? Boston Dynamics has developed a new version of its humanoid robot. And this is a little clip. Some of you may have seen this on the internet. This is a little clip that just shows some basic functionality. This is still a prototype in development. It's not in production yet, but the company is working on that. Next slide. One of the amazing things about robotics is how it is taken over people's imaginations, and there's so many companies developing humanoid robots. Until recently, humanoid robots were just a thing of the future. And now, in addition to Boston Dynamics, there's 4 or 5 or 6 humanoid robot companies in the United States. Next slide. There's several companies in Europe developing humanoid robots. And next slide. And in China, there's an absolute, next slide, please. And in China, there's an absolute hurricane of new robot companies and new robots. I was there 2 weeks ago, and there were about 27 different humanoid robots, each made by a different company, at a trade show there, showing off what people are doing. So it's really an amazing time. Next slide. I don't have much time left, but I just wanted to say something about that. Athletic intelligence is very exciting, but I think we need to combine it with cognitive intelligence before robots are going to reach their real value and maturity. And so, next slide. A group of us have started a new organization here in Cambridge, Massachusetts, called the AI Institute. It's funded by the Hyundai Corporation. And the AI Institute has the goal, next slide, of becoming the Bell Labs of robotics and AI. We're a pure research lab focused on combining cognitive intelligence with athletic intelligence and advancing both of them. I'm going to skip a few slides. Could we go to the first picture? We can skip that and skip the next one. One more. So, back one, please. One of our projects that we're working on that exemplifies the combination of cognitive function with athletic function, we call watch, understand, do. And the basic idea is not to have very skilled programmers tell the robot what to do and define the task, but have the robot be able to do on-the-job training and have it be able to watch a human perform a task and then be able to understand what they're seeing, figure out what skills it needs, and then do the task itself. The next slide. So here's the robot doing the car repair or the car building without any human programmer. This is still science fiction, but it's the kind of thing we're working on. I'm very excited to be developing. The next slide. While that's an industrial application, you can imagine having a domestic or consumer application for watch, understand, do, where a robot works in your home and watches the various things, have someone teach it how to do relevant things. I think I'm out of time, so I won't go through the rest of the examples, but there are many opportunities for combining cognitive intelligence with athletic intelligence. And I think it's going to cultivate a whole new industry and opportunities for how robotics can be used. I'll just make one last comment. We also have an ethics and policy group at the AI Institute. So in addition to our technical development, we're trying to study what we're trying to collect data that informs us about people's attitudes towards robots, trying to consider some of the risks and opportunities, and get some real hardcore data to infuse and to support the decisions that the world is going to have to make as this technology evolves. So with that, I'll end my talk, and I think there's some questions.
Mark, that was absolutely astounding, can I just say, just to see the capabilities of what robotics can do currently. I'm afraid that we are actually out of time, so we'll have to let you go, but I do hope we get a chance to speak in the future and I can put some questions to you that our audience has asked of me. Another time, my friend.
Okay, another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, our next discussion will be talking about next generation Arabic LLMs and how they're unlocking new dimensions in generative AI. It is sure to be an absolutely pivotal conversation, and I encourage all of you to please pay close attention to what's being said. I would like now to invite His Excellency, Dr. Issam Al-Wagait, Director, National Information Center, for a marvelous conversation on next-gen Arabic LLMs.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. About 2 years ago, Gen AI and large language models, LLMs, dominated the global conversation. At that time, we found ourselves asking an important question. What does that mean for us in Saudi Arabia? As I pondered the question, I began to dream. I envisioned everyone in Saudi Arabia in being empowered by AI, regardless of their age, location, gender, or language. I imagined AI in every corner of our lives, at our homes, at our schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Soon enough, this dream became a calling for a mission to develop a large language model that speaks to us and understands us. For this mission to become a reality, we realized a crucial fact. We don't just want an LLM. We want an Arabic LLM that is tailored and customized for our unique context. In SDAIA, being the custodian of data and AI, we took on this mission. And we embarked on a journey to develop the best Arabic LLM. In this journey, we encountered and overcame many challenges. And let me tell you some of them. First challenge is data. We all know that large language models, hence large, require a huge amount of data to be trained on. So we mobilized more than 160 entities, government bodies, universities, specialized centers, and so on. And we compiled the largest Arabic data set containing more than 500 billion Arabic tokens. And I would like to thank everyone who contributed in this national initiative. Now we have the data. We need people to develop, train, and test this large model. So we scaled up our team, and we brought the brightest minds in the field of AI. And let me tell you, I witnessed something remarkable. The team stepped up to the challenge. They were driven by a deep sense of duty and national pride. They worked day and night, tirelessly, to develop the model. I'd like to pause here for a round of applause for this amazing team. Now we had the data and the talent. I think you know the obvious challenge that's coming up, the infrastructure. We know that LLMs require specialized hardware, and they require a lot of that hardware. So we did whatever it took to secure the infrastructure required to train the model. And we trained many versions of that model, ranging in size from 7 billion tokens up to 70 billion tokens. And I'm happy today to announce the collaboration between SDAIA and NVIDIA to scale up our infrastructure to reach more than 5,000 GPUs. Now the fourth challenge, and I go back to what I mentioned before. We wanted an LLM that's customized and tailored for us. So we needed to fine-tune this model for Arabic language and the context of Arabic language. So we engaged more than 400 subject matter experts who worked tirelessly to generate more than 1 million prompts that we used to fine-tune the system, the LLM, into many areas, ranging from economics, to religion, to history, to Arabic language itself, and so on. We even went further, and we trained the system and fine-tuned it for our local national context, into the Vision 2030, in our transformation programs, and the rich history of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with an immense pride. We developed the Arabic large language model, Allam, that doesn't only serve people in Saudi Arabia, but serve more than 450 million Arabic speakers. I would like to thank the team behind this effort. And I would like also to announce that Allam is the best Arabic large language model in its class, compared or benchmarked on the Arabic MMLUs. So the journey goes on. We'll continue to improve, and we'll not do it alone. We'll do it with our partners, like IBM and Microsoft, who will have with us today. And we'll make sure that Allam stays the best Arabic large language model, and we make sure that AI is used for the betterment of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll stop here. I'll invite my colleague, Dr. Mishari al-Mishari, the Deputy Director of the National Information Center and the leader of Allam program, to talk more about this. I would like also to invite Jonathan Arashak, Senior VP from IBM, and also Mr. Turki Badreis, Microsoft Arabia President. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It's my great honor to stand before you as we celebrate an important milestone in our effort and work towards advancing AI technologies in the Arabic language. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the incredible effort of our amazing team who worked tirelessly towards this remarkable achievement. Their hard work, dedication, and unwavering commitment have been the real driving force behind Allam. Now, let's delve into some details and some numbers. First, I'm extremely proud to announce that our Allam's family of Arabic LLMs is very well leading in the Arabic language. And I'm going to give you examples and numbers. Our 30 billion parameter model is among the top performers as per the Arabic MLU benchmark dataset, competing with larger and bigger models such as GPT and Quinn. To make it more exciting, even our smaller models are competing with larger models. For example, our 7 billion parameter model is outperforming another 70 billion parameter model, 10 times its size. In fact, we are leading in every class. We are the best in the 70B. We are the best in the 30B. We are the best in 13B, and we are the best in 7P as per the Arabic MMLU benchmark dataset. This is not the end of the journey. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and more achievements are yet to come.
From the heart of the Arab and Islamic world, where tradition meets innovation, from the land that cradled the Arabic language, comes a groundbreaking leap into the future. Led by Saudi Data and AI Authority, SDAIA, crafted by Saudi brilliance, nurtured by our heritage, and driven by our vision. Introducing Allam, the Arabic large language model, a marvel of modern technology, more than 500 billion Arabic tokens, 7 to 70 billion parameters, inspired by the knowledge of 300,000 Arabic books and shaped by over 160 government and private entities, all united with one goal. Driven by the insights of over 400 subject matter experts, rigorously evaluated by the Arabic MMLU benchmark, Allam stands tall as the finest in its class, ranking as the best LLM for Arabic language. Proudly introducing Allam, a new era for Arabic language and AI. Allam, where Arabic flourishes and innovation thrives, powered by SDAIA. At the GAIN Summit, AI for the good of humanity.
We truly acknowledge the importance of collaboration. We cannot continue working in isolation. Our partnership with leading companies such as IBM and Microsoft will help us even further advance Allam and take it to the next level. It will also help us open Allam at scale to both the private and the public sectors, as well as to Saudi innovators across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We at SDAIA are very well committed towards building a human capacity and enabling our people and youth with the tools needed to further advance the edge of AI technology. At this point, I would like to welcome Mr. Jonathan Adashak, the SVP of Marketing and Communication at IBM, to talk about our upcoming collaboration with IBM and the exciting development that lie ahead.
Thank you, everybody. I want to start by expressing my great gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Assam and to Dr. Mashari for having me on stage and for allowing me to represent IBM. We're honored to be here, and we're in awe of the success of GAIN and everything that everybody has done to make this conference such a great success. IBM has a long history in the kingdom. We've been here since 1947, working side by side with the government and with private sectors to work on key projects and key initiatives that are important and strategic for the growth of the kingdom and for the economic future of the kingdom. And in 2024, I think we had a huge year here in the kingdom, and we're not even done yet. The beginning of the year, we inaugurated our regional headquarters here in Riyadh. And then in March, we announced an AI software lab, also here in Riyadh. It's over $200 million investment into that lab, delivering amazing world-class talent and global AI innovation that will go around the world. And we are also very excited and proud of our collaboration with SDAIA to expand the reach and the possibilities of Arabic LLMs through the availability of Alam. And Alam is on Watson X, IBM's data and AI platform. And we're also excited to see the outcomes and see the benefits of the challenge that is going to be coming up, the Alam Challenge, which will also be hosted on Watson X.
Thanks, Jonathan. As part of our collaboration with IBM, we are so glad to announce that we will not only be hosting Alam on IBM Watson X, we will be hosting IBM Watson X on our NIC's government cloud, DEEM. This will enable government entities not only to benefit from Alam. In fact, it will enable them to leverage the full services offered by IBM Watson X. We believe that this step is very important in accelerating the AI adoption within government entities. Jonathan?
Indeed, Dr. Bashari. The addition of Watson X and Alam is geared toward empowering Saudi government entities in their AI transformation journeys. Organizations and governments will be able to unlock the full power of their data and work with even greater agility, efficiency, and trust. And we're also proud to announce plans to collaborate in the establishment of an AI Center of Excellence with SDAIA here in Riyadh. Areas of collaboration for the center are intended to include defining clear design principles and best practices, assembling a strong team, and establishing a stable, monitored environment with the goal of continuously improving processes while applying governance and controls. And all of this is aimed to create a roadmap of activities around Alam and Watson X on DEEM. Ultimately, we would love to see Watson X and Alam on all government and private cloud platforms. This will help empower entities to build custom AI services that are adaptable and scalable, that are also simple to use, and can power the future of the kingdom's AI leadership. Thank you, Dr. Bashar.
Thank you, Jonathan. Another interesting initiative that I would like to share with you is the Alam Challenge. Alam Challenge is really about enabling our people and our youth to derive real value from Alam by developing specific use cases and application on Allam that is being hosted on IBM Watson. With a total price pool of 1 million riyal, this shows you how much we are committed towards enhancing and advancing AI in the Arabic language across different domains, such as Arabic grammar and Arabic poetry. In addition to IBM, we will be delivering this challenge in collaboration with other partners who have been very well dedicated to ensuring the success of the challenge. Our partners and collaborators, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Turki Badreis, Microsoft Arabia President, to talk about our upcoming collaboration with Microsoft and the amazing things that we will be doing together.
Thank you, Dr. Mishari. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullah Al-Ghamdi, Your Excellency, Dr. Isam, and the entire team of SDAIA. I'm so grateful and thankful for the tireless effort, unwavering support, and most importantly, the trust that you put in Microsoft in our AI journey in the kingdom. Your Excellencies, esteemed members of the media, and our great audience from the globe. It is fantastic to see everyone here at the 3rd Global AI Summit celebrating the advancement of AI in our kingdom. I'm thrilled today to announce a major and impactful milestone in our partnership with SDAIA. Today, SDAIA Arabic Large Language Model, Allam, is totally built and trained on Microsoft Azure, robust and scalable infrastructure. And today, it's my pleasure to announce the general availability of Allam powered by Azure. This is very significant because it gives access for generative AI to individuals, SMEs, startups, NGOs, and all businesses across all industries. Now, companies and organizations inside Saudi and beyond can co-innovate and create Arabic applications that can solve their challenges, optimize their operation, enhance their customer engagement and experiences, and also accelerate on their digital transformation journey. Hosting Allam on Azure ensures high availability, performance, and most importantly, top-notch security that can empower companies and organizations to deliver on their digital transformation initiatives confidently. In addition of our celebration of having the general availability of Allam on Azure, we are announcing several initiatives that will cement Saudi Arabia's position as a global AI leader. We are announcing the establishment of a Center of Excellence in partnership with SDAIA to co-innovate and co-generate AI use case studies that will be leveraged and utilized across all industries. And also we are announcing Microsoft AI Academy in partnership with SDAIA to enhance and build the AI capabilities in our kingdom throughout a diverse of educational programs. This academy will provide training programs, digital boot camps, and also AI awareness programs to all levels, for all individuals at all levels, from students to professionals to management and executive management in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, this partnership underscores Microsoft's mission of empowering every individual and organization on the planet to achieve more, aligning in SDAIA's mission to accelerate the adoption of AI across all industry. Again, thank you, SDAIA's team, for giving Microsoft this opportunity. Thank you for the collaboration and the support. And together, we are building the future of technologies in the kingdom and beyond. And we are setting a global benchmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Turkey. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the verge of the new AI revolution in the Arabic language. Together with you, with our people, with the brightest minds, with our partners, we will not only be imagining the future, we will be making it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, it has been so exciting today to learn of all the incredible advancements that are happening in AI, but that also sparks plenty of questions, particularly around authenticity. So let's examine the implications now of this rapidly evolving technology on its impact on trust, creativity, and the very definition of authenticity. Please welcome Dr. Anthony Nakash, Managing Director, Google.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. And let me start by congratulating SDAIA for the organization of an amazing event. My name is Anthony Nakash, and I have the privilege of leading Google in the Middle East and North Africa. Personally, I would not want to work in any other industry and would not want to work with any other company. As someone who trained as an engineer, who has always been working in tech, and probably is a bit geeky, I think we are in the middle of an historical change in technology. And for someone who has been in Google for 16 years, there's never been a better moment for us to fully fulfill our mission of organizing the world's information, making it universally accessible and useful for everyone. And AI has become central to this mission. At Google, when we think about AI, we are guided by 3 words: bold, responsible, and together. First, it is about building bold and extraordinary solutions that will improve lives exponentially. 2, it is about building that AI technology in a safe and responsible way. And 3, it is about building it together with government, with academia, with the private sector, and with all of you. This commitment to boldness, to responsibility, and to working together, to collaboration, is exemplified in our AI journey, which started actually many years ago with a seemingly simple product, yet groundbreaking: Google Translate. So Google Translate was built in 2006 with AI at its core. And the goal was to translate documents for the United Nations. At the time, it only had 2 languages. Today, we have 250, and we are on our way to 1,000. It translates 150 billion words every day. Do you know what are the 3 most search terms? A guess? Well, hello, how are you, and I love you. And that's actually why, contrary to many misconceptions, I think AI will empower us to be more human, not the opposite. The work on tools like Translate have led to many technological breakthroughs, paving the way to most of AI, including LLMs and chatbots. But the potential of AI goes way beyond language understanding, chatbots, and LLMs. AI will have the power to meaningfully change societies on a scale we've never seen before. My favorite example of breakthrough thanks to AI is AlphaFold. Proteins are the building blocks of life. To understand how they work, you need to know their 3D structure. It used to take 5 years, a full PhD, to map the structure of a protein and understand how they work. In 1 year, Google DeepMind mapped 200 million proteins. 1.8 million scientists since then are working and spending their time on finding vaccines for cancers, biorenewable materials, or plastic-eating enzymes, spending their time on that rather than on mapping the 3D structure of a protein. And AI can help us every day, like boosting our productivity, enhancing creativity for people around the world, and also removing accessibility barriers. And to help fulfill that potential and harness the full potential of AI, we've released our largest and most capable AI model yet, Gemini. So Gemini understands the world the way we all do. It works with sound, with text, with video, with music, making it more useful for more tasks and for more people. It understands all Arabic dialects, including all Saudi dialects, and answers in modern standard Arabic. Gemini's performance exceeds current state-of-the-art on most of the widely used academic benchmarks, and it's only getting better. And you'll find it more and more in all our products, in all the products that I hope you love and you use, many of which already have AI at the core, including Gemini. So while the possibilities of AI are extraordinary, we must also acknowledge that there are risks associated with AI. The risk of misinformation, of misuse, mistake, biases, job losses. They are all real risks that we need to acknowledge and work on mitigating. Again, as I said, at Google, we have responsibility at the core. And we worked in 2018 to announce our AI principles that today govern all the product development we do, all the research, and all the business decisions we make. Core to these principles are the fact that AI should be beneficial to society, that it should avoid creating or reinforcing unfair biases, and that it should be accountable to all of us. However, I believe that the biggest risk is not the risk of the technology itself. It's the risk of missing out. Missing out on all the technological breakthrough, on all the social progress and the economic growth. According to PwC, AI will bring to the kingdom $135 billion in economic output by 2030, which is more than 12% of the current GDP. Now, to fully get this, we need to do 3 things. First, and it's been discussed before, we need to work on scaling the infrastructure, making sure that the digital solutions are available, having more data, and making sure that everything is adaptable. 2, we have to empower local talent. and train, make sure that everyone knows how to use AI. And 3, we have to develop policies that will support the use and the adoption of all digital solutions. Earlier this year, we announced that we awarded King Abdullah University of Science and Technology a grant for faculty working on LLM and sustainability. And we're very excited to soon be able to announce the recipients of these awards and to actually see the impact of their work. This is one of the many examples of our collaboration here in the Kingdom. We have one mission: making AI useful and helpful for everyone, in Saudi, in MENA, for the world and for humanity. This mission is the same as it was 26 years ago when Google started in a garage. AI is just another route for it, one that has already delivered massive benefits to the society. I'm incredibly excited to be working with the Saudi government, with academia all across the kingdom, with the private sector, and again, with all of you in bringing this innovation to the kingdom. And I really can't wait to be back on stage to make many more announcements about how we can bring innovation to Saudi. Thank you very much. Okay. Better? You know that? Yeah, I know that. But that's okay.
Well, distinguished guests, that was certainly an interesting talk there from Dr. Anthony Nakash, the Managing Director of Google, really driving down into the importance of working out how we maintain authenticity as human beings in a world of increasing AI intervention. Just a fascinating take from him on that. And as we move from conversations of authenticity, working out what is genuine and what isn't, we look to the way that our lives have transformed by the inclusion of artificial intelligence. Of course, we've discussed the way that it's changed how we live, how we work, how we interact with each other. It is so easy, with all the noise that's going on in technological circles, to forget our inner selves, if you like, to get caught up in all the momentum, in all the craziness and the whirlwind of technological advancements. But amidst all of that innovation, all of that drive, there is a growing need to look inwardly and reflect on how these changes affect our inner lives, our senses of purpose, our connection, and spiritual well-being. So we turn to how even in an AI-driven world, when perhaps we're concentrating on so much other stuff, things that may seem more important, that we can forget to nurture our own mental and spiritual health, but we certainly can do. We can maintain meaningful connections, and we can find balance between the digital and the divine. So can technology be a tool not just for efficiency, but for deepening mindfulness, to really go inside again to how we once were, perhaps? For this discussion, we have a very special guest joining us virtually, none other than Dr. Deepak Chopra, founder of the Chopra Foundation and Chopra Global. Exactly. I could clap if I wasn't holding this, absolutely. Please give Dr. Deepak Chopra a huge hand. Dr. Chopra, it is an absolute honor to have you with us today. I know that you're going to address us for a little bit, and then I'm pleased to say that you and I will have a few questions at the end.
Okay, I was told I have 15 minutes to solve the mystery of our existence and how AI could help us. As you know, I've just launched a book called Digital Dharma, How AI Can Elevate Spiritual Intelligence and Personal Well-Being. So here is what I would like to say. The ultimate challenge of AI is how can we use AI to understand ourselves? This is an engineering problem, not a consciousness problem. As we look at AI, it is based on understanding brain operations, memory and recall, organizing information, learning, interconnectivity among specific tasks and brain areas. So what I have focused on is how can we use AI for 4 things, basically. Number 1, as a personal confidant. Number 2, as a health coach. Number 3, as a research assistant. Number 4, as a spiritual guide. So here's the breakdown of all that. As a confidant, AI can be used for emotional support. AI chatbots can provide emotional support, serve as personal journals, assist in decision-making, setting goals, and spark creative intelligence and inspiration. AI chatbots can serve as personal journals. They can help you make decisions and set goals. I have used AI as a health coach, both for myself and others, because AI offers data analysis, machine learning algorithms, personalized recommendations, continuous monitoring with sensors. So you can use sensors that monitor sleep, heart rate variability, things like stress, and actually create algorithms that serve as personal health coaches, both for mental and physical problems. AI is an amazing tool for research because it allows data collection, AI-powered information of data collection from diverse sources, literature review, experimental design, natural language processing, collaborations with other people, including knowledge sharing. And now my favorite, which you mentioned earlier, is as a spiritual guide. AI can provide access to vast spiritual knowledge. AI-powered synthesis of spiritual texts and teachings across various traditions facilitates greater accessibility and understanding, aiding in deeper spiritual exploration. AI can offer personalized meditations, which I use to create actually mindfulness and spiritual practices tailored to individual needs. It can facilitate connections. It can analyze data for insights. It can promote ethical and moral development. It can stimulate ethical and moral reflection, potentially leading to spiritual growth and a deeper understanding of values. My book is called Digital Dharma. Dharma is a Sanskrit word which means to support and uphold. Dharma appears in Eastern traditions, primarily Vedic, Taoist, and Buddhist, but it's found in Islam and also in Sufi traditions and Christian traditions, and was made very popular as a term by Joseph Campbell when he said, "Follow your bliss." So dharma has various layers of meaning: a person's right occupation, most suitable work, an ideal lifestyle supported by what is best and most positive, a deep connection to the true self and higher consciousness, and universal teachings. And if you know the phrase "follow your bliss," then you know that dharmic values include love, devotion, creativity, empathy, compassion, inner growth, spiritual experience, insight, self-understanding, and the evolution of consciousness. So how do we use AI to embrace change, to put our ego on notice, to bend and bounce back and create resilience, to trust the process, to go inward for self-reflection, to project the truth and diffuse our negative beliefs? All this is possible with technology. And this is just the beginning. As we look into the future, and when I say future, I mean the very near future, we are looking at ambient computing. So you will no longer need this interface. You'll have me there live with you as a hologram. Ambient computing is on the horizon. And then there's the new horizon of the metaverse. I'm in the process of putting all my work together in something called the Chopraverse, which combines digital technologies with VR, virtual reality, AR, augmented reality, XR, extended reality, immersive experiences, something like what we see in museums like the Museum of the Future in Dubai, and immersive experiences happening now in Saudi and many places. Immersive experiences will also lead to a new era of digiceuticals and metaceuticals, metaverse as a therapeutic. So already we know that you can use metaceuticals or immersive environments for things like anorexia, eating disorders, burns, frostbite, inflammation, which is related to many chronic illnesses, along with CRISPR technologies, gene editing, messenger RNA, AI-driven research. We are seeing a totally new era where chronic disease could potentially be optional, and we could extend lifespan and health span and assure peaceful death as well. Those who are spiritually inclined yearn for that. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention AI and blockchain and distributed autonomous organizations and intelligent agents, both for commerce, health, providing health, and also intelligent agents for governance, commerce, and spiritual interaction. So I know that's a lot to cover in a short time, but I wanted to leave an opportunity for you asking me any questions.
That's incredibly generous of you, Dr. Chopra. I would love to. I'm sure we all feel enriched just hearing you speak. You've been in the spiritual space for a long time, many years now. As far as your observations of society in that time, what have you identified as being the biggest changes when it comes to how or even if we embrace spirituality?
Well, if by spirituality we mean self-awareness, I think that's the best and least controversial definition of spirituality, to get in touch with your innermost being. And then the spiritual experience in all traditions, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, Taoism, is essentially three things. Okay, whether it's the experience of Muhammad or the experience of Jesus or Buddha, three things. Number one, finding your identity, which is frequently referred as the soul, which is beyond space and time. which is not subject to birth or death because it's not in space-time, it's without cause, and it's fundamental, what we call our spirit or our soul, number one. Number two is the spontaneous emergence of Platonic values and ethics, such as love, compassion, joy, equanimity, and peace. And number three, most important, loss of the fear of death. That's what the spiritual experience is. Now, so these days, people sound cool when they say, I am spiritual, but I'm not religious. It sounds kind of fashionable. But actually, the religious experience and the spiritual experience is identical, notwithstanding the different ways it is ultimately expressed by people. And it's difficult to express it because it's ineffable. Once again, finding your identity beyond space and time, the emergence of Platonic values like truth, goodness, beauty, harmony, love, compassion, joy, equanimity, and the loss of the fear of death. Now, as I look at the spiritual landscape and also at the scientific landscape right now, the two are merging. If you go on the internet and you type out the following question, what are the two most unsolved mysteries in the universe? The two most unsolved mysteries in the universe. The first one is, what's the universe made of? You would think we know that, it's made of atoms and molecules and force fields and gravity, but that's less than 0.01% of the visible universe. 96% of the universe is dark energy and dark matter, which is non-atomic, so we don't know how to interact with it. 4% is atomic, of which 99.999% is invisible interstellar dust, which is probably hydrogen and helium. The visible universe with 2 trillion galaxies, 700 sextillion stars, and uncountable trillions of planets is 0.01%, which is atomic. But we also know that atoms are made of particles, and particles, when you're not looking at them, they disappear into waves of probability in what is called mathematical space. So what's the universe made of? The simplest answer is it's made of nothing, which leads to the second unsolved problem in science. If it's made of nothing, why does it look like this? Why does it look like you and me and objects and rocks and stars and planets and galaxies? And that's called the hard problem of consciousness. So right now there is a conversation happening in science that what we experience as the universe, the visible universe, is a projection of a non-local, formless, possible consciousness, whatever you call it, Allah, Brahman, it doesn't matter. But there is a divine realm which is without cause, spaceless, timeless, incomprehensible, unimaginable, and yet without it, there is no experience. There's no me, there's no you, there are no rocks, there are no stars, there are no galaxies. And right now, the consensus with these telescopes out there in interstellar space is that not only there are 2 trillion galaxies, but there might be 60 billion habitable planets in just the Milky Way galaxy.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Chopra, if I may, only because I don't want to forget to ask you this, because you did talk about, you mentioned several times the concept of death, and I was interested to read that there is an AI model that has been able to predict death by up to 90%. And I wanted to get your take on that. Is that a good thing? Is that a positive thing? Or could you argue that that's playing God?
AI models will never predict death. They will predict the statistical likelihood based on your current health and your lifestyle, which means actually there's an advantage to that because you will be able to use AI to minimize the likelihood of morbidity and mortality as you grow older. So right now, the consensus is that less than 5% of disease-related gene mutations are fully penetrant, in which case they guarantee the disease. Somebody has a BRCA gene for breast cancer, it guarantees the disease. But even for that now, there are AI-developed technologies like CRISPR and gene editing, where theoretically you'll be able to cut and paste genes this way you cut and paste your emails. But that's 5%. The rest is things like sleep, stress, time management, emotional resilience, biological rhythms, and mind-body coordination and spiritual experience. So when we look at all these technologies and the ability of AI to predict statistical likelihoods, then we have ways to intervene and actually not only prolong life, but health span. And I hope what spiritual traditions have always offered, peaceful transition into the next phase of our journey as spiritual beings. You know, there's a poem by Rumi. It says, "When I die, I will soar with the angels, but when I die to the angels, what I shall become, you cannot imagine." We are constantly in a phase of transformation, you know, from childhood to adulthood to all the way to dusty death. But understanding how biology works as a projection of something much deeper, we can now gain insights even into what spiritual traditions have told us about life after death.
Dr. Chopra, just such a gift to be able to hear from you personally. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Well, goodness me, that was quite something. Dr. Deepak Chopra there. Okay, it is now time to move on to our next panel this afternoon. Please welcome Omar Christidis, CEO and founder, ArabNet.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for this session. My name is Omar Christidis. I'm the founder and CEO of ArabNet, one of the pioneers in doing tech events and reports for the tech and startup industry in the Middle East. And it's my privilege to be the moderator of this discussion on corporate laggards or value champions decoding AI strategies. And we have an amazing set of panelists here. So our panel really starts with thinking around whether or not to be an early mover in the AI space. And the race has been on in the last couple of years to see, you know, all these companies coming into AI and adopting new technologies. But first movers aren't always winners in tech. And I wanted to see with you as our audience first, how many here believe that it's critical to be an early mover or a first mover in AI in order to win? Please raise your hand if you think it's critical to be a first mover. Okay, who thinks that actually maybe a better strategy is to wait and see, learn from others' mistakes, and then try to find the right solution? Raise your hands. Okay, interesting. We actually have a lot more people who think that we should wait and see. Let's see what our amazing panelists have to say about this. And it's my pleasure to introduce them. We have Mr. Eid Al-Harbi, Director of Corporate Digital Factory at Saudi Aramco. Mr. Charles-Edouard Bouet, co-founder and managing director of Adagia Partners. Dr. Mohammed Sharafuddin, VP of Data and AI at Careem. We have Mr. Santeri Kervala, managing director and senior partner at BCG. Martin Kahn, the president and COO of Cohere. And George Nazi, the CEO of Sky, the Saudi company for AI. And since this conference is a tech conference, you know, we always ask tech entrepreneurs to pitch their business in this elevator format. And since we have a little time, I've asked our distinguished panelists to do the same. So we're going to give them a 30-second elevator pitch to tell us about their business or the work that they're doing in AI. And we'll start with you, Eid.
Assalamu alaikum, Masal Khair. My name is Eid Al-Harbi. I'm working with Aramco. I assume multiple various roles in digital and IT. Before I assigned as a lead for Aramco AI to expand the scope to meet our AI strategies, which is optimize our assets, enhance our safety, enable our sustainability and carbon emissions, last but not least, productivity and generate revenue.
Amazing. Thank you. Charles-Edouard.
Thank you. 2 points. I'm deep into the future. I've started to invest in AI back in 2016 together with Antoine Blondeau, the managing partner of Alpha Intelligence Capital, which we founded. We have about 50 companies in that space managing $500 million. But I'm also getting things done, which is the topic of the panel. I'm managing a private equity fund of 1.3 billion, where we help mid-cap companies harnessing the power of AI.
Okay, excellent. Dr. Hamad.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Sharafuddin. I lead data and AI at Kareem. As a small reminder, Kareem is the region leading everything app to simplify and improve the lives of people. We use AI in the service of our customers and also to improve the business from a margin point of view.
Thank you so much. Santeri.
So I come from BCG, and our mission is to help our clients to improve their performance and unlock their full value. And we do this by working day to day, shoulder to shoulder, very close with them to make this happen. And AI is an ultimate productivity and performance improvement tool, and that's the reason why we started to invest in that very early on, both for us internally, but also for our clients. And as we heard during the course of today, it works well, but there's also a couple of tricks that one needs to get right.
Okay, amazing. Martin?
Cohere is the leading data privacy-focused enterprise AI company. So we don't have a consumer chatbot. We build enterprise-grade frontier AI tech to enable enterprises to create real business value. We're also independent. We're not beholden to any big tech company. We are cloud agnostic. We deploy on every single major cloud, all the way to VPC and on-prem for private deployments. And we really we pride ourselves in working closely with strategic partners to work with them to customize and create solutions for the business that differentiate them from their competitors.
Amazing. And George?
First of all, thank you for having me on the panel with such esteemed colleagues. I'm George Nazi. I'm the new CEO for the Saudi company for AI. Elevator pitch, the Saudi company for AI has the aspiration to become the national champion, the regional champion, with global aspirations in the artificial intelligence and the application layer.
Okay, amazing. That's really tight introduction, so thank you all for staying within the time. And I'm going to dive right in. And as we have executives in the room who are thinking about their AI journey, the first thing is, how fast should they jump into this? How quickly should they be investing? We already saw from our audience, they have maybe some doubts if they should be jumping headfirst in. I want to start with you, Charles-Edouard. You work with a lot of companies, you invest in a lot of companies and help inject AI and Gen AI into their business. Should all companies be jumping in? And how do you advise companies to think about this question?
Yes, implementing AI is very fashionable these days. I have 3 main questions I ask people to ask themselves honestly. The first one is, how disruptive will AI be to your business model? And if it's an answer that looks like Amazon is coming to you back in the 2000, then you should move very actively. But if the answer to this first question is no, you need to look very carefully at where there is value added that can be brought by AI, deep learning, Gen AI. And then, last question, because everybody is then jumping, is the make or buy. There are providers, and there are some in this panel, that can bring you the value added immediately without having to build your own stuff. So 3 questions: disruption, value added, and make or buy. Last but not least, strategy is making choices. I think we all in this room are making choices every day for our personal life and professional life. So this is not a trendy or fashionable topic. This is a very big transformative topic. So you have to see the consequences of inaction, and you have to see what kind of advantage you can get from this. So be excited, be extremely excited, but not overexcited.
Right, and understand the strategic options that you have, right? If your option is invest in AI or acquire your closest competitor, looking at and seeing how pressing the issue is could be a critical point. Thank you. I'm going to stay with the investors and consultants with us here, and I'm going to move to you, Santeri. You also work with many clients on their AI strategies. How do you advise your clients to think about this? Or do you have a framework, as consultants often have, to think about these things?
So I'm thinking about this in 3 different buckets, right? I think there's one bucket which is all about the everyday tasks, calendar management, writing meeting summaries, doing basic data queries and things like that. I think when it comes to those things, I think most companies should start deploying solutions right away. It's very low risk. It makes everybody's life better. It also increases efficiency. And it's something where we have the tools available as of today. So that's an easy one. Everybody should go after that one. Then I also think that there's some functions where there's a big reshaping opportunity, marketing, customer care, some of the support functions. And if any of those functions have a big strategic role for you as a company, I would really go after those functions and try to radically change the way they work. As one example, Klarna, for example, a Scandinavian-based payments company, has just announced that they will completely restructure their customer care with AI. And then thirdly, I think there's a big strategic question as well. So for some industries and for some clients, there's an opportunity to completely rethink the way you do the business, the way you do your offerings, the way you run your business models. And that's a more strategic thing that you really need to think about more carefully before you embark on that one. But these three different buckets are the key to me, plus then the enablers that make all of this possible.
Okay, very interesting. So I want to move to some of the enterprises that are already implementing, and I want to move to you, Dr. Muhammad. Karim has been integrating different forms of artificial intelligence, machine learning over time. Can you tell us a little bit about where you've been integrating, what levels of AI in which areas as practical examples?
Yeah, let me bring, as you mentioned, practical examples for people to see it. Karim has been working on machine learning and AI for a while now. We started as a ride-hail company, so we connect supply and demand, the captains and the customer. So we use machine learning there to estimate the ETA, when the captain will come, what the upfront pricing will be, how to do peak pricing to balance the supply and the demand, how to do fraud prevention, how to do risk scoring, and the list goes on and on. On the food side, we personalize the food experience. We personalize the grocery discovery experience. Search, we use semantic search to really understand the meaning of what you're looking for. And we do the ranking to present to you the most relevant and contextual information to you. So we have a lot of usage of AI, applied AI, across the surfaces of the app to create a great user experience. We also use it on the efficiency point of view to optimize care use cases. And recently with Gen AI, a lot of the use cases that we have already optimized with unstructured text or an image, hey, the food was spilled, I don't like what I got. We analyze that information from using Gen AI, and then we bring more cost efficiency. So those are certain use cases on the efficiency level, on creating user experience, and we also use it for productivity. So a lot of the coding right now, a lot of our programmer and engineers, they use Copilot as a coding tool for them to accelerate, and similar to an autocomplete in the way they develop code. A lot of our marketing asset, more than 50% are AI generated. So there's a lot of efficiency there. And we're launching soon in GITEX our first customer-facing Gen AI user experience for our Dine Out product, which is you go out, you want to discover where you want to go, you want to have a conversation. So we're changing the paradigm of the user experience, not just from searching and browsing to a conversation. And that conversation, we'd like to bring it in October.
Okay, amazing. 50% of your marketing assets are already...
More than 50.
More than 50% are already AI generated. So I feel like that's coming for you marketers in the room. And just a quick follow-up question. Are you building this all in-house? Or what are you doing? Charles-Edouard was talking about build or buy as a key question.
Yeah, so we have our own machine learning platform that connects with our experimentation platform, because we A/B test whether we're moving on the right direction on the key metrics. And we build a lot of the machine learning models ourselves. On the Gen AI, we use existing framework out there, what's called a tool called LangChain that allow us to do plug and play. So on the Gen AI piece, we're doing plug and play approach with some fine tuning and integration and making sure the Gen AI is working on Kareem on data.
Okay.
But for the classical machine learning, we build it ourselves.
Okay, interesting. So a kind of a mix. Some things in-house, which are the machine learning, classical machine learning, some things working with third parties. Aid, I want to move to you as well. You know, Aramco has been an early adopter of AI and would love to hear from you around that being an early adopter, how it's driven competitive advantage. Specifically, also you've talked to us about MetaBrain, so would love to hear more from you about all of this.
Great, thank you. Saudi Aramco has embarked in data analytics in early 90s, where we use big seismic data to improve our drilling success rates. Being early adapters, it gives us advantages of time to develop methodical approach and better understanding of selecting and deploying technologies. Our approach has been transformed in various aspects. First, we moved from waterfall to agile, from full functionality solutions, deployments, to minimal functionality with the gradual developments. This is not only accelerating our times to deploy the solutions, but also it gives us a huge buy-in from the customers, since they have the sense of ownership as they part of this development. Second, we move from technology-led to business-led. And instead of chasing the markets for the cutting-edge technology, deploy it, find a business that use it, we start from the business, identify their requirements, then select the right technology for them and deploy it. Third, we transformed from demand process to constant agile business engagements. We are not waiting for our customer to submit a request, rather than actively engage with the customers by giving them continuous technology awareness, conducting ideation session with them, and selecting technology and work hands in hands with the business to deploy this technology. This is not only helping us in focusing on high impact technology deployments, but also it's promoting faster innovations. Most of these ideation sessions, we found out that our business requirements, there is no in-the-market solutions to solve this problem. So we start thinking how we solve these problems, and we start ideate. As we speak, there are many solutions in line for commercializations. We deploy it in our environments. We are targeting to commercialize it outside Aramco. Being early adapters, it's really built us tremendous experience, and we gain confidence and trust in the technology, where we at the stage of AI moving from assistant-based to actions-based, from a co-pilot to autopilots. An example, we developed our large languages model, MetaBrain. We started in 2020, before the ChatGPT becomes the world news. And we developed this based on our 90 years of data. Now this generative model understands our process, understands our guidelines, our procedures, and we are now trying to leverage these models to take it to autonomous operations, where we can have the AI run our facilities automatically. If it's not the whole facilities, but we're trying partial facilities run by AI.
Amazing. So this really cutting edge work being implemented by Aramco to see kind of factories of the future being mostly automated on autopilot, as you were saying. Martin, I want to turn to you, and I'd love to understand from you, we've already started hearing here where people are playing in the value chain, what they're buying, what they're building. Cohere is kind of a world-leading technology platform for AI. Tell us, where do you think enterprises, companies should operate in this value chain? Where should they play? What would your advice be?
First of all, I think it's really important and I think very exciting to just step back and realize what we have here. So in my perspective, this is the biggest innovation, transformation in how humans and computers interact in 30 years, since the Mosaic browser came out in 1993. I think it's even bigger than the smartphone. And if you think about what happened 30 years ago after 1993, it wasn't just, will your business be impacted a little bit? It changed everything. Now, maybe it took a decade, but everything about how enterprises work, how consumers interact with their service providers. This is now just the way that we as humans will demand to interact with our employers, working inside an enterprise, interact with our service providers, and each other. We're talking right now, we're using language. I think secondly, the question really is what we're talking about here. I personally think every single enterprise needs to engage with AI immediately, but I see the world as a bit of a hierarchy of needs. So there's three steps, maybe not too unrelated to what Santari said. At the base level, we have the mass market use cases that billions of us will use a dozen times an hour. Those will just be built into 365, built into Google Workspace, maybe built into your devices. Just like today, no one's funding I don't think, a spell check startup or an autocomplete startup. It's just built into the basic functionality. Everyone pays a little bit more. Those big companies that already provide that productivity software will do very well. We'll all do better. But, BCG uses Microsoft Outlook, so probably does McKinsey. There's no strategic advantage there. And a lot of the startups that have built thin wrappers on top of others' models will, I think, have a tough time because it'll just be integrated into existing things. However, the next level up there are the enterprise SaaS companies that already are in every company on the planet. Oracle, SAP, Salesforce, Experian, Bloomberg, et cetera. They're not going anywhere. They're already an integral part of every workflow. They will likewise be building this technology directly into their workflow. For example, Cohere powers everything Oracle does. I think it's being announced today, but there are 50 AI-powered features in their Fusion suite of apps for ERP, HCM, and so on. We're very involved there, working with many of these companies who want to integrate this capability into their products directly. No POCs, they're going straight into production because they have to, because they're competing. And they generally want to work with an independent provider, not be beholden to a company that may have ulterior motives. But the top of that is what I call the bespoke, differentiated capabilities that give a company alpha. So you don't have your drilling algorithms and capabilities off a website. You do it in-house. A bank is going to be thinking about pricing an IPO or giving a loan based on proprietary capabilities that they have developed. And so we're working very closely with strategic partners to take state-of-the-art frontier capabilities, but then customize them very deeply to go back even to base model continuation training to enable them to have capabilities that are unique to them, that keep their data safe, and that give them alpha, give them strategic advantage over their competition. And you need to work with a company that actually creates the models there.
Amazing. So basically, there's going to be things that are undifferentiated in this, and maybe not everyone needs to compete there. In fact, it doesn't make sense, especially on consumers. But there is some really key proprietary stuff that everybody needs to be focused on in teaching their machines. I'm going to move to you, George, and would love to hear, you're building a Saudi champion for AI. Tell us about some of the applications or AI areas that you're working on at the Saudi company for AI.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, we have a deliberate strategy, back to the question between fast followers, laggards, or innovators. We have a deliberate strategy by looking at the sectors where we looked at the addressable market, which is around 9.4 billion by 2030, to decide where is it we want to build, and where is it we want to partner, where is it we want to acquire, and how do we invest. So for these sectors, we are innovators by building our own platforms in order to kind of take them to the market, and this is our in-house development with our own local resources and engineers that we will nurture and develop in order to take it to the market. When it comes to the other sectors, then we will partner, and for instance, in our case, we have a strong relationship with SDAIA, where we commercialize the amazing SDAIA products. For instance, Sautak is a voice-to-text, Arabic translations, and it has the most Arabic dialects that we can take to the market across multiple sectors. While Inaya, which is another SDAIA product, is very specific to healthcare and helps in the diabetes and looking at the retina, is very specific to the healthcare sector. So that's on the solutioning. Of course, there are other solutioning that we will do with others in order to kind of create it for the other sectors. It allows us to kind of pilot in the market and then decide what is it we want to do next. And then finally, with PIF, since we're owned 100% by PIF, it allows us to invest in certain partners in order to kind of take them to the market, like SenseTime or IoT Square, where we will partner together in order to take those solutions as well to the market. So the way we look at it is across these sectors, between building, solutioning, and investing. And of course, many of these have associated services with them. So that's our approach to it.
Okay. Let's ask our audience quickly. How many of you are looking at building in-house as your primary AI strategy? Raise your hand. Okay. How many people are investing as their primary strategy? Investing. How many are partnering or working with suppliers or third parties? Okay. Okay, clear. So I think we have mostly here people who are looking to work with third parties. Okay, we have about 1 minute left per person here to answer the next question, which is, for our audience here, what lessons have you learned, whether from your own implementation of AI technology or from the implementations that you've worked with, your partners or the companies that you advise? We're going to start with you, Aid. Please, just in 1 minute, let's keep all the answers brief.
Actually, there are many lessons learned, but I will summarize it in the following. There are two main fuel for AI. It's the data and the computational power. Before you engage and make sure that you scale up your AI deployments, you want to make sure that you have data strategy, your data accessibility, data integrity, data quality, data connectivity is clear and done before you start AI. The computational power, if you wanted to really to engage in generative AI, definitely you need a computational power for training and inferencing. Third, I think this is very important. You need really to have awareness sessions about what AI can do for the business people. They need to understand what the AI capabilities, what AI can do to their business. It's started from the business. The change starts from the business. Once you give them this awareness, then you start with them gradual, so they build the trust. Always business is reluctant to jump in AI, so you need to take this gradually with them to build the trust and move forward. Last but not least, I would say very important to establish value-realized framework. For the business, you need to make sure that whatever you deploy, the company will have a return on these investments. AI is very complex to quantify and values its impact to the business. So I think the value realizations framework for AI is important, including not only monetary cost saving or cost avoidance, but productivity and risk, safety and sustainability.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Muhammad, I'm going to move to you. Lessons learned.
Yeah, I feel number one is focus on the customer, focus on the user experience. What are you trying to solve and work backward? Is it a user problem or a business problem? And then work backward. We don't develop technology for the sake of technology. We develop technology to solve a problem. So number one, anchor a lot on the problem. Number two is ensure you mobilize the organization about the importance of Gen AI. This is the biggest platform shift that we've seen since mobile. It will disrupt companies and technologies. So if you believe, as you mentioned, that you're probably in the line of sight of getting disrupted, disrupt yourself. So you need to mobilize the organization if this is important to you, and mobilize and try to disrupt yourself. And number three, start with an area where if you make mistake, it's okay. So start with a small vertical where you believe you have some freedom to iterate and optimize for speed of iteration. So every week, every 2 weeks, you're solving something, and you should see momentum happening. Momentum is your friend.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Martin, what are some of the keys to success or lessons learned?
Yeah, I was on a panel a little while ago with a friend and colleague from NVIDIA, and she said to the audience, if you're still working on strategy, you're already too late. And I think what I take from that and what I say is, it's very important just to get out and do something. And so doing Another colleague of mine said, be wary of death by 1,000 POCs. And if people are doing proofs of concept, those are easy. You go and hit an API, you do a little demo, the board's excited. That is so far from being in production, it's kind of irrelevant. The really hard stuff is the boring, yucky stuff that I think many people here deal with. The IT integration, how many GPUs do you need, how many people will use it, all of this kind of thing. So I think I'd agree with what my colleague said just now. Pick something that's not going to be the biggest ROI, but something that's not going to be the biggest risk, so people adopt it. You deploy at scale, you deploy in your data environment, and it builds trust, and therefore spurs more creativity. Because once you do that, and you have all the really yucky integration stuff working, it then becomes so much easier to do the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 20th, 50th use case that really create value, and that's how you'll get ahead.
Great, thank you so much. George, you've been in digital transformation for all your career as well. Give us some of the key lessons learned, you think, for transitioning to AI and implementing AI.
Well, I would say 2 things, actually, that are very important, and from my experience and coming into the region that I'm discovering, it's actually of utmost experience, the utmost importance. The first one is really about ensuring that our partners and our solution providers really understand and are able to do data privacy, data sovereignty, protection of the customers, and actually fitting with cultural nuances, language and linguistics, and fitting within the ethical framework. And this is where, in our case, our advantage of working closely with SDAIA helps tremendously, and we can help our solution partners in that domain. The second element is, in this digital transformation, especially when it comes to the acquisitions, is really have a really good integration plan and ensuring that you're really preserving and nurturing and helping the people in these organizations in order to develop these plans and implement, and not using AI to actually augment rather than replace as you drive that transformation.
Amazing. People key to this whole transformation. Santeri.
So I would say that the key to value creation is scaling, right? Unless you scale these solutions, the impact stays very, very small. And as we learned from the past, scaling is quite difficult. I think at times we put too much focus on the model itself. I would say the model itself is maybe 10% of the solution. 20% is the underlying tech that you need to integrate that with. But 70%, so the vast majority of the work, is the classical process, engineering, change management, upskilling type of things to really make sure that the processes that AI is powering actually change in real life. And I think that's the hardest part. I think according to our research, only about 10% of companies are actually scaling up AI solutions as we speak, so there's a lot more work to be done. And I would also make sure that you pick your battles in a careful way, because you can't scale up too many solutions at the same time. So start with the ones that have a reasonable risk and reward relationship, and really go all the way to get those scale up.
Okay, thank you. And last words for you, Charles-Edouard.
Thank you, I'll be short. I give you a simple, short advice. Be balanced. Take the time to think, act quickly, get things done. There is immense value to be generated, but there is immense value to be wasted.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you to our audience for joining us. Exciting and interesting discussion that we just had, but I think you have another interesting one coming up about healthcare and AI, right?
Yes.
I always think, like science fiction, is AI going to help us live forever?
Yes, for sure. I think that with AI, we're going to live forever. The only question is, at the time when we reach this moment, will be the time of AGI, artificial general intelligence, let's say 2038. And at that time, the questions will be, will the machine let us live forever? Or, as I wrote in the book back in 2017, will we get bored of living forever?
Well, I think I might get bored, but I will leave you to the panel. Thank you very much for the audience.
Thank you. Thanks. Now we're moving into healthcare and AI with some very distinguished guests. On my right side, we have Dr. Mohamed Al-Abdul Ali, Assistant Minister of Health at the Ministry of Health. Thank you. We have Nadine Ashar Aham, CEO and founder of Proxim and a plastic surgeon and entrepreneur. Welcome. On my left, yes, please, give a round of applause. On my left, we have Dr. Anmol Kapoor, CEO and founder of BioAro Inc. He's a cardiologist and entrepreneur. You see doctors and entrepreneurs. And last but not least, we have Mohamed Balobaid, Cloud and Digital Executive Head at Solution by STC. Welcome. So as you know, this panel is about life science 6 AI inspiration, cross-industry learnings from healthcare transformation. We all dream of living longer. We all dream of living in a better world, in a better condition, and with a cheaper health system. So this is what we're going to try to tackle today. So I'll start with Anmol. Where do you see AI bringing the most impact short-term on health and longevity for people?
Well, thank you so much for having us. Amazing conference and so much inspiring to learn from everyone. What I see with longevity is living longer, healthier, as long as possible. To make that happen, we need to look at multiple aspects of data. So we have to look at imaging data, biometric data, multi-omics data, and integrate all it together. And we also have to look at environmental data too. So what's happening in air quality index outside? What's happening with the UV index outside? What kind of food patterns are there? What kind of sleep patterns are there? So what I see is that AI truly is already making changes in this clinical care. So how we applying it in our practices, we launched world's fastest multi-genomic platform a few weeks ago, and we hit 100% data matching AI with the human interpretation of the whole genome in 15 minutes. A human genome is 100 GB data. Billions of variations can go through it, and those variations can link to various diseases. And you can only analyze so many whole genome reports manually, and that makes person prone to error. So repeatability of data from one lab to other lab is around 95%. We consider higher standards. When College of American Pathologists sent us a WGS sample, and we analyzed through AI platform, Panomic, and it ran the whole data set, the report was shared without even knowing the history of the person or a sex or ethnicity of the person. When the data came in, it came back 100% match. Not a single false positive, nor a single false negative got called out. And at the same time, we are implementing in biometric and wearable data. So where we have a Fitbit, Apple Watches, and all of those Bluetooth-enabled devices at home, so now our algorithms using special mobile application automatically monitors it. It reminds you if you're not walking as much, that is for diabetes or heart disease going up. And if you're doing good exercises, if you are losing weight and drinking water, getting proper sleep, the risk is now going down. It is helping us change behavior. So AI is helping us improve in that direction. Third thing AI helping us is in the drug discovery and helping understand the targets in longevity medicine. So a lot of people talk about mTOR targets, IL-9, IL-11, anti-inflammatory targets, and many of those things are happening in this area. Are the right targets or the wrong targets? Are we going in the right direction or the wrong direction? We as a company, BioAro, is heavily invested in drug discovery in the longevity medicine to find these pathways, see what supplements could truly work, what is a science, what is a quackery, and differentiate those things, and AI is helping us do that today. And I also see that AI not only helping us in drug discovery side, but also help us diagnosing the right manner. A lot of time, medical errors lead to the wrong diagnosis and wrong outcomes for the patient. To us, patient becomes a number, but that patient is a husband or a father or a mother or a sister for someone else. And that's a personal loss for them. And AI, and why this errors happen, because we doctors are very, very busy. And they lead us to errors just because overexhaustion. Sometimes we can look at the data. AI is like our assistant and resident, which I'm employing it in my practices to help reduce my errors so I can be a better doctor. So AI is already changing my practice and changing practices around the world.
Thank you, everyone. It was very comprehensive. Mohamed, when we discussed to prepare this panel, you talk about LLM application that can really enhance the delivery of healthcare. Can you talk about it?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your attendance today. Actually, AI is transforming the healthcare industry by providing powerful tools and insights that can help making healthcare services, much easier, much accessible. Imagine if, like, doctors can detect diseases earlier, also can discover new drugs, treatments faster, and enhance the patient care in the healthcare industry. There is multiple tools that can be used. Like, I'm from technology background, and I work a lot with doctors and healthcare providers by providing tools that can help transforming the way of delivering healthcare services. I will mention three of them. For example, natural language processing, an EHR system, an electronic health records that help doctors to get more medical concepts and patient settlement, and that will help definitely the services that provided for patients. Secondly, AI can use for discovering drug treatment faster by using deep learning. Third one is AI-powered imaging systems or AI-powered applications that help doctors to discover diseases outbreaks earlier and faster than before. So those three things, from my perspective, I see it as very crucial and important for healthcare services.
Thank you, Mohamed. Dr. Mohamed, you took a lot of initiatives in the kingdom, including some with SDAIA. Can you share with us what's going on?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would love to thank and express my appreciations to the organizing committee of this amazing summit, and very important summit, in fact, handling multiple things related to the advancements and digitals and data and AI. The future of health definitely is going to change. And the way we are practicing medicine is not going to be anymore the way we used to. We need to believe that. We need to support that, and we need to adopt that fastly. There are multiple studies that are showing that healthcare is going to be among the areas where speed of disruptions and changes and AI interventions are going to be heavily in the future. However, there are questions about the adoption. And if we make a matrix between adoption and changes and advancements, you will see healthcare maybe in the quadrants where it's high changes, slow adoption in comparison to many other areas like aviation, call centers, telecom, and so on. However, we are believers in the kingdom that we need to leap, we need to jump, we need to move with the transformation that's happening. And we adopted and utilized all these technologies in a, I can't say excellent manner so far, but we are aiming for more. Examples of successful pilots, experiments, implementations, and initiatives and projects that has happened already in the kingdom are screening programs utilizing machine learning and models that has been created and implemented with multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem of health. A program aiming to detect diabetes using AI conducted in one of our clusters in the kingdom and already achieved results between 77 and 75% sensitivity and specificity respectively. When you look at the accuracy now after the pilot, according to the reports that are updated from my dear colleagues, it's reaching up to 88%. And this is very promising. There are many other examples in screening multiple chronic illnesses like hypertension, also colon cancer screening programs. And the results also are beyond 70 and 75%. There is another program, jumped over 75% accuracy program we are proudly doing with our dear colleagues with SDAIA and their specialized national centers. And that program is related to screening programs and detection of breast cancer. And this is a very important and promising one. And we guess that with all learnings from all these examples that I mentioned already, we are adding new chapters to what the new medicine gonna look like and participating with the global efforts to utilize all these technologies appropriately.
Thank you. Dr. Nadine, what does it mean concretely in the operating room?
I think first I just want to share and echoing my thanks to the organizers. It's great to be back in the kingdom. I spent part of my childhood here and I love coming back as much as I can. And it's just been incredible to see the momentum, the innovation, the adoption that's happening at scale here. And incredibly impressive. Every time I come, it's like the kingdom has moved 10 years. Everything's moving so quickly, so really impressive. And congratulations. I mean, it's something to be very proud of. From my perspective, as a practicing surgeon, so my practice is cancer reconstruction, but I'm also the Chief Innovation Officer of our health system. So and similar to what you said, I'm looking across the system and how we're leveraging technology. But personally, very passionate about the operating room because today, when you think about operating rooms, and I use the word operating rooms to mean all procedural rooms, so catheter labs, IR rooms, procedure, endoscopy, all of those environments are expensive assets for health systems. They have a multitude of devices that don't speak to each other. You have a high amount of variation in quality, in safety, in outcomes, in experience, in precision. And today there are about 5 billion people around the world who lack access to safe surgery. And there are over 300,000 just operating rooms, not cath labs and others, that exist in the world. So you're sitting on these incredible data assets that are disconnected, that are analog, and there are active needs to think about how do we change the paradigm of delivery of care for our patients? How do we make sure that no matter where these patients are, they get the best care? So my thesis was if we find a way to create an infrastructure or a layer that connects all these edge devices and individuals in a multimodal way and take it to the cloud, this will become an infrastructure where we can leverage data, connect expertise, and better create actionable insights that will completely shift how we deliver care in the interventional and procedural medicine space. Now, when I started this idea in 2013, people thought I was absolutely nuts, that this would never happen, that you're never going to create digital environments. Thankfully, today, we're in thousands of hospitals around the world. We have globally the largest surgical multimodal data set in existence. We deploy pretty rapidly. I mean, we're adding just another 300 operating rooms just this year. And this is all data that we're collecting and building models and training models on the back of it. And these models are looking at non-clinical and clinical. So from a non-clinical perspective, how do you start to do more ambient work, reduce administrative tasks? We showed we can reduce administrative tasks by 30 to 40% for the nurses, for the doctors, for the runners in the room, where you can automate, scheduling of cases, timing of cases, understanding workflow, understanding productivity in the room. How do you leverage this asset, which is incredibly expensive for a hospital, to maximum efficiency? On average, OR capacity, we're using ORs at about 60% capacity. We can be using them at 80%. So you can address wait lists, you can address reduction in waiting time, patients get cases faster, et cetera, et cetera. The second bit we're looking at is how do you start to look at procedure and segmentation of those procedures. Using AI, can you start to automate segmentation of procedures to better understand differentiation between physicians, between teams, between procedures? So bringing that, so we integrate imaging data, video data, audio data, and we look at that in detail. And finally, we're now starting to integrate into the EHR and the medical record system to start to look at more longitudinal data, multimodal data. You have device data, telemetry data, the team data, the video data, and now EHR data. And can you start to look at longitudinal data around decision for surgery and outcomes? And can we start to optimize the decision-making around clinical care? And this is more future-facing. And specifically in the Kingdom, we've been doing a lot of work with the SDAIA Virtual Hospital, with the Ministry of Health, working in cardiac cath labs, really connecting expertise to telepresence. And inshallah, we're going to be launching in over 30 of these rooms and working with the clusters around that. As you start to build these networks across the Kingdom and globally, you can bring these experts together and these insights and radically transform the access to care so that everyone, no matter where they are in the Kingdom and in the world, will get access to world-class care. And that's really our mission, is to deliver the best care to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Nadine. When it comes to data, Anmol, what is available and what is not available? And what would you like to add?
Well, there's a lot of data that is not available, that we have it every day. We go to washroom and we flush it. So that data needs to be sequenced. The gut microbiome is the biggest data. If we truly want to change the healthcare outcomes, we have to be sequencing gut microbiome regularly and serially. That's very important, and be able to have a treatment strategies based on that. And there are lakes and rivers and oceans of the data. So a lot of data sets are stuck in the healthcare systems behind the firewalls. Some data people have in their homes. Those data are in their iPhones from their Fitbit, Apple Watch, wearable data. So now the data stays with them, or maybe the company that is giving them the devices, but a doctor never has an access to. So the technology we have built, BioELR, we call it, instead of going BioEHR, we are saying now ELR, so electronic longevity record systems, or longitudinal record systems. So we can now connect them and have this data coming to my offices or doctor offices. We can monitor the patient and truly see what's happening in the behavior side. And the other data which stays behind the firewall, the oceans out there, so that needs to be opened up a bit. Perhaps maybe anonymous data sets that can be combined together. Obviously, understanding the ownership of the data and understanding the laws of the land. But it's very important, the more data sets AI can be exposed to, the better learning it can have.
Thank you. Now that I know that you will be collecting the data from the flush today, Mohamed, what are the factors to be considered to use it ethically and efficiently?
Yeah. Protecting patient data is very important and crucial topic. You know, where we need to have rules and regulations to ensure that we protect patient data, and we let the patient to understand how his data used and processed and how this can help him. And we give him the option to control his privacy and his data. I think by bringing all stakeholders together, such as healthcare providers, technology companies, policymakers and researchers, where we can together build a safe environment for data sharing and data processing. So AI can use this data ethically and safely to protect patient privacy. This is a very important topic, and as you know, any new technology or niche technology, when it started, it's not being regulated, and there's a lot of challenges regarding that. So building the clear privacy rules and regulations, it's very, as I mentioned, crucial and important for protecting patient privacy.
Thank you, Mohamed. Dr. Nadine, what are your barriers to scale? Because you that momentum. Any data barriers? I heard from your team on the call that you have a fungibility of systems. So tell us more.
Look, I think firstly, it comes back to adoption. I think to echo what you said, I agree. We have to make sure that we're data security is in your DNA. It's not an afterthought when you're building a company around this, that it is from day one. It's even how we operate internally as a team in terms of how we go through our compliances, but also how we work with partners. And when you're trying to deploy software across multiple geographies, we're in over 60 countries, where data federation, where data sovereignty is variable between different countries, you have to ensure that you are built from the beginning with that. So we've taken decisions as a company to make sure that we own everything down to the bare metal. We don't wrap in third-party technology, we own it all. So we can manage data security and trust from that perspective. But that is only one part of it. I think to what you said earlier, I couldn't agree more. At the end of the day, it's about adoption and scale. If you can't get these technologies adopted, we can sit here on panels all day talking about AI and algorithms and all the cool stuff we can do. But if you can't show that you can do this at scale, then you can't really show the benefits to the population where it changes the narrative. And I would actually argue, I know there's a lot of nervousness around AI and data, and we're all doing the right measures to protect that from a PHI perspective, GDPR, et cetera. But I would argue that the risk we are doing today with our patients is far more. The status quo, I think, is more risky than where we want to go. Sometimes you're scared of change, but I think that the risk level is so high now that we don't even appreciate it. And if we try to adopt these technologies and show the benefits to patients and to the population, to our healthcare providers, we're going to see big adoption. And the final thing I read recently, which was really interesting, which I hadn't appreciated as an early entrepreneur, is, you know, when you're starting your journey, everyone talks about product market fit. Product market fit, is there a product? Product market fit will get you from 0 to 1. It's product market implementation fit that will get you from 0 to 1,000. Because being able to move and operate technology at that scale is all about implementation, scale, security, privacy at a different level. And so we've worked very hard to ensure those processes, and I hope many other companies will take some of those processes on as well.
So Dr. Mohamed, how do we scale healthcare and data in the kingdom?
It's very important to consider that, as mentioned already, it's not one thing to do. But always it's very important to consider the following. One, you need to come from a strategy, not just, you know, the willingness of adopting in a very diversified variable means. Second, adoption rates, very important. Injecting and investing amount of resources without appropriate adoption is a big frustration on the system. So adoption is a very important thing, and adoption is not something to do with change management only, but monitoring operation centers to enhance, encourage, monitor, nudge people to utilize it appropriately. And beside the adoption, it's also very important to ensure the appropriate utilization. So the quality of adoption, it's not a fake way of adopting data, and the means of automation. And after the automation adoption and appropriateness of usage, the way of handling the outcomes of that, the data itself, need to be appropriately feasible in the hands of those who can interpret it, analyze it, and use it, and add to it, and take it into new fields, a new atmosphere, by considering innovation. But at the same time, governance is very important, and that's why in the health and in the kingdom, we do have offices responsible about the data governance. So governance is a very important thing to ensure appropriateness, safety of usage, innovation. It's not as simple as in any other place. So sandboxing is one mean that we use to handle such kind of interventions. After that, generating more and more and more of data. So not only human-generated data, machine-generated data, synthetic data. So all these things are very important. And after that, scanning the horizon all the time, keeping your eyes open, seeing all rising technologies, adopting as much as speedy as possible, and implementing and letting the system be agile to accept the new changes is a very important thing. With all these, things together, the recipe is going to be near to the success that you want to look for. Otherwise, just seeking data for the sake of data for the usual traditional means, it's not going to take us anywhere. Finally, adoption is a very important thing. However, maybe in 10, 20 years from now, the clients are the ones who are not going to accept it to do the current means, and will ask for the new technologies to be the first encounter. There are multiple studies saying that in GCC countries, and particularly in the kingdom here, the clients, the population with multiple demographics, appropriate sample size, are in the ranges of 67 to 70+% willing, preferring their first encounter to handle their health problems to be a non-traditional mean using digitals.
Thank you. We're coming to the end of this panel, so I would like to ask the panelists for one sentence that you want the people in this room to take away tonight from this panel. Mohammed?
Yeah. As I mentioned,
one sentence.
Yes, one sentence? Okay. As you know, AI is transforming healthcare industry, making it smarter, more accessible, and easy to use. We need to bring all, we need to learn from other industries where we can develop AI use cases and application for healthcare and ensure data privacy.
Thank you, Mohammed. It was a long sentence. Anmol, one sentence.
We need to make sure we empower our clinicians, healthcare providers, nurses, and our population with all the right tools in AI in real time, not as a hypothesis, not as a research project, but right in their hands today so they can take an action to help themselves live longer and make a healthier country.
Thank you for the long sentence.
Very long
Dr. Nadia?
I would just say the future is bright. And remember, AI is just a tool. Ultimately, it's what's the value we're creating for our patients and for our populations.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed?
Precision medicine, advancements in genomics, simulations, population labs, all these advanced means and the new trends that are happening, we will not stand watching. Wait for us, you will see multiple things happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you for attending this panel.
So much to our panel for that very broad-ranging discussion. Well, AI and its breakneck advancements have impacted every single sphere, as we know. But among the most affected would have to be education. It's changed the way that students learn. It's changed the way that teachers teach in unprecedented ways. It has had countless advantages, yes, but the road is not without its potholes. So, to help me discuss this a little bit further, I'm going to welcome my expert panel. In just a moment, they will be joining us. But we plan for this to be an informative and certainly educational discussion, literally and figuratively. I will now welcome my esteemed panel to the stage. Manal Abdullah Al-Ahali, Dean of College of Computer and Information Sciences, Princess Noor University. Professor Edward Byrne, President, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. I'm being directed to the middle. Kathleen Kennedy, Senior Director, MIT Horizon. Alain Lecourdic, Partner, Artificial Intelligence, Quartermaster. And Dr. David Yorowski, Professor of Computer Science, Johns Hopkins University. Panel, how wonderful to have you with me today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward, let's start with you. So as we stare into the face of the fifth industrial revolution, how profound has the disruption been to educational establishments from AI?
Look, we live in the most amazing times. I've got no doubt whatsoever that the next decade will be the greatest time ever of transformation in education. Think back to when most of us in this room were at school or university. We're in a class, maybe up to 20 or 30 people at school, more at university, with a teacher. The people in the class were at wildly different levels. They got some concepts, they didn't get others. At various stages, one was subjected to an examination, and 51% got you through. Well, we're now in such a different world. Three changes. It was all about capacity in the past. With advanced integrative AI systems, we increasingly have the capacity to take the very best education out much more broadly. We have examples that are KAUST on display in our booth here at this meeting. We have the ability, perhaps it started in universities with the flipped classroom, but we now have the ability to individualize programs to what students know and don't know, including assessments, so we can get the great majority of students up to a very high level of knowledge. This is absolutely transformative. The tutor becomes a coach rather than a didactic person in front of the class. Now, the downside of all of this is we can't make it too easy. You know, this is about guiding, not doing the work for our students. And we must make absolutely sure as we bring this in that we are not diminishing the students' responsibility for their own creativity. Now, we will manage that, as the Minister said in the introductory session this morning. The wrong thing is to say, look, this is too hard, we're not going to allow it, we're going to force our students and teachers to stick with the old way. That would be like putting a finger in the dike. You know, it may work for those who go that way for a very short time, but inevitably that approach will be swept away. So we need to get geared up as a society for a completely new approach to education.
And we'll certainly be picking up on that a little bit later on as well, in terms of, oh, well, is this just an easy path for students who have the luxury of AI these days? Manal, let me come to you. You're a dean at one of the world's largest female-only universities, and you're a staunch advocate of women in tech empowerment. Talk us through your observations of how education can prepare the next generation to maximize AI in their studies, but also in their careers and their lives.
Well, AI is not only reshaping our lives, but it is also reshaping universities' academic programs by influencing curriculum design, teaching practices, assessment strategies, and administrative purposes. As technology continues to evolve, universities need to adapt and innovate to prepare students for a future where AI is a necessity, not a luxury, and plays a major role in several fields. Although the implementation of AI in education has shown promising results, many educators have reported improved student engagement due to the personalized learning experience and immediate feedback. However, the success of this implementation depends on thoughtful integration of technology and adequate training and ongoing support for educators. So there are challenges, especially that not all schools have the access to the required technology and infrastructure, and there is also the ethical consideration challenge. At Princess Noura University, PNU being one of the largest female-only universities with more than 37,000 enrolled students, 2,000 plus faculty members, and 137 programs, academic programs, we recently adopted a strategy on AI that is based on 5 key pillars. The first pillar is education and training, where both faculty and students are equipped with the required knowledge and skills to leverage AI tools. All PNU academic programs are currently being revised and updated to keep in pace with the changes resulting from the impact of AI on the labor market and workforce. For example, at the College of Computer Information Sciences, CCIS, we have 2 academic undergraduate programs, one in artificial intelligence and one in data science, and the first batch graduated last year. And we have 1 graduate program in data science, which actually 7 batches have already graduated from that program. And hopefully by next year, we will launch a master's program in artificial intelligence. The second pillar is research and innovation. By allocating research for AI-related research, we already have a research chair on AI in health. And also we direct student projects, such as at CCIS, students' graduation projects, whether in the undergraduate or graduate levels, are directed towards AI and its applications. The third pillar is community service by utilizing AI to serve the community through the PNU AI Gateway, which is a work-in-progress project. The fourth pillar is the AI ethics and governance. As technology continues to evolve, it's getting harder and harder to distinguish between human and AI-generated work. That's why we encourage our students to use AI in an ethical and responsible way. The fifth and last pillar is the institutional excellence. We adapt AI technologies to improve administrative processes within the university and to help in the decision-making process.
Incredibly impressive stuff, and just so great to hear about all of the accomplishments that are happening at your institution, Manal.
Thank you.
David, let me come to you, because educators across the board have really embraced AI in terms of student interaction and content delivery. From your understanding, how effective have those implementations been?
So we're very much at the tip of the iceberg today. I've seen some very promising work in second language education, science and mathematics, writing feedback, and we're making good foundational progress in truly individualized, truly personalized, truly adaptive, truly interactive technologies that are the core goal of this effort, and in hundreds and perhaps thousands of native languages across the world, which is part of my research goal. So I'm optimistic there. But frankly, today, the overwhelmingly dominant impact of this technology is ChatGPT being used by teachers to create assignments, being used by students to perform those assignments, and then being used by the teachers again to grade the assignments. It's an unfortunate feedback loop.
And to think back to my school days when the state-of-the-art technology was a calculator. Kathleen, let me come to you, because you come at this from a slightly different tack, don't you? Less on the academic side and more on the innovation side. What has your research into collective intelligence uncovered?
Oh, yes, great. So yeah, I'm going to bring it a little bit away from academia and more into the practical aspect of things. My work is all about designing and training intelligent organizations. And so there's two fundamental questions there of what are the jobs of the future? I've been here all day and we've been talking about that a lot, but really, what is that? And so one aspect of that is the research that we're doing is figuring that out. And I think one of the things that in this panel, we're talking about universities and the future of education, and we talk a lot about teaching and training, but what about research? And I think that universities play a very important role on doing the research and doing this fundamental work of figuring out what are these jobs of the future. And so we are producing an ontology of business processes that then can be used to create different recipes for different jobs, and thinking about what is the role of AI and what is the role of humans, and so that we can reimagine this world, and then we can start to figure out how do we transform education to prepare the students for this new world of work.
Absolutely, that's a very good point. Alam, so talk us through the tensions surrounding the concerns over generative AI versus the opportunities that presents in an academic setting. Is there a win-win scenario?
Yes. Well, the concerns and the tensions that you mentioned arise from the coexistence of two phenomena. On the one hand, you have the arrival in relatively recent arrival in our lives of a new technology, generative AI, that has had a fast and massive adoption, the fastest in history, in fact, with enormous opportunities to enable things that cannot be done by traditional methods. And in particular, an enormous impact on the knowledge sector, including, but not only, education. For example, somebody has mentioned earlier the individualized programs based on strengths and weaknesses of various students that cannot be done necessarily in a classroom environment as easily. Now, at the same time, you have also ongoing practices that have nothing to do with technology in particular, but can be amplified by technology, that are negative behaviors like plagiarism, like cheating, or just simply taking it easy and sort of favoring the use of the machine to answer your homework, for example. And that is where the tension comes from. And this is real. You know, there's a recent article by F.N. Modic, the Wharton School professor, that said that 72% of K-12 students in the US right now have already used AI for their schoolwork. So the collision course is real. Now, talking about a win-win, yes, there is a win-win situation whereby you rethink the system, taking the best of both worlds, right? The best of the traditional way of education, the classroom environment, for example, the physical professor and the physical interactions between students, but also the enablement capacity and capabilities that can be brought by AI. And that means a rethink of what to teach, how to teach it, and also how to assess the performance or assess the progress made by students.
Edward, you were an early adopter of AI in the classroom, so you've been at this for quite a while now. What have you identified as the main issues as far as harnessing the benefits of AI in a classroom setting?
I think the key thing is to be completely open to the best integrative approach, the best from the teacher, as has already been said, the best from the AI systems available. And of course, we've had AI of different forms for quite some years before integrative AI came onto the picture. The most difficult part for me is in assessment. Assessment is clearly an ongoing process throughout the academic year, but I'm increasingly of the view that we have to be very careful about how we allow the most sophisticated AI systems to be involved in the final summative assessment, both in school and university. I believe that in the end, we may actually go back to an area where carefully designed AI-accredited systems guide rather than do the work, where we have a strong ethos within our institutions, which has already been alluded to by my colleague, that the students know they're there to acquire the expertise to equip them for the workforce, so they know in their culture there's no point in leaving school or university not knowing anything, having had a machine do all the work. But most importantly, I think we are going to have to go back to, some of us have never left this, but to go back to a system where the final assessments are probably, at least in part, AI-free. And we have a student being examined in a situation with invigilators where they produce the work they've learned over their course. So maximum AI engagement in the learning experience, but a lot of work still to be done about how we make summative assessment continue to give our educational experiences credibility.
David, the common use of AI in the classroom is still pretty new. It's only going to keep growing, obviously. What do you see are the drawbacks there? Is there the potential, obviously, for students to rely too heavily on it? Are they going to face a motivation crisis by not using their brains enough? Are they going to have some sort of neural defects going down the line? What are the disadvantages here?
So, Angela, I'm afraid that we are already here. At least in the United States, I'm seeing at all levels of education, university, high school, primary school. People are embracing these technologies in their schoolwork and all subjects, including computer programming, at a remarkably early age. I see 10-year-olds becoming masters at prompt engineering today. And this is, in some ways, scary, but I think it's ultimately something that we should embrace. When I was growing up, my parents were very concerned that a calculator, as you mentioned before, would stop people from learning math. We would lose those skills. And indeed, we have, to some extent, lost some of the in-your-brain computation skills for mathematics. But we have shifted our attention and our abilities to other things using those tools. And ultimately, I think our goal will be to focus on education assuming we have these tools, what can we do with them? How can we build upon them? How can we be in a true partnership with these AI tools? We don't need to throw away these skills of using ChatGPT and pretend they don't exist so we can learn to write from scratch. How do we write, assuming these tools exist? How can we become better partners and achieve the best joint project in the end?
Yeah, and certainly in terms of disadvantages, I'm actually studying a Master's of Law at the moment, and if you type into ChatGPT something about cases, it will just make up cases. Do not believe ChatGPT all the time.
Students have to learn how to be good editors and critical thinkers.
Absolutely, absolutely. Not that I've run afoul of that, of course. Some of my cohort have. Manal, in terms of drawbacks, we often hear about the cultural bias of AI because, you know, it's mostly designed by men of a certain socioeconomic background in a certain part of the world and with a certain skin color a lot of the time. Is that something that you've faced? Because we hear about students being discriminated against when they don't have English as a first language, and the detect bots identify students who are not native English speakers as AI.
Cultural bias in AI could be tackled in many ways. And let me give you a practical example, which is what we're actually doing at PNU. We've incorporated lessons about AI ethics and cultural bias into the curriculum. This helps students to understand the implications of AI. We teach our students to critically analyze AI-generated content. We encourage them to critically analyze the information presented to them. We have experts in AI ethics and cultural bias. We invite them as guest speakers to speak with the students, have workshops. We also teach our students and encourage them to give feedback about the AI tools that are used in the classroom. This will help educators to identify bias and will help them to improve their selection of technology. So through the implementation of such strategies, hopefully our students will tackle cultural bias much more effectively and will have a more thoughtful integration with technology.
Alain, obviously AI has been around for a long time, and we've heard a lot today on this stage about generative AI. And I know that you've said that lots of institutions are struggling to adapt to that. In an educational context, what do you think are the issues?
Well, in the education context, I guess you have to realize that you need to make choices. You need to make choices between allowing AI to modify the way your students work, and sometimes it's actually justified. You can decide that some of these activities should not be necessarily enabled by AI, and some others might in fact be encouraged for use of AI, in particular generative AI. Let me give you two examples. In the French culture, in the French system, there is a high sensitivity around certain types of exams. If you want to be a civil servant, you take exams, and then there's a typical, in French language, a typical type of exam, which is text summary test. So you're supposed to summarize a text, 10-page text from a famous author into one page. And this is considered a good example of human action to be able to highlight the key messages, to be able to make much more concise statements, reduce this to a one page. Of course, if you use generative AI, you can literally do that in 15 seconds, right? So this is the kind of things that universities, for example, could decide to say, look, do we want to test or make an assessment on that type of thing using AI or not? The other, the flip side of that is to say, sometimes universities can decide to encourage the use of AI in the curriculum. For example, again, taking an example of a paper, you want your students to produce a paper on whatever topic, business or management. And you can encourage them to use GPT or equivalent that would give probably a 60% ready output, right? But then tell them, look, I want you to take this 60% and take it to 120% quality by adding value, by making the effort to add your own personal value. For example, by having several rounds of prompting that will then sort of apply problem solving or critical thinking or creativity, right? And then your assessment will be on that value added that gets you from 60%, that probably get you a pass in a normal exam, to 120% and very good output. And this is the kind of things that universities have the opportunity to decide, right? Putting some rules in place, keeping some that would prevent use of AI, or conversely, encouraging AI, and that would also differentiate the offering they can provide compared to their competitors.
Would you agree with that, Kathleen?
Yes. I'm still thinking about something that what David was talking about reminded me of when I was at a conference in 2016 in California, and it was all about technology and the future of technology and databases and enterprises. And I was talking to Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, and all he wanted to talk about was education. And he had his phone in his hand, and he said, mark my words, one day, every child would have their own AI tutor from birth. And that was, what, 8 years ago. Yeah. And at the time, I remember thinking, wow, Woz, that's sort of crazy and far off. And now we're here. And so I think I love having this conversation about the future of education and AI. We're at that moment.
Well, panel, I think that is the perfect point at which to wrap things up, ending on a positive, hopeful, forward-looking note. Panel, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now for our next session this evening, I'd like to welcome Omar Christidis, CEO and founder, ArabNet, for his panel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session, I believe, of our event today. And we're excited to have this incredible set of panelists focused on the rise of the role of the Chief AI Officer. We've seen Chief Data Officer, Chief Technology Officer, Chief Digital Officer, and now Chief AI Officer. And I'd like to introduce my panel just very briefly. Dr. Seth Dobrin, the CEO of Quantum AI. Dr. Daniel Hume, the Chief AI Officer of WPP Group, Mr. Mark Minovich, President of Going Global Ventures, Dr. Eva Maria Muller-Stuhler, the Data and AI Leader at Ernst & Young in MENA, and Ms. Caroline Yap, Global Managing Director of Google Cloud. Welcome to you all. And we're going to dive right in, but first I wanted to ask you a quick question. How many of you believe that organizations in this modern time need a Chief AI Officer? Raise your hand if you believe that we need a Chief AI Officer. Okay, so I feel like everybody here agrees. And so what really should the role of this Chief AI Officer be? What should this person be in charge of? And maybe we'll start with you, Seth, and we'll run through everybody.
All right, so I think this is a really good question. I think it's really timely. I'm glad we're having this panel. And first of all, thank you for having me. So I was IBM's first Global Chief AI Officer. And so having been in this role, I think it's really important that a Chief AI Officer takes care of really 5 things. So first and foremost is culture and talent. So people are the most important part of any organization. They're the heart. Second is they're responsible for the technology implementation as is associated with AI. Most people in the organization, most executives don't understand technology as it aligns to AI, especially today. The other aspect is the strategy, so the AI strategy particularly. And finally, they need to be responsible for the KPIs associated with the AI implementation, because someone needs to be responsible for that. Oh, and the 5th one, so that was only 4. And the 5th one is the governance. Someone needs to be held accountable for when things go wrong. I always say, who's going to be there in front of the Financial Times or the New York the New York Times? I almost said Post. The New York Times when something goes wrong.
Okay. Daniel, any additional thoughts on Seth about that role? And also, how do we differentiate between this role of the Chief AI Officer and the Chief Data Officer, the Chief Technology Officer?
I think we have to differentiate in terms of what's the difference between technology and AI. And I guess traditional technology or software, the difference between AI and software is that AI is opaque, typically in terms of its decision-making, so which raises a whole lot of questions around safety and responsibility. So that needs additional scrutiny. AI can move the needle in an organization so much that it can actually cause harm elsewhere across the supply chain. So you need to ask yourself what happens if it goes very right, not what happens if it goes wrong. There's obviously a huge amount of scaremongering, misunderstanding, misinformation associated with AI that needs to be educated both, from the senior stakeholders all the way through across the organization. And AI is such a fast-moving technology, it requires somebody to be on the bleeding edge of what's coming out of academia so that organizations are not just skating to where the puck is, but skating to where the puck's going to be, making sure that they're investing in the right bets.
Okay. Very interesting. Mark.
First of all, thank you for having us and sticking with us till this late hour. So congratulations to all of you for staying with us. I want to just comment what Seth has mentioned and others are talking about our requirements. But today, many companies around the world, they don't want to live in denial. They want to be pioneers. And they want to be AI-first companies. In order to be an AI-first company, the company which will be AI-enabled on all levels, you cannot function anymore as alignment with business and IT. You cannot focus and focus on the old convergence models. You got to bring all elements of the organization. And you have to bring advocacy. You got to say to members of the board, to the all stakeholders, to employees, to decision makers, external partners, AI matters in a company. AI is the future. It's the biggest revolution out there. And that's why the Chief AI Officer is a must. You cannot have the people that have been sitting there doing infrastructure for years and years, running those organizations with AI. You cannot have people that are simply focusing on data. AI, as we're mentioning, is ethics. It is about psychology. It's about data insights. It's the new models that are being born, new companies being born. So if you want AI-first companies, you want to be the company which will not be closed down and people will forget about you for years and years. You want to be the player, you want to be the pivoter, you want to be the pioneer, you need a Chief AI Officer.
Okay. That was very passionate. Thank you for that. So I think we're hearing a lot already about technology, about being at the bleeding edge and being where the ball is going. We're talking about making sure that everyone knows that you're AI first, including your whole organization. But we have all of these roles. How do we differentiate? How do we make sure that, there's not overlap in competition and they work together? And feel free to add your thoughts, Dr. Eva, on any of these, whether it's what should the role be or how do we really separate these roles and make sure that everyone's working synergistically instead of competing?
I think as a company, you have to really be clear on why are you doing AI? And for that to happen, you have to say, okay, what is our bigger picture? What is our overall strategy? And why do we need a Chief AI Officer? And then if you have a clear understanding of why you want them, can define KPIs. So there are chief data science officers and AI officers for different reasons. So I actually often say they have often a different agenda than, for example, when they're heading research and innovation, than when they're heading finance decisions. So for me, the classical chief AI officer is actually more of a corporate performance improvement through AI officer. How do you restructure and modernize the whole organization? And what are the KPIs you really define it by? Are you trying to make more profit? Or are you really trying to do more research and have long shots? You actually might end up having two different chief AI officers, one for research and innovation, and one for corporate performance improvement.
This sounds like a lot of chiefs. We're getting into a lot of chiefs. I mean, how many chiefs can one organization have?
It depends on the size of the organization. So if you're a small company, your chief AI officer might just be called chief data scientist. And if you're a huge organization with just very disjunct and has completely different agendas, some of them have multiple marketing officers. So you can also have multiple chief AI officers.
Okay. Caroline, would love to hear your thoughts on any of these. The role, the overlap, how do we get people to work together, avoid silos?
I actually really like what Seth had just said, which is, you know, the culture and also the skills is a really key function of having a chief AI officer. The other thing I would also add is, over the last sort of 18 months, I've gone all over the world in my role as Google and speaking with about 1,500 different C-suites and boards. And the number one thing that they would ask me is like, okay, I have to do this thing. My board, my shareholders are all telling me to do this thing with AI. And I would just say to them, like, relax. You actually have been doing AI. It's just predictive AI. And it was something that you may not have been fully aware of as a board. But if you were to actually talk to your business leaders, they can tell you what they've been doing. That's from automation, analytics, AI, machine learning. And then now with generative AI, what do you want to layer on? And so one of the things that His Excellency Minister Al-Swaha said this morning I thought was really interesting. This is part of the culture thing Seth writes about in his book as well, which is how do you actually think about, you know, using AI for people, planet, and then prosperity, which I think we all said, like, if you want to be a company that exists and if you want to be seen as a leader, et cetera, how do you use AI to all of those things? I think the use cases, right? The use cases and the personas and the value chain you're trying to solve for is really important. Because if you put the people first, they'll want to use the technologies. And when they want to use the technologies, then they'll start to understand what data is required to make AI useful. And then where you actually get started and how you can accelerate what you're trying to do in your business. The most confusion I've actually seen is the assumption that generative AI, all these new agents that can come about can just replace huge swaths of people. I don't think that's necessarily true for the global south and for markets where most of the economy and the GDP is driven by SMBs. There's so many cultural nuances from those teams. Can they afford a chief AI officer? And if not, how do they think about where AI can help accelerate those economies? Because that's where I think the scale is going to be, is from all these emerging markets. And primarily, those are in the global south.
Yeah. So a quick follow-up, because I want to move to this other model that we could think about, which you mentioned. You said they've already been doing kind of predictive AI or within different business units and activities. Is there a decentralized model where this stays led within different business units or activities? Does that make sense to our audience? Does anyone believe that this should be kind of decentralized and plugged into everywhere in the organization as opposed to a single leader? If you do, raise your hand for a decentralized model. Okay, I see a couple of hands. What about our panelists? What do you guys think, ladies? Okay.
Daniel, I think you want to,
Well,
and then I'll add mine.
You wouldn't crowdsource ballet lessons for your daughter, right? Crowdsourcing is not necessarily always the right strategy. You would typically go to an expert that understands ballet. I think in WBP, we have a hub and spoke model where we have my team as deep experts in AI, and we make sure that we enable different parts of the organization to then bring those tools and technologies to the innovations at the edge.
Seth, I saw you kind of agreeing.
No, so AI is core to your business strategy, right? You would not outsource your business. You would not crowdsource your business strategy. And that's part of why you need a chief AI officer. I mentioned strategy is because, and to Caroline's point earlier, people call me all the time and say, hey, we need help with generative AI. I'm like, sure, I'll help you. And then I show up and I'm like, that's the wrong question, right? That's not the right question. The question is, what's your business strategy? How is technology going to help it? How can data help it? How can AI help it? How can generative AI help it? A good chief AI officer internally will help you through that process. You don't need me or Mark or Eva or Caroline to help you with that. WPP already has someone to help them with that. And so, that's what a good chief AI officer will do for you.
And I think there needs to be someone accountable and responsible to drive that in the organization. So as I mentioned earlier, there might be in pockets other pieces that are responsible for something, but the overall cultural change of a company, the tools change, the process change, everything is huge. And that needs to be one person who's responsible for driving that.
And by the way, it's the same conversation we were having 5 years ago.
We'll give Mark and then Seth will come back to you.
And I agree with Eva and Seth. I think you need a centralized view. This is a major issue for enterprises and the future direction. The strategy, and even bigger, the vision and the new models and new companies that are being created. And I think if you are going to put this in decentralized organization, you'll have duplicates, you'll have replications, things may not happen, things may happen inaccurately. How do you communicate information? So adding to the strategy, communication is very important. Common, consistent communication to the whole ecosystem, to your strategic partners, number one, to your employees, to the management, to the venture capitalists. The whole system has to be unified. You have to be moving use, otherwise you're going to be all over the place. So I think you need a centralized view here. This is why I think Biden administration in the United States is mandating every government agency to have a chief AI officer. It's a big deal. Some of those people were not in those positions. They're in positions right now, but they're going to have a very pivotal role into the future.
I'm going to come back to you, Seth. Because I saw Caroline kind of disagreeing a little bit on this in the areas when you were talking. Yeah.
Not necessarily disagree. And so my role at Google, I have two functions. I'm the global managing director of our AI business on the Google Cloud side, but I also have an applied engineering function. And part of what I do is actually work across the other parts of Google, YouTube, search, ads, DeepMind, Geo, like all of our agricultural solutions, all of that, to make sure that we're taking even the AI advancements from those groups and trying to make those enterprise ready for customers who can then use it from the Google Cloud side. And so I agree that there needs to be a centralized view of where some of these technologies are coming and how you can harness it for other parts of the business. But I do believe that there has to be certain decentralization of research and just research and development, because those small teams can then be agile enough to find those solutions. Like, for example, our agri team and our sustainability team, they do the things that they do. Then we see if we can package that into something that can be commercialized. If we were to try to say from the beginning, right, oh, well, you can't work on anything unless you can commercialize it, we would never solve problems. Look at DeepMind and what we've been able to do, for example.
Okay, very interesting. So we have people on the front lines in each of these business units kind of coming up with these innovations, trying to fix these issues, and then centrally trying to understand how can we take this, how can we scale it back to the whole organization, learn from it, benefit from all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can have autonomy. I just want to come back real quick. I mean, we're having the same conversation we've been having for the last 10 years about chief data officers, now just with chief AI officers, right? I mean, I was on the stage 10 years ago talking the same conversation about chief data officer. Should we have one? What's the structure? Why is it different than chief information officer? And so it's just the same thing all over again, just different skills, So I feel like, we're seeing it all over again, even why are we having another chief?
But I also like the point that Mark earlier made is the role of a chief AI officer is far more business-orientated, strategic, and so on. And that's why we can't have the people coming from infrastructure and technology because they are not the ones who will be driving the change and where we're heading in the future. So they do have a severe role as an enabler, but I think there are very different mindsets and different
so maybe
kind of
we need a business mindset, not necessarily a technology or infrastructure mindset.
They need to understand technology.
I think you need both. I think there needs to be a decent balance of both, because if you are a chief AI officer who understands the business, but you don't actually understand the technologies, and we had this debate earlier, like, for example, is it okay if I go into the criteria? If someone walks into the room and tells you that large language models will not hallucinate, you do not want to talk to that person, right? That's like a basic thing. And there are quite a few people who are really good at AI strategy or business strategies who don't know the fundamentals of the technology of something like that. I mean, we were talking about that ad nauseum earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Mark,
I just want to say very briefly, most of you who are in enterprise world, in government roles, managing AI, traditionally when the CTOs or CIOs got involved in some of those data science issues, a lot of them have biases. And the biases are vendors and organizations that they dealt with before. I would hope that the chief AI officer walks in the company, or is positioned in the company on a fresh perspective and a fresh face, instead of being beholden to the technology organizations around the world. Now AI is changing the landscape. Give startups, ecosystems a chance to shine in those companies and to drive innovation. Otherwise, look, we're already seeing it. I'm sure they came here into the kingdom, NVIDIA and other companies. 40% of their revenue comes from the Magnificent Seven. Some of them are here. We want chief AI officer to have an independent view. That is critically important. And that will not happen if that role is not in place.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very strong. And so I guess my last question to all of you is, our executives in the room are being bombarded every day with a new AI service that they could be using, a new AI expert, a new AI opportunity. How do we get down and tell, what's real and what's hype? Who knows what they're talking about and who doesn't? Like, the kind of sniff test. How do we know what to trust and what not to trust? Mark, you've said something.
One thing not to trust, don't go on Twitter and trust everything that Elon Musk would say. Don't do this, because they will pump the price of the company. Don't do this. Don't retweet. I think do your research. Before, you used to trust analyst communities. I'm not sure you could do this now. I'm not sure that I think you get as much information. Every piece of information. And the most important information on how do you trust, the chief AI officer should immediately convene a meeting of other chief AI officers. Get a meeting of the peers. We're doing it now in New York. Convene a meeting and get expert advice on what they're working on, specifically, practically, what they're implementing, what works, what doesn't work. This way you know what's happening in the industry and you could formulate a strategy. So don't just go in on what's happening on social media and what vendors are telling you. Do your own research and make sure that you have peer-to-peer system. Many large companies are forming advisory boards of independent thinkers and getting their advice.
Thank you. David and Seth, I'd love to hear from you. How do you tell the real from the fake? Daniel, sorry. Daniel. Yes, you did tell me to do that.
So I guess...
and any advice that you have more broadly as we wrap up our discussion?
So first of all, 7 years ago, there's a lot of excitement around machine learning, extracting insights from data and hoping that led to value. Typically didn't. There's a lot of excitement around generative AI. There's lots of different types of algorithms out there. And if people are just trying to peddle generative AI, that's the first red flag. The second thing, and I'm going to be very controversial because I don't have very long, but if you have not built and scaled software inside your organization, if you do not have a pedigree of building and scaling software that your teams use, you're not going to be able to do the same thing at AI. So if people are trying to convince you that you can build your own AI solutions and scale them and get them used in your organization, first ask yourself, have I done the same thing for software? And most people can't.
Yeah.
I 100% agree.
I really like that. So I always say you wouldn't go into war with a general who hasn't been in the trenches. And that is exactly the same with AI. You wouldn't follow a chief AI officer who can't code or build software. Yeah. And then I'd always be very careful about people who overpromise. I've been in meetings where it was promised the AI model is going to be 99% accurate, without even knowing the company, the data, or anything about it. And you're kind of like, how can somebody go in there and promise that? At that moment, you realize you're talking to someone who really wants to sell, but not really really knows.
So beware of someone who overpromises and tells you 100% of anything in a very emerging space.
And
Seth.
Oh, so, I mean, I think there's a few things. So one is, if someone tells you that bigger is better, is going to solve your problem. Just because a language model is bigger doesn't mean it's going to solve, or any generative AI model is bigger doesn't mean it's going to solve your problems. We can always fine-tune your model. That's going to solve your problems. Fine-tuning actually causes more problems than it solves in most instances. And, you know, our solution can get rid of hallucinations in this model. Nothing is going to get rid of hallucinations ever. It can reduce it close to zero, but it'll never get rid of it. Those are 3 red flags for me.
Okay. Okay.
And I would like to say that if no one is talking to you about how you can do growth, efficiencies, and then AI for the future, don't talk to them. Because it should be focused on you and where you're trying to go and what your business is trying to go and what you're planning to do for your people and also ultimately your customers. If they only start with the product and just the thing and the solutions, don't talk to them. And by the way, let me know if any of our people do that with you. I'll make sure we train them better.
Yeah, and absolutely, and I agree. You have to make sure that the people that you have in the room have experience, they have built scalable solutions, they have peer reviews as well, and it's very important when you look at the overall holistic picture. Don't just look anecdotally, okay, and make sure that you have successes. Today, there are very few, unfortunately, very few business enterprise use case solutions. Right now, today, who is winning on generative AI? It's content and marketing and some software engineering. So if somebody comes in, if the snake oil salesman masqueraded as the chief AI officer or somebody like this comes in and says, I could solve every problem and I could augment and do all of this, do your own research because we're still in early. AI will change the world, but it will take time.
I always like to say, like, building some AI can be really cheap. Every high school student can put something together from Kaggle and build something. But then really building a trusted, scalable solution that delivers, that monitors, and delivers over time, that is a completely different ballgame. And that's where you can tell the difference between somebody who can deliver that or somebody who can just put some code together and say, oh, yeah, fine. It looks good in the PowerPoint.
Well, thank you very much to all of our panelists. It's been extremely insightful. And thank you also for all of your energy. It's been wonderful to have you. And thank you to our audience for joining us.
Thank you very much indeed, Omar and panel. And what a perfect way to put a full stop on today. My goodness me, it has been huge. I hope that you are walking away from the sessions today feeling informed and entertained. And I can promise that tomorrow is definitely going to serve up plenty more for you to sink your teeth into. I do hope that you have been able to get around to some of the other exhibits today and some of the breakout sessions as well, which I understand have been just fascinating. In the meantime, though, everybody, I want to thank you so much for being with us today. If you're watching from around the world, God bless. Thank you so much for being with us. I hope that we will see you again tomorrow. All the best, everybody. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you again tomorrow. Many thanks.